Our main character, Nin Tien, has transmigrated to the Xiantian world, originally a good-for-nothing. He now finds himself in the Empress's boudoir. The stunningly beautiful Empress, Luo Wuxing, wants to marry him tonight. The shock system is activated. As long as he can astonish others, he will receive rewards. Starting with shocking the Empress, he aims to complete the mission of shocking the entire world. Let's follow the main character as he carries out this plan. At this moment, on the Xiantian continent, in the Tianling domain, Dongxing Kingdom, is the wedding day of the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Cult. On the mountaintop, thousands of red silk ribbons flutter, and lanterns cast a mystical glow, resembling the Milky Way descending upon the mortal world. Powerful experts from all corners of the world have gathered. Joyful laughter, conversation, and voices of congratulations echo through the sky. The grand ceremony is about to begin. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. Dharma King Zhang, an honor, an honor. Master Lu, an honor, an honor. Secmaster, this way, please. All the attendees have gathered in the main hall, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. At the same time, a figure leisurely approached. It was the third prince of the Dongxing Kingdom, Lin Xiaoyao. He was dressed in red robes, exuding a noble aura, but his face clearly showed displeasure. His cold gaze swept over the crowd in front of the main hall, and those around him hurriedly stood up and bowed, saying with utmost respect, "Third Prince, please take your seat among the honored guests." In the crowd, a few people whispered softly, their gazes fixed on Lin Xiaoyao. "Isn't that the third prince of the Dongxing Kingdom, Lin Xiaoyao?" One person asked while carefully sizing him up, not hiding their admiration. "He truly is an outstanding talent. I heard that at such a young age, he's already a master at the Earth King realm." The person next to him nodded, their tones slightly wistful. "Still, he's a far cry from Her Majesty the Empress's divine Emperor realm. Martial artist realms in the Xiantian continent. Martial artist, Xian martial master. Spirit connection realm, Earth King realm, Saint Emperor realm, Heavenly Sovereign realm, Divine Emperor realm, Demigod realm, Ancestral God realm." In the crowd, the whispers started again, but this time much more cautiously. "Well, that's still better than some freeloader who's been in the cult for 3 years and is still just a useless martial artist like Nin Tien." This person lowered their voice, their tones slightly contemptuous that I don't get it. Why would someone as talented and beautiful as Her Majesty the Empress choose him as her husband? Another voice immediately cut in, looking around in panic, afraid of being overheard. "Keep your voice down. Daring to gossip about the Empress's husband. Do you have a death wish?" In another room of the Empress's palace, the light from red lanterns shone on a phoenix-embroidered curtain, creating a scene that was both romantic and solemn. Nin Tien sat on a bed covered in red silk, dressed entirely in wedding attire, but his face was gloomy. He held his head and sighed. "I can't believe that Nin Tien, would one day become a transmigrator and end up in a place where everyone cultivates immortality." Nin Tien scratched his head in frustration, unable to understand. "But why have I been freeloading in the Heavenly Demon Cult for 3 years and am still just a martial artist? If this isn't being a piece of trash, what is?" He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Did I transmigrate into the wrong script? Where's my main character Halo? As he spoke, Nin Tien glanced at the deep red wedding attire he was wearing, gently stroking the hem of his robe, and mumbling, "Oh well, a piece of trash like me can actually marry the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Cult today. This outfit is pretty impressive, though. Could there be some mistake?" Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. The door to the room was gently pushed open, letting in the light from outside. A woman entered, her figure graceful, her skin as white as snow. The most captivating feature was her full bosom, which seemed ready to burst through her thin robes. The woman's delicate lips curved into a slight smile, a smile like a gentle light illuminating the silent space. She stepped in gracefully, her movements elegant, yet exuding an undeniable confidence. Her long, glossy black hair flowed freely, each step seeming to create a gentle ripple in the air. But when she spoke, her voice was so cold it held not a trace of warmth. "You're awake." This person was the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Luo Wuxing. She got straight to the point, without beating around the bush. "Then I won't waste any more words. You must remember, this marriage is merely a formality." Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned, his eyes wide with shock, so astonished he was speechless. "Huh? Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian with an icy, emotionless gaze, slowly threatening him. If you dare to have a single improper thought, don't blame me for being ruthless. He was stunned. He truly couldn't believe what he had just heard. He thought to himself, you gotta be kidding me, my life is just too miserable. Even marrying this woman is fake. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the shock system. He was startled. Oh, seeing him silent, Luo Wuqing asked again, did you hear what I said clearly? But at this moment, Ning Tian was paying no attention to her at all, instead speaking to the system in his mind. Awesome. With a system, I can defy fate, change my destiny, and escape this life as a good-for-nothing. System, explain how to use you. He slumped to the ground, muttering, System, don't play dead. Answer me, System. System. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian, her brows furrowed, and she snapped angrily. I'll ask you one more time. Did you hear me or not? He suddenly raised his head and roared in frustration. Shut up. I'm busy. Her entire body trembled, as if doused with cold water. Luo Wuqing's eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of emotion, and her entire body radiated an intense killing intent, so powerful that the air around her seemed to freeze. Dado? What did you just say? Ning Tian's heart sank, and cold sweat broke out as he thought to himself, I'm screwed. I was too focused just now and forgot she was still here. If this woman wants to kill me, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. He swallowed hard and said in a panic, I said. Before he could finish his sentence, the system's voice echoed in his mind, shaking his entire body. Congratulations, host, for completing the first shock. Rewarding one-time skill, Aura Suppression. Aura Suppression will suppress the opponent, making them unable to use spiritual energy for 3 hours. Ning Tian was stunned, feeling as if he had just received a priceless treasure. The shock system, so this is how it works. This reward, could it be because I just yelled at Luo Wuqing? Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing before him, the chilling aura enveloping the entire room. He began to think calmly. The difference in our statuses is immense, yet she wants to enter a fake marriage with me. This proves there's something about me that she wants. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smirk. Therefore, before she gets what she wants, this woman definitely won't kill me so easily. I can totally use this time to shock her a few more times. Ning Tian felt a little apprehensive, but still decided to muster all his courage. He walked up to Luo Wuqing, his heart pounding like a drum. Her figure stood there, as cold as a statue. But Ning Tian felt that if he didn't act now, he would never get another chance. He moved closer, then suddenly reached out and brazenly lifted her ice-cold face. I said, I am your husband. Do you have any objection to my words? Just as he predicted, a system notification appeared again. Congratulations to the host for completing a normal shock. Reward, Qi and Blood Pill. The Qi and Blood Pill can regulate meridians and restore physical constitution. Ning Tian was incredibly excited, thinking to himself, it's just as I thought, I have to strike while the iron is hot. He decided to continue his bold strategy and said to her, since we are husband and wife, shouldn't we do something that a husband and wife should do? Luo Wuqing raised an eyebrow slightly, her sharp gaze fixed on him. What did you say? The system immediately sent a notification. Congratulations to the host for completing an intermediate shock, automatically absorbing the Qi and Blood Pill, meridians restored. Awakened the tenfold God-tier cultivation physique. Can now absorb 10 times the spiritual energy per second. Martial arts comprehension is increased tenfold, and cultivation technique speed is increased tenfold. A powerful surge of energy erupted around him, forming an invisible aura that enveloped the entire room. He immediately sensed the abrupt change in the surrounding atmosphere and shouted with immense joy, I finally don't have to be a good-for-nothing anymore. While Ning Tian was reveling in the pleasure of absorbing the Qi and Blood Pill, Luo Wuqing's face changed drastically, her anger uncontrollable. Without a second word, she raised her hand and launched a powerful palm strike towards Ning Tian, roaring, Are you looking for death? The force of the palm strike, like a fierce gale, slammed into Ning Tian. He had no time to react and was sent flying by the immense power, crashing heavily to the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. Looks like I went a little too far. Luo Wuqing lunged forward like a descending deity, her power aura seeming to compress the very space around her. She quickly pinned Ning Tian down, her sharp gaze looking as if it could crush him on the spot. Speak. How do you want to die? Cold sweat streamed down his face as he thought to himself, it seems she really wants to kill me. Feeling the situation growing more dangerous, he had no other choice but to hurriedly command his mind. System, activate the aura suppression field. The moment he gave the command, a powerful energy enveloped his body, like a storm brewing around him. Luo Wuqing's face turned pale with shock, and she gritted her teeth in anger. But a moment later, she suddenly felt a strange change. What? My spiritual power is suddenly. Luo Wuqing's body began to grow weak, and she couldn't suppress the panic rising in her heart. How can this be? I can't muster even a shred of strength. Ning Tian, pinned beneath her ample chest, was also astonished by the effect of the aura suppression field. In just a brief moment, Luo Wuqing's entire body went limp, and she collapsed to the side. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just narrowly escaped death. Phew, that was close. I almost died. Luckily, I used the system's reward just in time. Ning Tian gritted his teeth, thinking anxiously, it only lasts for 3 hours. Even if I run now, I won't get far. When the time is up, I'm a dead man for sure. At this thought, he closed his eyes and took a reckless gamble. A vicious impulse rose within him, and he flipped over, pinning Luo Wuqing beneath him, risking it all. She cried out in alarm. How dare you? He blushed, slightly embarrassed. Fortune is found in danger. Instead of waiting to be captured, I might as well let you taste what a real shock is. The moment he finished speaking, he began to ravish the once mighty empress with his manhood, forcing her to grit her teeth and swallow the bitter pill. At the same time, the system began to announce frantically, you have successfully shocked the empress of the heavenly demon cult. An unknown amount of time passed. Her hand clutched the red silk ribbon, feeling the torment that was both painful and pleasurable as the system's voice echoed incessantly. You have successfully shocked the empress of the heavenly demon cult. 3 hours later, Ning Tian, with his clothes in disarray, stood leisurely by the window, sipping tea. After a session of hard labor, he said nonchalantly, the transaction is complete. There's no benefit for you in killing me now. After all, to you, I should still have some use, right? Luo Wuqing, her voluptuous body naked on the bed, thought to herself, I must endure. If I kill him now, I will never obtain the heavenly demon scripture, and the heavenly demon cult will never have a chance to rise again. For the sake of her great cause, she could only swallow her grievances, sit up quietly, and calmly put her clothes back on. Before leaving, she didn't forget to instruct, tonight, come to the heavenly demon palace. The wedding ceremony will proceed as planned. As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Tian was stunned into silence. He stood there dumbfounded, watching her retreating figure. Ning Tian clutched his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Just as I predicted, I'm still useful to her. I must have been insane to dare to do that with a goddess. The system suddenly announced, congratulations, host, for completing the 9-world shock. Reward, 15 years of cultivation. Hearing this, his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh. Ning Tian looked closely at his hands. He could feel a powerful golden energy erupting, sweeping through his entire body. It felt as if every cell within him was burning. The system announced again, host has broken through to the 2nd star martial apprentice. Host has broken through to the 3rd star martial apprentice. Host has broken through to the 9th star martial apprentice. Reaching this level of promotion, he was utterly astonished. An ordinary person would need 15 years to reach this realm, yet it took me only a moment. Moreover, his realm continued to rise without stopping. An hour later, it still hadn't stopped. The system continued to announce, congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 6th star profound martial master. The attribute panel has been activated. The host can view their own attributes through this panel. He let out a soft laugh, overjoyed. The promotions had finally ended. The system panel displayed his current information. Host, Ning Tian. Strength, 6th star profound martial master. Physique, heavenly god physique. Cultivation method, none. Cultivation speed, 10 times. Martial skill comprehension, 10 times. Spiritual energy absorption, 10 times. Seeing this, he asked with some confusion, heavenly god physique. System, explain a little. But he waited for a long time, and the system did not respond. He shouted again, system. but all was silent. Whatever, Ning Tian said cheerfully. If you don't answer, then so be it. In any case, I now have some ability to establish myself in this world. He looked at his palm, where spiritual power was strongly converging. His eyes were filled with excitement. I don't care what kind of waste the original owner was. From now on, I'm the one who's happy to live off his wife. He stood up confidently and walked towards the door. Oh, what if my wife is the empress? One day, I will let everyone know that I, Nin Tian, also have the right and strength to stand at the pinnacle of this world. At this moment, the sky outside the heavenly demon palace was tinged with the colors of dusk. The orange-gold light spread across the stone slabs, creating a mystical and solemn atmosphere. Inside the silent heavenly demon palace, all eyes were fixed on the main door. A respectful announcement rang out. Now, let us welcome the 8th-generation leader of the demonic cult, Empress Luo Wuoxing, into the hall. Luo Wuoxing walked with strong and confident steps, her powerful and majestic presence making the air in the hall seem to freeze. Suddenly, a sect master sitting next to him spoke softly. I've heard that you, Prince Xiaoyao, have admired the Empress for a long time. In my opinion, only the 3rd prince of the Dongxing Kingdom is worthy of the Empress. This person was the sect master of the Frenzied Beast sect at the Earth King realm of cultivation. He continued in a provocative tone. If I were you, I would absolutely not stand by and watch the Empress marry some good-for-nothing. Hearing these words, Lin Xiaoyao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Anger flared within him, and the hand holding the wine cup began to tremble. But he still managed to maintain a calm expression, drained his wine cup, and then replied coolly, "The affairs of Her Majesty the Empress are not for the likes of us to interfere with." Lin Xiaoyao angrily gritted his teeth, slamming the wine cup down on the table, thinking to himself, but I'd also like to see just who this good-for-nothing who married the Empress really is. Just as the atmosphere in the great hall grew tense, the announcer's voice rang out again, drawing everyone's attention to the door. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Next, let's welcome the husband of Her Majesty the Empress, Nin Tian, into the hall. Whispers and murmurs began to ripple through the great hall. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing his identity. All sorts of speculation spread quickly. I heard the husband the Empress chose is a low-level disciple of the demonic cult. Someone said, their tone unable to hide their curiosity. His cultivation seems to be only at the 1-star martial artist level. I heard that besides being handsome, he's completely useless. The announcer's voice rang out again. Next, let us welcome Nin Tian into the hall. Immediately after, someone in the crowd whispered with a contemptuous tone, "Why isn't that good-for-nothing here yet? How dare he be late for the Empress's wedding ceremony?" Nin Tian suddenly ran in, panting, I'm here. He stood tiredly in the middle of the great hall and complained, "Nobody told me it was so far from my place to hear. I'm dead tired from running." He thought to himself, thankfully, my cultivation has improved quite a bit. With my previous cultivation level, I wouldn't have even made it here after running for a whole day. Nin Tian then smiled and continued, "My apologies for being late. It's my first time getting married, so I have no experience. I hope you all can forgive me." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of discussion immediately erupted in the great hall. Some people frowned, while others couldn't help but shake their heads. As this is my first time getting married, I hope you'll all be understanding. How could this guy be so disrespectful? Another round of whispers arose. I heard this kid is just a handyman for the heavenly demon cult. As expected, he has no manners. Lin Xiaoyao could no longer stand it. He shot up to his feet, his cold gaze fixed on Ning Tian, and his voice, icy and full of authority, rang out, "You reckless fool. Not only did you dare to make Her Majesty the Empress wait for so long, but you also dare to make excuses." Ning Tian was not one to be easily bullied. He tilted his head and retorted coldly, "What's wrong with you? It's my wife and I getting married. What are you shouting about? I was only a little late. It's not like it will delay our wedding night." Hearing these words, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. That last piece of information was like a bolt from the blue. A person in the crowd, his face filled with astonishment, whispered, "This guy wants to have a wedding night with the Empress." At the same time, the system frantically prompted, "You have successfully shocked the 3rd prince of the Eastern Qing Kingdom." Someone else said, "What a pity that the Empress has to suffer the grievance of marrying this kind of person." Before the words had even faded, the system prompted again. You have successfully shocked the heavenly lake, holy maiden. I heard the Empress is not interested in men, yet you've managed to shock even the bright holy lord. How can this brat be so crude in front of so many people? Is he insane? Heavens, you've even shocked the sect master of the power-ranking sect. Someone else showed a hint of jealousy towards him. Damn it, I'm actually a little envious of this brat. This scoundrel. It seemed the angrier everyone got, the more he achieved his goal. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations on your success. Congratulations, host, on completing 4 shocks. You have received the Earth rank martial skill, Heavenly Demon Palm, along with a 10-fold increase in martial skill comprehension ability. Comprehension of Heavenly Demon Palm successful. Heavenly Demon Palm has been mastered. The system repeated the phrase, "You have caused a shock," countless times. Seeing this, Ning Tian placed his hands on his hips and smiled with satisfaction. As expected, this wedding ceremony is a great treasure trove. Even a technique like the Heavenly Demon Palm can be learned instantly. In the distance, Lin Xiaoyao was still staring at him. Resentment festered in his heart. Why him? Is it just because he's a little more handsome than me? In terms of strength, I am in no way inferior to him. I am the dignified third prince of the Eastern Qing Kingdom. He slammed the table in anger and stood up. His face was twisted with rage, and his eyes spat flames of jealousy. Could I be inferior to this vermin? Lin Xiaoyao then pointed at Ning Tian and ordered, "You, stop right there for me." He responded nonchalantly with an "oh." Lin Xiaoyao roared in fury. "I want to protect the Empress's dignity. I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept?" The surrounding crowd couldn't help but find this amusing, some even snickering. In terms of strength, the third prince was already outstanding in his youth. He is surely not resigned to this. The person next to him nodded in agreement, their eyes full of ridicule. That's right. Who would have thought the Empress would choose someone so much weaker than herself? Another person interjected, an Earth King realm expert dealing with a useless one-star martial artist. Hee. Lin Xiaoyao had a confident expression as he emphasized, "I won't look down on you for being trash. I conceal half of my strength. If you're a man, accept my challenge." Standing to the side, Luo Wuqing also held her breath, waiting for Ning Tian's answer. The sect master from before licked the wine cup in his hand and curled his lip into a cold smile. "Let's wait for the good show to begin." Humph. Lin Xiaoyao was still feeling smug. He sneered, thinking to himself that even with half his strength sealed, defeating a good-for-nothing would be as easy as blowing out a candle. As long as this piece of trash agrees, I can use this opportunity to show off in front of the Empress. Hearing this, the others immediately began to buzz with excitement. That's the third prince of the Dongxing Kingdom. Even with half his strength sealed, he's still far beyond ordinary people. This is going to be a good show. Ning Tian scratched his head, his expression unchanging as he immediately agreed. "All right, I accept your challenge." He was also calculating to himself that he could use this guy to shock everyone once again. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao let out a cold laugh, his tone full of contempt. "You reckless fool. I've already sealed half of my cultivation, which is still more than enough to crush an ant like you. Let's see what exactly makes you worthy of the Empress." As he finished speaking, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm. The others also chimed in. Prince Xiaoyao has a point. The Empress should find a prince or a holy son with formidable strength. That would be a suitable match. Facing his opponent's intimidating threat, Ning Tian showed no fear. He slowly walked step by step towards Lin Xiaoyao, his face full of confidence, his eyes shining brightly, as if challenging everyone. "Since you brought this upon yourself, don't blame me, Ning Tian." He didn't rush to attack, but calmly pointed at Lin Xiaoyao and said, "You are a guest from afar. You should make the first move." Lin Xiaoyao turned purple with rage, his eyes flashing with fury, but he couldn't help but think, if I strike first, I'm afraid the world will mock me. He stared intently at Ning Tian and sneered sinisterly. "Why don't you make the first move?" Hearing this, Ning Tian was inwardly delighted. This was the very sentence he was waiting for. He wasted no more words and immediately replied, "Then, here I come." He began to assume a stance, his arm extended, fingertips slightly curled. Immediately after, a stream of golden power like sunlight radiated from his arm, majestic and strong. Seeing his somewhat strange stance, Lin Xiaoyao sneered. "Your stance is unstable. Your aura is uneven. This move of yours is nothing but child's play." The power around Ning Tian grew increasingly turbulent, with strong waves of energy radiating outwards. This spectacle inevitably caught the attention of all the elders in the main hall, but none of them believed in his abilities. The great elder of the heavenly demon cult gasped in worry. "The prestige our heavenly demon cult has built over so many years is about to be ruined by a good-for-nothing." The second elder of the heavenly demon cult also slapped his forehead, saying in alarm, "This good-for-nothing is so unstable. He fell for a simple taunt. Why hasn't Her Majesty the Empress intervened yet? The suspense is killing me." A fire dragon appeared behind Ning Tian. At this moment, he spoke with a solemn voice. "My palm technique is indeed nothing special, but..." Without hesitation, Ning Tian stomped his foot hard on the ground, accumulating all his power. His entire body was like a majestic tempest, all his spiritual energy converging into one move. He declared in a loud voice, "It's enough to destroy you." He swung his hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Lin Xiaoyao remained standing there, mocking smugly. That's some impressive momentum, but it's not even worth a fart. With your meager cultivation, can you even execute that palm strike?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a volley of palm strikes from Ning Tian came roaring towards him. Just as Lin Xiaoyao finished his sentence with the word fart, Ning Tian also shouted the name of the technique, Heavenly Demon Palm. Only then did a look of horror appear in his eyes, but it was too late. "What?" The great elder, watching from the side, was so shocked his jaw dropped, exclaiming, "This is the Heavenly Demon Palm." The second elder was also stunned. This kind of technique, he actually knows it. Lin Xiaoyao's face turned pale. He hurriedly circulated his energy, condensing a defensive shield to block. He thought to himself, "This guy is just a martial artist. How could he know an Earth-rank martial art? I have to undo the seal." Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Release." Lin Xiaoyao repeated in despair, "Release. Why won't it release?" His entire body felt immobilized. A flicker of suspicion flashed in his eyes as he guessed. Could it be? He looked towards Luo Wuqing, thinking to himself, "It's Her Majesty the Empress who is suppressing me." At that moment, she was calmly watching this one-on-one confrontation. Suddenly, several red chains appeared, binding Lin Xiaoyao tightly and rendering him even more helpless. The chains abruptly pulled taut, slamming him flat on the ground in excruciating pain. He muttered in disbelief, "Why, you're nothing but a piece of trash. How could you defeat me?" As he thought this, his mouth hung open and his eyes rolled back in utter agony. The entire heavenly demon hall instantly erupted in an uproar. Seeing Lin Xiaoyao collapsed in a pool of blood, everyone shot to their feet in shock. "This piece of trash! What just happened?" Lin Xiaoyao actually lost. Someone asked, doubtfully, "Did that piece of trash use the Heavenly Demon Palm just now?" They couldn't help but be horrified. The Heavenly Demon Palm is an Earth-rank martial art of the Heavenly Demon Cult. How could this piece of trash have learned it? The great elder couldn't believe his eyes, questioning, "How can this be?" The second elder also chimed in, "This kid, he actually won. He didn't bring shame upon us, after all." Luo Wuqing gently lifted the red veil over her head to look, and she too was stunned. Could he really be the key to the heavenly demon canon? She blushed as she recalled her interaction with Ning Tian that afternoon, and how he had dared. She frowned worriedly. Could it be that the sudden disappearance of my spiritual energy back then was also his doing? At the same time, the system frantically announced, "You have successfully shocked Empress Luo Wuqing, completing the shock chain. You have successfully shocked the elders of the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sky Holy Land, completing a 3-part shock chain. You have successfully shocked the City Lords of the Supreme Godland, completing a 4-part shock chain. You have successfully shocked the Palace Master of the Supreme God Palace, completing a 5-part shock chain." Seeing this, Ning Tian was immensely satisfied. He clapped his hands, delighted. This is the exact result I wanted." Not only that, but he also received an unexpected achievement, shocked the entire audience. Complete the clean sweep achievement. Complete the host shock chain, shocking the entire audience. Reward, divine charm physique. He was overjoyed, exclaiming, as expected, there's a grand prize. The system provided information. Divine charm physique infinitely enhances charm, making flowers bloom for the host and winning the love of all who see him. As soon as the voice fell, a pink aura enveloped his entire body. The attitude of the women present changed drastically. Their cheeks flushed red, their eyes filled with a wicked desire as they looked at him, suddenly finding him incredibly handsome. Is this the feeling of being smitten? It wasn't just the women, but the men too. Even some of the older uncles were drooling over him. Ah, this old man's heart is fluttering too. Little brother, are you a heart-stopper for men and women alike? The Andes and ladies couldn't stop staring at Nin Tien with longing eyes. They love him to death. They really wanted to love him to death, damn it. What on earth is happening? This can't be real, can it? It's impossible for someone to be this handsome. So handsome. The great elder also licked his lips, saying lewdly, "What a pretty boy." Nin Tien's expression darkened. He didn't understand what was happening and asked the system, "What kind of trick are you playing?" "This is my wedding ceremony, and Luo Yujin is watching." With that, he glanced at Luo Yujin. Luo Yujin remained seated, motionless. He found it strange. Why wasn't she reacting at all? Could it be that the divine beauty physique is useless against her? Just as Nin Tien was lost in thought, a weak voice rang out, asking why. It caught his attention. He turned his head to look and saw it was Lin Xiaoyao. His clothes were tattered, and he questioned resentfully, "Why? Didn't everyone say you were trash?" Nin Tien sneered and replied, "Trash." He admitted nonchalantly, "That's right, I am indeed trash." Everyone present was stunned. What does he mean by that? Why did he suddenly admit to being trash? Is this kid exposing himself? Nin Tien clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely walking towards the door, and replied, "As a cultivator, if one cannot ascend to the heavens in a single step." After a few steps, he turned back, a rare confidence flashing in his eyes, and said in an indifferent tone, "Then what is one, if not trash?" Everyone was dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock. Ascending to the heavens in a single step is incredibly difficult. Throughout history, how many have achieved it? Someone angrily retorted, "By your logic, are all of us holy sons and princes trash?" Nin Tien sneered and began to preach. The heavens and earth are vast, and man is minuscule. In this world, there must be mighty cultivators who can hold up the sky, move mountains and fill seas, summon wind and rain, and are capable of anything. He continued boldly, "I, Nin Tien, can admit my own status, while you are all just a bunch of arrogant fools. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a group of useless geniuses." Hearing these words, they were driven mad with anger, cursing loudly, "You arrogant genius." The great elder, sitting to the side, was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The others were so enraged by his words that their chi and blood surged to their hearts, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. The great elder, breaking out in a cold sweat, interjected, "Anyone who cannot ascend to the heavens in a single step is trash." What a cruel tactic. The second elder also said indignantly, "Those holy sons and princes are usually considered dragons among men. These words are enough to shatter their Tao hearts and cause their chi and blood to surge." Everyone looked at Nin Tien's back, wondering, "You, a mere errand boy, how did you gain the favor of a saint?" In the heavenly demon hall, the great elder of the heavenly demon sect stood to one side, stroking his chin with a worried and thoughtful expression, and said, "Nin Tien, where did you learn the heavenly demon palm you used today?" Then he thought to himself, "If he keeps talking, I'm afraid the Tao hearts of all the holy sons and princes present will be shattered to pieces." Nin Tien replied with an icy demeanor, "From the scripture pavilion, of course." Then he thought to himself, "I can't tell them the system gave it to me. Truly, my words don't match my thoughts." The great elder of the heavenly demon sect continued, "The scripture pavilion does have a copy of the heavenly demon palm, but how long did it take you to learn this move?" Nin Tien stood at the door, hand on his chin, and replied, "It took me one." Before he could finish, the great elder of the heavenly demon sect exclaimed in shock, "1 year?" Nin Tien thought to himself, "If I say 1 minute, it'll be too unbelievable. Maybe I should say a bit longer." At that thought, his face turned pale and his lips darkened considerably. He said, "One day. It took me one day. Just one day." Hearing this, the entire audience was horrified, as if struck by lightning, and cried out in disbelief. What? Huh? How could it be one day? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nin Tien stood there, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, what's there to be so shocked about? I already deliberately said it took 1,000 times longer. The great elder of the heavenly demon cult hurried towards Nin Tien, exclaiming, "The heavenly demon palm is extremely difficult to master. An ordinary person might not succeed even after a year, and even the exceptionally talented empress took 3 days, and yet you?" Then, with tears and snot streaming down his face, both aggrieved and excited, he shouted at Nin Tien, "The ancestors have shown their grace. Our heavenly demon cult has finally produced a disciple whose talent rivals that of the empress." The people standing behind were also so moved that they burst into tears. The heavens have eyes. Hearing what Nin Tien said, the party guests were just as astonished, discussing doubtfully. Just a moment ago, he said one couldn't reach the heavens in a single step and didn't dare call himself a genius. Yet he clearly mastered an extremely difficult martial art in a single day. He's truly a genius among geniuses. A man with the cultivation level of a raging beast held a wine cup, lost in deep thought, seemingly pondering something. After that earth-shattering statement, the system appeared again, announcing, "You have successfully shocked the elders of the heavenly demon sect. Reward, 1,000 points of spiritual energy for cultivation." He thought to himself, another huge stream of spiritual energy is entering my body. The great elder of the heavenly demon cult was still hugging Nin Tien and crying his eyes out, snot running down his face. Then he wiped his tears and said, "Let's hurry and finish this. The great affair of our heavenly demon cult cannot be delayed any longer." Then he turned to the others and said, "What are you still standing around for?" Nin Tien stood there, not knowing what to do. The wedding ceremony continued. The sound of Swana horns echoed as the officiant shouted, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride and groom will bow to heaven and earth." The crowd around them cheered and applauded. Her Majesty the Empress, dressed in her wedding attire, was captivatingly beautiful. A woman from the crowd shouted towards Nin Tien, "If only we could have met sooner." Then someone else chimed in, "Nin Tien and the Empress are truly a perfect match." A man sitting nearby looked at Nin Tien and said with a smile, "A talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven." Hearing this, Nin Tien could only smile in response, but inwardly he sneered, "Ha, just a moment ago you were all calling me a good-for-nothing, and now you're saying we're a match made in heaven." The officiant continued to shout, "First bow to heaven and earth." Nin Tien stood there, thinking smugly to himself, "It seems that no matter which world you're in, the principle of the strong being respected never changes." The shout rang out, "Second bow to the parents." Upon hearing this, the two of them bowed. The Empress looked towards Nin Tien, thinking to herself, "I hope everything is as the heavenly demon statue said. By marrying this man, I will be able to obtain the heavenly demon scripture." Time rewinds to a few months ago at the heavenly demon cult's forbidden back mountain, inside the heavenly demon forbidden area. The Empress entered a secret chamber. Before her was a giant statue, its hand resting on a sword. She stood before the statue and said, "If I marry that good-for-nothing, will you keep your promise and give me the heavenly demon scripture?" The statue replied, "In half a year, the 5 emperors, 3 venerables, and 2 sovereigns will join forces to besiege the heavenly demon cult. Only by breaking through to the god realm can we stand a chance. To break through, you must obtain the item that guides one to godhood. It is said that cultivating the heavenly demon scripture is the way to obtain this item." With that said, a divine scripture merged into the Empress's body. The Empress thought to herself, 10,000 years ago, the heavenly demon cult clearly stipulated that for the cult leader to obtain the heavenly demon canon, they must marry a person with a heavenly god physique. Even if it's a good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate, I must marry him. A stream of crimson aura enveloped her. The Empress said with a commanding presence, "I will absolutely not stand by and watch the heavenly demon cult be destroyed." Returning to the present, the wedding ceremony continued. The officiant shouted, "The husband and wife shall bow to each other." The surrounding crowd continued to cheer and celebrate. Her Majesty, the Empress, truly has a discerning eye. Another person added, "That's right. It was my poor judgment before. The more I look at this new groom, the more outstanding he seems. In less than a year, our heavenly demon cult will surely have another Emperor Realm expert. With his talent, he is absolutely worthy of the Empress. Unlike the others, the one with the wild beast cultivation standing to the side had a worried expression, thinking to himself, I can't delay, I must quickly inform the Alliance leader. The scene changes to the Heavenly Spirit domain, the Righteous Path Alliance. A cup was placed on the table. That person said, 2 elders, the demonic path is currently rampant, and those demons are led by the heavenly demon cult. Eliminating the demoness Luo Wuxin is our top priority. An elderly man with white hair and a white beard. This is the great Emperor Zheng Tian, the alliance leader of the Righteous Path Alliance, whose cultivation has reached the divine Emperor realm, spoke up and asked, how are the preparations of you two coming along? Elder Jianmi, an elder of the One-Sword sect at the heavenly sovereign realm, replied in a loud voice, reporting to the alliance leader, everything is ready. We are only waiting for your command. That demoness, who knows what trick she's playing? At this moment, an elder sitting on a chair, holding a cup of water. This is Elder Tian Feng, an elder of the Harmonious Chi sect, also at the heavenly sovereign realm, spoke up. To suddenly marry a good-for-nothing, the heavenly demon cult must be very lively today. Great Emperor Zheng Tian, holding a piece of cyan jade, which was a spirit tool called the Spirit Connecting Jade, said, I have heard about this matter. It just so happens that Wild Beast has just contacted me. Let's listen together. After speaking, he raised the spirit jade. The image of Wild Beast appeared, his face filled with panic, shouting, Alliance leader, something terrible has happened. Great Emperor Zheng Tian, still unaware of the situation, said to Wild Beast, you are a sect master. After all, why are you in such a panic? Wild Beast continued, still in a panic, yelling, Luo Wuxin has deceived us all. The one she married is not a good-for-nothing at all, but a peerless genius. Hearing this, everyone was utterly horrified. Elder Jianmi pressed, a peerless genius? Elder Tian Feng also interjected in astonishment. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Wild Beast continued to report. That person's name is Ning Tian, who on the surface is a good-for-nothing. I followed your instructions to provoke Lin Xiaoyao, to have him seek out that good-for-nothing for a duel. But who would have thought that Ning Tian was not only not a good-for-nothing, but on the contrary, defeated Lin Xiaoyao with a single palm strike. He learned the heavenly demon palm within a day, shattered the Tao hearts of the holy sons with a single sentence, and is being called a peerless genius possessing the aptitude of a great emperor. Elder Jimmy stood there and said, shattering the Tao with a single word. Such a miraculous thing only exists in legends. Elder Tian Feng, while stroking his beard, said, Alliance leader, this person is absolutely not simple. Great Emperor Zheng Tian crushed the spirit jade in his hand, saying, to think I was tricked by that wench Luo Wuxin. His expression turned grim, slammed the table forcefully, and continued, we must investigate and find out who on earth this Nin Tian is. If the heavenly demon cult is not eliminated, the heavenly spirit realm will never know peace. That night, in the Empress's chambers, Nin Tian and the Empress sat apart from each other, neither looking at the other, both feeling a bit awkward. Nin Tian looked at the Empress and thought to himself, today in the Great Hall, so many people reacted to my divine charm physique. Why was she the only one who didn't? The Empress continued to sit and brush her hair, her figure graceful and alluring. Nin Tian broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Nin Tian, oh Nin Tian, get a grip. I've somehow become the Empress's husband in a daze. If I didn't have the system with me, I don't know how much more miserable I'd be. Who knows how many more Lin Xiaos will show up at my door in the future. To gain a foothold in this world, I must have strength. System, activate the divine charm physique, he thought, blushing as he sat silently on the bed. Then he stood up and continued to think. While there's no one else around, let me surprise her again and see if it's the same as during the day. Nin Tian walked over and said, my dear wife. The Empress looked at him through the mirror and replied, what is it? He then put one hand on his hip, held up 2 fingers with the other, and said, a moment of a spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Shouldn't we be doing what needs to be done? The Empress replied coldly, I know you have a special physique. It might work on those young girls, but against me, you're still far too green. So rustic. I should add 10 points to your rusticity score. Nin Tian scratched his head, thinking to himself, as expected of the Empress, her Tao heart is indeed as firm as a rock. The Empress suddenly took off her outer robe, revealing her snow-white skin. She was left wearing only a doo-doo and a short skirt. Seeing this, Nin Tian's face flushed red, his heart pounded erratically, and he stared, dumbfounded. The Empress turned around, startling Nin Tian. She approached him and said, "All lust, but no guts." He turned his face away and retorted, "Who says I don't have any?" The Empress sat on the bed, her hand ready to untie her top, and said, "Besides you, is there a second person here?" Hearing this, Nin Tian immediately rushed forward, saying, "For the sake of a man's dignity, I will prove it to you right now." As he eagerly charged, his body suddenly froze. He cried out in alarm, "Huh? You, what did you do to me?" The Empress replied, "Nothing, just used a bit of spiritual energy to restrain you. You could just stand there and sleep tonight." After speaking, she turned over to sleep. Unable to move, Nin Tian shouted, "Hey, if you have the guts, then release me. Let's not compete with strength. Let's have a real showdown in bed." By midnight, Nin Tian was still standing motionless in the same spot, thinking to himself, "It seems she really doesn't intend to release me tonight. There's nothing I can do. The gap in power between us is just too great. I might as well cultivate first. Sooner or later, the day will come when I'll show her what it means that in the vastness of heaven and earth, the husband is supreme." Thinking this, he sighed and began to cultivate, his cultivation speed increasing threefold. As Nin Tian stretched his stiff limbs and walked out of the room, he grumbled, "That hateful Luo Wuching, that wretched woman, to be so cruel as to make me stand all night." He looked at his hands and continued, "After painstakingly cultivating all night, I've only reached the level of a 7-star illusory martial master. I only went up by 1 star. The speed is still not fast enough." The system prompted. The host can choose a place with abundant spiritual energy to cultivate. He rested his chin on his hand and mused, "Abundant spiritual energy. Based on my memories, I do know of such a place." The scene changes to the Earth Origin Spiritual Chi training ground of the Heavenly Demon Cult. This place gathers all the earthly elemental spiritual energy of the sect. The feng shui is excellent. Disciples of the sect can rapidly increase their cultivation speed here. When they saw him appear here, his whole body enveloped in a powerful, scorching red spiritual energy, everyone around was astonished and started whispering, "Look, look, isn't that the Empress's husband?" "Yes, that's him, the one whose power has recently soared throughout the sect. Didn't everyone say he was useless before? Look at the speed he's absorbing spiritual energy. He's clearly a cultivation prodigy, isn't he?" Nin Tian thought to himself, "I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be so dense and pure, truly extraordinary." He sat there, resting his chin on his hand, and sighed, "Still not fast enough." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "That's still not fast enough?" The spiritual energy is already pouring into his body nonstop. Nin Tian, as if not hearing these words, clenched his fist and said imposingly, "It seems I can only unleash my full power and proceed with 10-fold cultivation." After speaking, he closed his eyes, placed his hands before his chest, and began to circulate his energy, absorbing spiritual energy at 10 times the rate, fully opening his spiritual energy valve. A torrent of fiery red energy surged out, making the entire training ground scorchingly hot. The onlookers screamed in terror. The ground is an earthquake. It's not an earthquake, it's him. He has absorbed all the spiritual energy of the earthly origin training ground. A system prompt appeared. You have startled a group of disciples. Reward: Shin rank movement martial art, Wandering Dragon Steps. Cultivating Wandering Dragon Steps at 10 times the speed. Wandering Dragon Steps cultivation successful. Regardless of how shocked everyone was, he remained seated, thinking, Wandering Dragon Steps doesn't sound too bad. With this movement martial art, I won't need to use my legs to get around anymore. Right now, my body has accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy, but without a supporting cultivation technique, my actual strength hasn't improved at all. He walked up to a woman in a red dress and asked, "Hello, may I ask where the cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect are kept?" The woman pale with fright, hurriedly replied, reporting to the ancestral master. They are all in the scripture pavilion. Today is the day it opens for the disciples. That's right, the heavenly demon sect seems to have a scripture pavilion with many cultivation techniques inside. He turned and replied, all right, thank you. Suddenly, he turned back in surprise and asked, what did you call me? Ancestral master. The woman shyly clutched the hem of her skirt and timidly replied, according to the rules of the heavenly demon sect, the one who marries the empress becomes the ancestral master. He stood there, his face pale, thinking to himself, I'm still a young man in my 20s. How did I become someone's ancestral master? He laughed and said, ancestral master sounds too old. I think big brother is better. Hearing this, the woman's brows relaxed, and she smiled like a blooming flower, saying, ancestral master brother is so handsome. Nin Tien, turn to leave that I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. Farewell. Everyone collapsed on the ground, crying and wailing. You've sucked up all the spiritual energy. What are we supposed to cultivate now? The scene changes to the inner courtyard of the heavenly demon sect's scripture pavilion, where many people are queuing. Nin Tien went to queue up and asked the person in front of him, are you all trying to get into the scripture pavilion? With a line this long, when will we ever get in? The person replied, the scripture pavilion holds the cultivation techniques and martial arts that generations of sect leaders have spent their lives searching for. It's not strange to queue for 3 nights. Before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed, and he screamed in terror, and ancestral master. Hearing his scream, the people around were also endlessly astonished. The young women hurriedly gathered around, saying, it really is the ancestral master. The ancestral master is so handsome. I want to marry the patriarch too. Patriarch, let's elope. The male disciples nearby shouted with angry faces. The patriarch's charm is truly extraordinary. Not only did he marry the empress, but he also stole the hearts of all the female disciples. Damn it, if only I had 1/10 of the patriarch's charm. A voice echoed from a distance, shouting loudly in front of the scripture pavilion. Such a ruckus. Is there any discipline left? The speaker was an elder of the heavenly demon sect, Guyen. Seeing him, everyone cried out in alarm. Oh no, it's Elder Guyen. Everyone immediately scattered. The people around whispered amongst themselves. He's known for being extremely strict. He was assigned to the scripture pavilion because of a past conflict with the empress. If you get on his bad side, you'll definitely suffer a lot. The old man walked up to Ning Tian with a stern expression, then suddenly bowed and exclaimed loudly, Guyen pays his respects to the patriarch. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. What's wrong with Elder Guyen? This is the first time we've seen him be so respectful to the patriarch. Someone nearby continued loudly. The patriarch's reputation in the heavenly demon sect is now resounding, and his strength is unfathomable. It's only natural for Elder Guyen to respect him. Elder Guyen remained bowed, holding up a token with both hands and presenting it to Ning Tian, saying, Patriarch, you wish to visit the scripture pavilion, correct? This key can open all floors of the scripture pavilion. The patriarch may browse at his leisure. Ning Tian stood there watching, thinking to himself, this Elder Guyen isn't so strict after all. Isn't he quite sensible? Ning Tian took the token and said, so all I need is this token? Elder Guyen clasped his hands and replied, that is correct. But allow this old man to offer a word of reminder. In the heavenly demon sect scripture pavilion, the higher the floor, the greater the strength required. I wonder which floor the patriarch intends to visit. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and called out, Patriarch, only to find that Ning Tian was long gone. It turned out Ning Tian had already channeled his energy and flown up, saying, of course, I'm going to the 5th floor. Hearing this, the crowd below immediately erupted. The 5th floor? I thought with the patriarch's strength, the 3rd floor would be his limit. Even the most outstanding disciples in the sect can only reach the 4th floor at most. The 5th floor, besides the empress, the great elder, and the supreme elder, basically no one has ever been there, right? Elder Guyen thought to himself, as expected of the patriarch, with a single word, he can shake the Tao hearts of dozens of holy sons. Truly unfathomable. Ning Tian had now reached the 5th floor, pushed the door open, and entered, thinking to himself, the spiritual energy in my body is now amassed like a mountain. Of course, I must choose the best cultivation technique. As soon as he entered, he pondered, high-grade Xian rank technique, star-sucking technique, low-grade De rank, rushing thunder art, which uses lightning to open spiritual meridians, mid-grade Durank, Heavenly Spirit Technique, which aids the absorption speed of spiritual energy. A suitable technique can open the spiritual meridians in the body, allowing spiritual energy to flow. The more spiritual meridians, the faster the spiritual energy flows, and the stronger one's corresponding power will be. The spiritual energy in my body is now amassed like a mountain. Of course, I must choose the best cultivation technique, but these techniques, at most, can only open a dozen or so spiritual meridians. That's far from enough. While channeling his energy to investigate, he suddenly saw a book on a shelf emitting a blue light and couldn't help but wonder, what's that? He walked over, picked up the book, and read, High-Grade Durank Technique, Demon King Technique. He then tossed it into the air, exclaiming joyfully, this is the one. 10 times comprehension speed. The system displayed a notification, comprehending the Demon King's art at 10 times the speed. The host has comprehended 10% of the Demon King's art, reaching the initial glimpse stage. The host has comprehended 30% of the Demon King's art, reaching the minor accomplishment stage. The host has fully comprehended the Demon King's art. At this moment, the aura around Nintien was no longer a dark red spiritual energy, but a stream of imposing, dark blue-black energy. Nintien felt a powerful electric current surge through his entire body. That energy erupted with such ferocity that even the people on the ground could feel the tremors. And everyone cried out in alarm, what's happening? The founding master must have found a powerful technique inside. I wonder how many spiritual meridians the founding master can open this time. Gu Yin spoke through the token, founding master. Nintien asked, what is it? He thought to himself, a voice transmission technique. Gu Yin, holding the glowing token, continued, there are restrictions within the scripture pavilion. The access token allows communication between the inside and outside. Founding master, an unusual phenomenon occurred outside just now. This old man was worried that you might have encountered some trouble. He replied, there is indeed a very big problem. The number of spiritual meridians I've opened is too few. Gu Yin added, founding master, there's no need to be discouraged. Normally, being able to open more than 10 spiritual meridians is already excellent. Nintien stood in the pavilion, spiritual energy swirling around him. He looked at his palm and said, I clearly still have half of my spiritual power left, yet I've opened less than 100 spiritual meridians. Gu Yin could no longer remain calm and exclaimed in shock. The limit for opening spiritual meridians with the Demon King's art is exactly 100. Only a celestial being could achieve that. To do so in just half an hour. This comprehension ability is simply heaven-defying. System notification. You have astounded Elder Gu Yin of the Scripture Pavilion. Reward. God Tier Technique. The Heavenly God Manual. You have received the Heavenly God Manual, which can unlock the Heavenly God Physique. He stood there, looking at the secret manual titled Heavenly God Physique. The 6-layered Heavenly God art appeared before Nintian's eyes. He thought to himself, the martial arts techniques of the Tianxian world are divided into 5 levels, from highest to lowest: God, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The 6-layered Heavenly God art is a God-tier technique, the highest level. System, cultivate the 6-layered Heavenly God art. With that thought, he closed his eyes and began to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. System notification, comprehending the 6-layered Heavenly God art at 10 times the speed. A powerful, yellowish-green light emanated from around Nintien. He looked at his hands, thinking in confusion. What is this? Why can't I absorb spiritual power anymore? Suddenly, Nintien felt an intense pain racking his entire body. His expression changed drastically as he clutched his chest with both hands and screamed, Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. I never expected that cultivating a God-tier technique would completely dissolve my previous spiritual meridians. Nintien cried out in pain, thinking this feeling, it's like having my bones broken and reformed. He collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching his chest, the other propping himself up. The system notified again. The host has comprehended 30% of the 6-layered Heavenly God art, considered a minor accomplishment. Activating the Heavenly God Physique. Activation in progress. Spiritual meridians have been opened for the host. Nintien, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, thought, even with the support of 10 times the cultivation speed, with my current strength as a Xuanwu master, I can only temporarily comprehend 30%. Let me see just how many spiritual veins this God-level technique can open. Having said that, he sat down cross-legged and continued to circulate his energy. A blazing red aura spread out, illuminating the entire space. Everyone below was astonished at the sight, murmuring amongst themselves, "Elder, what is that?" Kovim replied, his voice full of doubt. "A spiritual sea." He continued, "During cultivation, spiritual energy gathers in the Dantian like rivers. The stronger the spiritual energy, the greater the benefit to the cultivator. But only when the spiritual energy is extremely abundant can it form a vast, endless ocean. I never expected the Ancestor Master to have such a supreme cultivation talent." The scene shifts to Nintien. The golden light converged into a giant pillar of light, shooting straight up into the sky from Nintien's body, and he ascended along with it. The crowd exclaimed, "Look quickly!" The Ancestor Master and the spiritual sea are both ascending to the sky. Is the Ancestor Master planning to drain all the spiritual energy of our heavenly demon cult? Kovim, his face filled with terror, said loudly, "To possess such a powerful spiritual sea at such a young age, this old man is truly in awe." A white-haired, white-bearded old man descended from the sky, roaring furiously. "How audacious! Which junior dares to covet the spiritual energy of my heavenly demon cult?" Seeing this, everyone turned pale with fright, crying out, "It's the Grand Elder! Isn't he in secluded cultivation?" The Grand Elder must have successfully broken through to the God Emperor realm. Kovim stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Grand Elder. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough to the God Emperor realm." The white-haired, white-bearded man was the Grand Elder of the heavenly demon cult, his power unfathomably deep. Kovim said respectfully, "Today, with you and Her Majesty the Empress, two Emperor-level experts guarding us, who would dare to bully our heavenly demon cult?" The Grand Elder, as if he hadn't heard, bellowed, "Break through my foot." This old man had just barely touched the gate of the Tao when the spiritual energy suddenly vanished completely. "What breakthrough are you talking about?" Hearing these words, the crowd grew even more horrified, looking at one another. He continued, "Who on earth is causing such a huge commotion?" Kovim replied reverently, "Grand Elder, you have been in seclusion for a year, so you are unaware. The one causing this celestial phenomenon is the Empress's husband, our Ancestor Master." The Grand Elder asked in astonishment, "That girl Agvo Tin is married? Who is he? The great Emperor of the Divine Palace, or the ethereal Holy Master?" Kovim added, "Neither. He is just a disciple of our heavenly demon cult." The old man said in shock, "What? Just a mere disciple? What qualifications does he have?" Marrying an ordinary disciple is worse than marrying an emperor-level expert, at least that could forge an alliance for the heavenly demon cult. At that very moment, a gentle voice drifted over. "He naturally has the qualifications." It turned out the Empress had appeared. Everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Grand Elder said, "Votin, my girl, the Righteous Path Alliance is currently eyeing our heavenly demon cult and could attack our sect at any moment. If you want to marry, you should at least choose a powerful husband. How could you be so reckless as to choose this stinky brat?" The Empress, looking displeased, retorted, "Grand Elder, please watch your words. I am the Empress. My affairs are no concern of yours." The Grand Elder replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." A person from afar approached and whispered to Kovim, "I can't believe the Empress would disrespect the Grand Elder like that for the Ancestor Master's sake." Kovim quickly gestured for him to be silent. Nin Tian descended from the sky, still in his original cultivation posture. The people below saw this and exclaimed in shock, "It's the holy light lightning tribulation." Another person added, "Isn't the Ancestor cultivating a technique?" Guyan also asked in confusion, "Why would it trigger a lightning tribulation?" Suddenly, countless streaks of blue-purple lightning flashed, illuminating the entire sky. Someone below said, "It's not just a lightning tribulation. A lightning dragon is condensing and striking directly into his spiritual sea. He's actually using the holy light, lightning tribulation, to open his spiritual meridians." Guyan was even more horrified, shouting, "How is that possible? Never before has anyone heard of using a heavenly phenomenon to open their spiritual meridians." The Grand Elder spoke up, looking towards Nin Tian, and said to the Empress, "Luo, with sympathy, my girl, is this husband of yours really just an ordinary disciple? With such talent, it's highly possible for him to reach the Emperor realm one day." The people behind thought to themselves, Grand Elder, that's not what you were saying just a moment ago. The Empress stood to one side, watching Nin Tian, the corner of her mouth twitching upwards as she thought. Using a lightning tribulation to open his spiritual meridians again. Could it be because of his celestial god physique? In that case, the path to godhood is not far off. Someone below suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Everyone look! The spiritual sea is dark and lightless. It seems to have dried up." Before Nin Tian was an incredibly powerful dragon made of spiritual qi. Seeing this situation, everyone cried out in alarm. This is bad. If his spiritual qi is insufficient, the lightning dragon will strike his body directly, and he will surely explode and die. The Empress hurriedly rushed towards Nin Tian, shouting, "All of you stand guard here. No one is to come near. I will go protect him." With that said, she channeled her power to defend and approached Nin Tian. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect that transforming a lightning dragon into a spiritual meridian would require such a colossal amount of spiritual qi." Suddenly, the Empress's expression tensed, and she thought, "How dare he turn the tables on me, forcibly absorbing my spiritual qi?" Seeing the Empress's actions, the people below were all astonished, saying, "The Empress is personally protecting him. This is unprecedented. Besides the ancestor, who else could receive such treatment?" The Empress stood beside Nin Tian, struggling to hold on, thinking, "You want to drain my spiritual qi dry? Quite the appetite you have. I like to see just how much you can absorb." Thinking this, she unleashed an extremely powerful technique to resist. The crowd grew even more terrified, shouting, "The Empress is actually using her full Emperor realm strength." Meanwhile, Nin Tian remained motionless, continuing to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. As the Empress defended, she thought to herself, "The aura of this lightning tribulation meridian is truly extraordinary." Suddenly, a burst of power erupted from Nin Tian's body, rushing towards the Empress and tearing her clothes to shreds. She cried out in shock. What? Nin Tian had woken up. He immediately moved forward and held her tightly, saying, "Thank you, my lady. You even sacrificed your clothes to protect me." His expression now held a few more shades of devilish charm than before. The Empress stood to the side, blushing with embarrassment, and said, "Have you had your fill of looking? Let go before I strike." Nin Tian gave a roguish smile, then turned his head away, thinking, "I didn't expect the Empress to actually help me. It seems she really doesn't want me to die." As he was calmly thinking, the Empress behind him was already seething with rage. The spiritual qi and the lightning have all vanished. The couple, Nin Tian and the Empress, flew back down to the ground. Guyan asked the Grand Elder, "Senior, back when you condensed your spiritual meridians, how many did you have?" The old man replied, "Back in my day, I was considered a genius, and I had 18 spiritual meridians." The Grand Elder continued, his gaze shifting towards the Empress and Nin Tian. "This boy is exceptionally talented. Opening 45 spiritual meridians should be no problem for him." Hearing this, Guyan waved and asked Nin Tian, "Ancestral Master, how many spiritual meridians have you opened?" He replied, "Let me see." As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his energy to check, saying, "I clearly have more than half of my spiritual energy left, yet I've only opened 199 spiritual meridians." Hearing this, the Grand Elder was as if struck by lightning and cried out in shock. 199 spiritual meridians. Guyan, beside him, was equally astonished and said loudly, "Moreover, there are lightning, tribulation, spiritual meridians." At this moment, the scene shifts to the royal palace of the Dongxing Kingdom. The heavenly elder physician approached from a distance, bowed, and reporting to the king, the place where the lightning tribulation phenomenon occurred is the heavenly demon sect. Hearing these words, the Dongxing king, Lin Ba's expression darkened as he said, "The heavenly demon sect again. Ever since my son, Xiao Yao, returned from the demon sect, he has been listless and dispirited, with an ailment of the heart that is hard to cure, like a cripple." After speaking, he shouted, "Heavenly Elder, contact the Righteous Path Alliance immediately and discuss the matter of purging the heavenly demon sect." The heavenly elder physician was about to remind him, "Your Majesty, the Empress is guarding it." Before he could finish, the Dongxing king, Lin Ba, cut him off sternly. "So what? The heavenly demon sect occupies the territory of my Dongxing kingdom, and its power is growing day by day. I have always feared that sooner or later, they will replace the royal family. If we don't eliminate them now, then when? in the heavenly sovereign realm. The Zhongtian Great Emperor also noticed the phenomenon and said, I didn't expect such a powerful lightning tribulation to appear. Could it be that the Empress is broken through to the God realm? Elder Tian Feng immediately spoke up. The God realm? Surely not. If the Empress truly broke through to the God realm, wouldn't our siege of the heavenly demon sect in half a year be a suicide mission? Hearing this, the Zhongtian Great Emperor laughed in response. Ha! Luo Wuqing has no path to godhood. How could she possibly break through to the God realm? Have you all forgotten the war for the God seat a few years ago? So many Emperor Realm experts lost their lives for the path to godhood, only to fall before it in the end, dying with regret. Elder Tian Feng continued, This lightning tribulation has caused such a huge commotion. I'm afraid it has alarmed the entire heavenly spirit domain. Elder Jian may frown and asked, What on earth is the reason? The Zhongtian Great Emperor replied, But no matter the cause, it is undoubtedly related to Luo Wuqing. The threat of the Empress is growing, and the heavenly demon sect must be dealt with as soon as possible. The scene returns to the heavenly demon sect. The Empress and Ning Tian walked towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at Ning Tian, thinking with a tense expression. To think that our heavenly demon sect has such a figure. This person will surely achieve great things in the future, perhaps even reaching the God realm. Unexpectedly, the Empress placed her hand on Ning Tian's chest, and in front of everyone, with a rip, she tore open the front of his robe. Ning Tian, blushing in astonishment, didn't understand what was happening. Then, she threw herself into his arms. Ning Tian said, Ahem, my wife, this isn't very appropriate. Many disciples and elders are watching. As if understanding, the Grand Elder quickly ordered, All of you, turn away at once. Suddenly, the Empress's eyes gleamed, and she said, As I thought, it's here. She placed her hand on Nin Tian's chest and struck him with a powerful palm. Nin Tian screamed in pain, That hurts. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest, and said, My lady, what are you doing? The Empress looked at him and replied, There was a hidden danger in your body left by the lightning tribulation. I have helped you eliminate it. He exclaimed in surprise. A hidden danger from the lightning tribulation? Nin Tian, panting, continued. So, my lady was worried about me and helped heal my injuries. I'm so moved. Tonight, I will definitely. Before he could finish his words, he was startled to realize something was wrong. My lady? Nin Tian was immediately swept into the sky by the Empress's magic. No matter how much he screamed, the Empress only said coldly, You talk too much. Guyan bowed in fear and asked, Your Majesty. The Grandmaster, will he be all right? She replied nonchalantly, I haven't even used a fraction of my strength. He won't die. Then she turned around, her expression terrifying as she commanded, What happened today is forbidden to be spoken of by anyone. Anyone who reveals it will be killed without mercy. Understood? Her aura was imposing, her killing intent cold. Everyone answered in unison, Yes, Your Majesty, we understand. As for Nin Tian, he was thrown to a very distant place by the Empress, landing with a splash in a lake where many young maidens were bathing. He stood up and complained loudly, Luo Wuqing, I am your husband, after all. How could you throw me to a place so far away? A maiden, clutching her chest, timidly spoke from behind him, Grandmaster. Nin Tian turned around in shock, thinking to himself, I'm doomed. My image as a bright, righteous, handsome, and elegant Grandmaster is about to collapse. The surrounding maidens looked at him, whispering shyly, Grandmaster, why have you come to the hot spring? The Empress looked ahead, thinking to herself, As long as I can obtain the heavenly demon's melody, seize the path to godhood, and break through to the God realm, the heavenly demon cult will no longer have to fear the malicious forces outside. Then she turned to look at Nin Tian. Nin Tian, I need you to do something for me. He was startled and asked, What is it? She continued, I want you to drip your blood essence onto this stone statue. He asked again, Blood essence? He thought to himself, Blood essence represents a cultivator's purest energy. Things like dripping blood to claim mastery or to control an opponent all require blood essence. The Empress, as if seeing through his thoughts, reassured him, Don't worry. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Would you still be alive now? Nin Tian thought again. She's not wrong. For an expert at the God Emperor realm like her, if she wanted to kill me, even with my system, I would have absolutely no chance of survival. It was already unusual for the Empress to marry a menial worker. and now she's asking me to do something for her. This matter must be incredibly important. Could it be related to the heavenly demon cult? Thinking this, Nintien spoke up, "All right, I'll do it." He thought to himself, the disparity in our strength is too great. I'll just see what she's planning. After that, he began to force out his fresh blood, shouting softly, "Go." The drop of fresh blood immediately shot into the point between the eyebrows of the giant stone statue. The statue's eyes instantly lit up with a dazzling purple light. At that moment, the statue transformed into a human figure. The person laughed loudly. The heavenly demon, have finally awakened. The Empress, with a tense expression, asked, "You are the first-generation leader of the heavenly demon cult." Nintien stood there, astonished. The heavenly demon cult has been established for at least several thousand years, yet this old man is still alive. The heavenly demon laughed triumphantly. After several thousand years, someone with the heavenly god physique has finally come. Someone with the heavenly god physique has finally arrived. The Empress asked in astonishment, "What do you mean by that? Where are the heavenly demon scripture and the guidance to godhood you promised?" The old man laughed, his expression growing more ferocious. "You are too naive. Did you really think that by cultivating the heavenly demon scripture, you could receive the guidance to godhood? That was merely a baseless rumor fabricated by me, your ancestor. Fortunately, you fools were willing to search for the heavenly god physique for me, saving me a great deal of effort." Hearing this, Ning Tian thought to himself, "So she married me, a mere menial servant, for my heavenly god physique, to obtain the so-called guidance to godhood." The Empress said to the heavenly demon, "The teachings of the heavenly demon cult, passed down through generations, were actually just something you casually made up. Your only purpose was to have me help you seize a body for rebirth." The heavenly demon spoke. "That's right. The countless generations of cult leaders were all a bunch of trash. Not a single one could find the body of a heavenly god. But luckily you foolish girl, actually found one." Hearing this, the Empress was stunned, then immediately flew into a rage. "You're courting death." She instantly cast a spell. Heavenly Demon Palm. Its power was many times stronger than the one she used on Ning Tian's wedding day. The surging palm force struck out, forcing even Ning Tian to dodge. He thought to himself, the cultivation of the God Emperor realm is truly too powerful. This palm strike of hers is much more powerful than the heavenly demon palm I can cast. The heavenly demon laughed smugly and said, "Little girl, even if you are an expert who has reached the God Emperor realm, you can't do anything to me. But right now, I'm in a soul state. I'm not foolish enough to confront you head on. My target is him." After speaking, the old man suddenly rushed towards Ning Tian. Ning Tian spoke calmly. "You want to possess my body? Then come on." Seeing this, the Empress rushed forward to stop him, shouting, "Danger! Get out of him for me." But the heavenly demon's soul had already entered Ning Tian's body. He laughed and said, "Now that I'm in, there's no getting out." The old man entered Ning Tian's body and said, "I've heard that the heavenly god physique is the best physique for cultivation. Things like the ancient sacred body are nothing in comparison." Halfway through his sentence, he was astonished. That's a spirit sea. Before him was a vast expanse of spiritual energy. He continued in astonishment. This kid's Dantian has actually condensed into a spirit sea. I never expected him to be such an outstanding cultivation genius. It seems heaven has not forsaken me. After speaking, he stepped into the area of spiritual energy. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Why is there thunder in the spirit sea? A giant dragon appeared, and he was terrified. Thunder? A thunder dragon spirit vein. I've never heard of such a thing. A cultivator's spirit vein is actually formed by a thunder dragon. Then he fell into deep thought. Since ancient times, lightning has been the nemesis of soul bodies. The slightest carelessness will lead to the soul being scattered and dispersed. No, I can't stay in this kid's body. Sensing the danger, the heavenly demon quickly tried to escape from Ning Tian's body, but it wasn't that easy. Ning Tian spoke, "Old man, now that you're in, it won't be so easy to get out." The old man said in horror, "This kid did the opposite. He must have known that souls fear lightning tribulations the most, and that possessing a thunder dragon bloodline makes one immune to possession. So he deliberately lured me into his body. Such a vicious mind, such cruel methods. At this moment, a system notification appeared. You have terrified the heavenly demon. Reward: Soul Annihilation Technique. Destroying a soul converts its energy into power to strengthen the physical body. Ning Tian thought to himself, the soul annihilation technique? Interesting. Ning Tian entered his inner consciousness and faced the heavenly demon, saying, "Heavenly demon, why are you no longer so arrogant?" The old man retorted angrily, "You rotten brat, even as just a soul, I have reached the divine emperor realm. How could I possibly surrender without a fight?" As he spoke, he launched the heavenly demon palm toward Ning Tian. He remained calm, a smug smile playing on his lips. With one hand behind his back, he attacked with the other. A dragon appeared, charging toward the heavenly demon. The old man screamed in terror. No, impossible. He immediately unleashed the soul annihilation technique, a powerful bolt of lightning striking toward the heavenly demon. Heavenly demon's 13 palms. The heavenly demon cried out wretchedly, "Damn it, a soul is completely suppressed by heavenly lightning. I can't even use half of my power." Ning Tian said to him, "Heavenly demon, stop struggling and obediently become my energy." The old man roared in anger, "You rotten brat, I will kill you." Ning Tian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly commanded, "Devour it." All that was left of the heavenly demon were his wretched screams, as he became a delicious meal for the dragon. He struggled until the very end. Don't come any closer. But the outcome was inevitable, death. The heavenly demon's agonized screams echoed throughout the space. As for the Empress, she remained standing in place, musing, the heavenly demon cannon. It was just a rumor, all a lie. She looked at Ning Tian lying on the ground and said, "Then what about this one? He has defiled my body. He should not be allowed to remain in this world." She stepped forward, continuing, "But forget it. I was the one who was deceived. I couldn't just stand by and watch her be possessed by the heavenly demon." Just as she was about to act, Ning Tian regained consciousness and called out, "Empress." The ruthless Empress caught Ning Tian, and their lips touched. The unexpected kiss caused Ning Tian to make a sound. The ruthless Empress held him and warned, "If you don't want her body to explode and kill you, stop struggling." Ning Tian looked at the ruthless Empress kissing him and thought, "Is she helping me calm the frantic spiritual energy inside my body?" Ning Tian then wrapped his arms around the Empress. An hour later, the energy dissipated. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Blushing, the ruthless Empress pushed Ning Tian away. He touched his lips, thinking to himself, "That was exciting, but my lips are a bit sore." A spirit pill appeared in the ruthless Empress's hand. Looking at Ning Tian, she said, "For you." Ning Tian stared in astonishment. The ruthless Empress explained, "This is a soul origin pearl formed from the power of soul. It contains the heavenly demon's spiritual energy. You can absorb it every day to cultivate. Remember, cultivation must proceed step by step. You cannot absorb it all at once for an immediate promotion. I won't always be there to save you when you're in danger." Ning Tian took it, his gaze softening. "Okay, thank you. My wife, since we destroyed the heavenly demon, does that count as betraying our own sect?" The Empress released a force that shattered the rocks above. That man, for his own selfish gain, deceiving countless leaders of the heavenly demon sect, is fundamentally unworthy of being a member of the heavenly demon sect. How can this be called betraying one's master and ancestors? The Empress turned and left, thinking to herself, "I just didn't expect the heavenly demon scripture to be a complete fabrication. Without guidance to godhood, there's no way to break through. If the righteous path attacks, what should I do? Whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Even if the heavenly demon sect is destroyed, I will teach those invaders a painful lesson." Ning Tian's body began to glow. Ning Tian cried out, "Empress, my wife, I'm about to break through." Wu Qing heard this and thought to herself, as expected of someone with a divine body, breaking through continuously within a few days, this speed is something few can match. Ning Tian began to cultivate. The Empress left, leaving behind a sentence, "Then you can cultivate here in peace." System notification. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to 8-star Xuanwu Master. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to 9-star Xuanwu Master. Host has broken through. Congratulations, host, for breaking through once more, reaching the 1-star Spirit Connection realm. After finishing his cultivation, Ning Tian, drenched in sweat, said, "After entering the Spirit Connection realm, The difficulty of cultivation will be greater, and the required spiritual energy will also increase. Ning Tian closed his eyes to feel it, thinking to himself, no matter what happens later, for now, I should consolidate my current realm first. Night fell. From within the Shadow Demon sect, a voice announced, Sect Master, and Sanshur has arrived. The Shadow Demon sect master tilted his head and said, Sanshur, you've broken through again? And Sanshur appeared. Yes, your disciple is at the peak of the spirit connection realm, just a step away from entering the king realm. The Shadow Demon sect master looked at Sanshur before him and sighed. You are not yet 20, but you already have such potential. The Shadow Demon sect has found its heir. The Shadow Demon sect master was so angry he clenched his fists, lamenting that as long as the Shadow Demon sect was suppressed by the Heavenly Demon sect, it could never hold its head high. And Sanshur replied, Since ancient times, the demonic path has always revered the strong. The Heavenly Demon sect, with the Empress in charge, is powerful and has been the leader of the demonic path for hundreds of years. The Shadow Demon sect master's eyes turned red as he said angrily, Although the Heavenly Demon sect follows the demonic path and cultivates demonic arts, they are too benevolent and merciful. On what basis do they lead the demonic path? The leader of the demonic path should be our Shadow Demon sect. The Shadow Demon sect master patted Sanchi's shoulder and said, In 33 days, the Heavenly Demon sect will hold a Tao discussion conference. At that time, you will represent the Shadow Demon sect. But you must remember, the purpose of this trip is to make a name for our Shadow Demon sect. Hearing this, and Sanshur asked, Sect Master, you mean? The Shadow Demon sect master said, The demonic path has long been dissatisfied with the Empress. Furthermore, not long ago, dark clouds covered the sun and thunder rolled, making many people restless. At that time, many forces will send their geniuses. And Sanshur placed a hand on his chest and continued, Therefore, under the watchful eyes of everyone, we must crush the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect, causing the Empress's prestige to suffer a heavy blow. The Shadow Demon sect master agreed. Exactly. By then, let's see how she can hold on to her position as the leader of the demonic path. Elsewhere, night fell. There were only trees and rocks around. Ning Tian was beginning to cultivate here. I was lucky this time. That heavenly demon was in a soul state and happened to be restrained by lightning. Otherwise, I might have lost my life here. From what they said, the struggle between forces is endless. In the future, I will surely face situations even more terrifying and dangerous than today. She was right. Not every time I'm in danger, there will be someone by my side to help. System reminder. Host, the full moon night is rich in spiritual energy, an excellent opportunity for cultivation. Nin Tien wholeheartedly agreed. I should still cultivate diligently and quickly improve my strength. Nin Tien was a man of his word, immediately sitting on a high rock, concentrating on his cultivation. Below, someone looked up and said, It's so late, and the moon is already high, yet someone is still cultivating. He looks a bit like the patriarch. It is the patriarch. Some female disciples saw Nin Tien meditating and cultivating late at night and couldn't help but say admiringly, on a full moon night, the patriarch isn't playing the zither and watching the moon with the Empress, but is cultivating here instead. He's so diligent. A diligent man is the most charming. Seeing Nin Tien like this, the male disciples also felt their fighting spirit and motivation surge. The patriarch is so diligent. How can we fall behind? Right? We must also cultivate diligently. System reminder. You have astonished a group of disciples, causing their fighting spirit to soar. Reward. Tenfold absorption speed of full moon spiritual energy. Nin Tien opened his eyes, wondering to himself, what are they so astonished about? Whatever, it's more important to focus on cultivation. Activate tenfold full moon absorption. System interface. Tenfold full moon spiritual energy absorption speed has been activated. The moonlight behind Nin Tien shone brightly, and the aura around him grew stronger and stronger. The disciples below couldn't help but exclaim, Heavens, look! Even the moonlight is converging towards the patriarch. The patriarch is truly a divine being. The great elder of the heavenly demon cult appeared, looking at them and asking, You lot, why are you gathered here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? A female disciple hurriedly made a silencing gesture and whispered, Great elder, please lower your voice. Don't disturb the patriarch's cultivation. The great elder of the heavenly demon cult was stunned. The patriarch? Only then did the great elder of the heavenly demon cult look closely and was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Am I seeing things?" The patriarch is actually leading the cultivation. And this bunch of brats too. A male disciple who was sitting cross-legged cultivating heard this, put a finger to his lips with a shush, signaling the great elder to be quieter. On the high rock, Nin Tien focused on his cultivation, his whole body glowing as spiritual energy circulated. The spirit pill that Empress Luo Wuxing had given him earlier also began to radiate astonishing power. The system continuously prompted, "Host has broken through." Congratulations to the host for breaking through again, reaching the 2-star spirit connection realm. Nin Tien held the spirit pill and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. If I keep cultivating like this, in less than 2 months, I might break through to the Earth King realm. The great elder of the heavenly demon cult stood below, stroking his chin and muttering. Back then, it took me a full 2 years to break through from the spirit connection realm to the Earth King realm. Yet he intends to break through in under 2 months, saying it as if it were as easy as drinking water. This kind of spirit is truly admirable. A disciple seemed to have discovered something, pointing in astonishment and shouting, "Everyone look, there's something on the patriarch." Nin Tien's whole body was glowing. System notification. The host has successfully attracted attention, startling the disciples and the great elder. Reward. Cultivation faith. Activating the power of faith. Cultivate spiritual energy. The system interface displayed, belief cultivation. When the host is surrounded by his believers and cultivates with them, the believers' cultivation speed doubles, and their cultivated spiritual energy will be fed back to the host. Upon hearing this, Nin Tien thought to himself, fed back to the host. Is there really such a good deal? Believers are indeed indispensable. But if I can get the great elder to join, with his level of strength, the spiritual energy fed back to me will surely be much greater. Nin Tien put his thoughts into action and jumped down. The disciples below all watched him with admiring eyes. Nin Tien walked towards the heavenly demon sect members, smiled at the great elder, and said, "Great elder, I was observing the celestial phenomena last night. The moon is beautiful tonight. Why don't we cultivate together? We might achieve a great harvest." The great elder of the heavenly demon sect replied, "There's no need. This old man has to patrol other areas." The great elder thought to himself, "The moon has always been like this. What kind of harvest could there be?" The disciples on the other side cheered. "Oh my God, the patriarch is so powerful. I've broken through." The others excitedly shouted along, "Me too. The patriarch is truly divine." Hearing this, the great elder of the heavenly demon sect broke into a sweat, astonished. What kind of luck did this group run into tonight? It's one thing to cultivate as a group, but to all break through together. The great elder of the heavenly demon sect cleared his throat and said, "Since the patriarch has so graciously invited me, it would be impolite for this old man to refuse your kind offer." The great elder of the heavenly demon sect also sat down and began to cultivate. He peeked at those around him, thinking to himself, "Strange, why don't I feel anything at all?" The disciples told the great elder of the heavenly demon sect, "Great elder, you have to shout the patriarch is the best for it to work." With a resistant expression, the great elder said, "As the great elder of the heavenly demon sect, I absolutely cannot say such shameful words." However, he was soon eating his words. The great elder still raised his hand and shouted loudly, "The patriarch is the best. Should have done this sooner." Afterwards, the great elder also felt a twofold surge of spiritual energy pouring into his body. The patriarch is so powerful. The great elder's entire body glowed as he shouted in excitement. Nin Tien, who was cultivating, praised inwardly, "Not bad." The lunar spiritual energy, the jade primal spirit, fortified by the power of believers. The effect is indeed much more pronounced. The great elder was moved to tears, looking at Nin Tien with an affectionate gaze. With the patriarch here, our heavenly demon sect is truly blessed by the heavens. The next day, the heavenly demon hall. "Greetings, your majesty the empress." Luo Wuxing sat gracefully and nobly upon the throne. The great elder flew in to report, "Your majesty, this old man is late. Please forgive me." Luo Wuxing looked at the newly arrived great elder and asked, "Great elder, what is the matter?" The great elder explained, "Your majesty, Last night, this old man was cultivating under the moon with the patriarch and lost track of time. The two elders beside him asked, not quite understanding, cultivating with the patriarch? He is merely at the Xuanwu master realm. The great elder replied, no, 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 you don't understand. When cultivating with the patriarch, the spiritual energy is more abundant than usual, and the effect is much better. The person next to him sensed the great elder's aura and said, although he hasn't broken through, his aura has indeed stabilized a great deal. Great elder, take us with you next time. Hearing this, Luo Wuxing thought to herself, so this guy didn't come back all night because he was up to something this significant. Luo Wuxing spoke up, everyone, let's get to the main business. The Tao Discussion Conference is about to begin, and this time, many young prodigies have come to our heavenly demon sect. Although it is said to be a friendly discussion of the Tao, but our heavenly demon sect's disciples can absolutely not be outdone by others. Do you elders understand? The elders below replied, we understand. 3 days later, at the Tao Discussion Conference, many people flew in, announcing their arrival one after another. The Heavenly Insect Gate has arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect for the Tao Discussion. The Mountain Shattering Sect has arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect for the Tao Discussion. The Lingshu Sect has arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect for the Tao Discussion. The Shadow Demon Sect has arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect for the Tao Discussion. The crowd below was in constant amazement. To think that so many people would come to this Tao Discussion Conference. Even the three great geniuses of the demonic path have arrived. A young man appeared, and the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. That is the son of the future sect master of the Lingshu sect, Ling Ao, a genius sword cultivator with a cold and arrogant personality. It is said that the position of young sect master of the Lingshu sect is already reserved for him. Another person appeared. That is Yin Sanshur, the head disciple of the Shadow Demon Sect's master. This man's methods are cruel and vicious. He once single-handedly massacred an entire mountain villa. But our Heavenly Demon Sect and the Shadow Demon Sect have never been on good terms. His arrival this time is unlikely to be with good intentions. Someone exclaimed in awe, such a fragrance. It's the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Yaoqi has never involved itself in worldly affairs. They didn't even attend the Empress's wedding. But this time they've sent the Holy Maiden. A man cupped his hands and said, welcome, everyone, to the Heavenly Demon Sect for the Tao Discussion. I am Li Changsheng, and I will lead you to the Tao Discussion stage. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi spoke up. Senior brothers, from afar I saw many Heavenly Demon Sect disciples cultivating on the cliff face. May I ask which genius disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect is up there? Li Changsheng replied, that is our Heavenly Demon Sect's Grandmaster. He is leading everyone in their cultivation. The three of them thought to themselves, that legendary Grandmaster, the Empress's husband, Ling Ao, snorted coldly. A mere spirit connection realm cultivator can barely fend for himself, yet he's leading others in cultivation. Utter nonsense. At that moment, where Ning Tian was, the disciples were cheering and laughing loudly. I've broken through. The Grand Master is incredible. I've broken through. The Grand Master is incredible. Ling Ao heard this and sneered. Just smoke and mirrors. Ning Tian flew away, thinking to himself, a chance to improve my strength. How can I pass this up? On the Tao Discussion stage, a fist carrying immense force was thrown, and the resulting shockwaves scattered in all directions. The man smiled and said, Lu Patian of the Heavenly Mountain Gate, discussing the path of strength. I invite a senior brother from the Heavenly Demon Sect for guidance. The one called senior brother laughed and said, Junior brother Lu, you are too polite. He made a move. His power was astonishing. Seeing this, Lu Patian felt ashamed of his inferiority and hastily conceded, I have lost. The great elder watched with a delighted expression. The disciples sent by the Heavenly Demon Sect are all elites. We will surely win this Tao Discussion Conference by a landslide. Wuching calmly reminded him, don't celebrate too early. Those three tough opponents haven't taken the stage yet. Ning Tian appeared behind Wuching and asked, which three are the toughest? Let me see. Yin Sanshur appeared on the stage. Everyone, some cultivate the path of the sword, some cultivate the path of music. Of the 3,000 great Taoists, each has its own merits. Today, I, Yin Sanshur, will not discuss any of those paths. I will only discuss what is the Tao. After hearing this, the crowd below buzzed with discussion. Is the shadow demon sect here to cause trouble? What's the point of asking this? The Tao is the most mysterious thing. This is clearly an unanswerable question. Ain Sanshur continued. For thousands of years, no one has been able to come up with an answer. Ain Sanshur looked at the people on the stage and sneered inwardly. Today, on this Tao discussion stage, I will definitely put you, the heavenly demon sect, in an impossible situation. Woking tilted her head, her hand propping up her chin, thinking to herself, it is rumored that if one can comprehend a corner of the Tao, they can break through without cultivating. The shadow demon sect truly came prepared today. The elders of the heavenly demon cult said in a slight panic, what should we do? How about we find an excuse to say he's causing trouble and kick him out? No, that would mean the heavenly demon cult would lose all face. The shadow demon sect is waiting for exactly that result. Could it be that today we can only admit defeat and lose face in front of the shadow demon sect? Ning Tan, holding an apple, took a bite and pointed down at the stage, saying, my dear wife, are all the disciples of the shadow demon sect as effeminate as him? It's a real pity he wasn't born a woman. Seeing this, Ain Sanshur felt extremely displeased. Being so intimate with Luo Woking, could he be that legendary patriarch? A dog's mouth can't sprout ivory. Who is so bold? Offending Ain Sanshur means big trouble. Who is so bold? Offending Ain Sanshur means big trouble. Ain Sanshur spoke up. What's this? Is there no one in the entire heavenly demon cult who can answer my question? Ning Tian's voice rang out. You sissy, such a simple question, and you think it's worthy of being asked at the Great Tao Discussion Assembly? Ain Sanshur sized up the person before him. Seeing how calm he was, he wondered if he truly had the answer. Impossible. I prepared this question a long time ago. This damn patriarch is merely at the spirit connection realm. How could he possibly know? The great elder behind him asked. Could it be that the patriarch knows the answer? Ning Tian repeated the question. What is the Tao? Such a simple question. I don't see what's so hard to understand. All of you watch closely. Ning Tian leaped down to the stage. The disciples shouted incessantly. The patriarch is making a move himself. The disciples were extremely excited, constantly praising him. Master has surprised us so many times. That's right. How will he turn the tables this time? Ain Sanshur looked at the person before him and smiled faintly. I see that you are young, and your cultivation realm is not very high. Is the heavenly demon cult really just going through the motions, sending you to answer my question? Ning Tian crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly. There are some things that cannot be determined by age. Ling Ao, sitting in the stand, said, ridiculous. How dare he say this question is simple? I see him as nothing more than a braggart and a libertine. Ning Tian's eyes sharpened as he said, Sissy, let me tell you, what is the Tao? The Tao is formless and colorless, soundless and odorless. It is so large that there is nothing outside of it, and so small that there is nothing inside of it. The Tao is the very origin that created the heavens, the earth, and all things. It is the total energy that governs the heavens, the earth, and all things. Everyone in the stands was endlessly astonished, as expected of the patriarch, to be able to solve such a profound question. Why can't I understand what the patriarch is saying? In any case, the patriarch silhouette looks so formidable. The Yaoqi holy maiden also thought to herself. As expected of the legendary patriarch, he stabilized the situation with just a few short sentences. Ain Sanshur said with dissatisfaction, do you think you can fool me by just using a few incomprehensible words to get by? Hearing this, Ning Tian was too lazy to say more. What nonsense are you spouting? TSK, being uncultured is truly terrifying. Listen carefully. For you, a lesson like this won't happen a second time. Of the 3,000 great Taos, each has its own comprehension. Take the sword Tao as an example. The sword Tao is sword intent. It is the swordsman's perception of the sword. A cultivator of the sword Tao who comprehends this sword intent can then use that understanding to comprehend the sword Tao. So what is the Tao? Do I still need to explain it? The people in the stands gradually came to a realization. The patriarch means that the 3,000 great Taos are 3,000 different paths. Each path belongs to oneself, unique and unmatched. Nin Tian continued, the Tao is fundamentally just the path a cultivator chooses. For the 3,000 great Taos, When you have mastered the principles of your path, the Tao is already within your heart. Otherwise, how could you have possibly succeeded in your cultivation? The crowd in the stands was ecstatic, shouting, "I understand now, Patriarch. Your words have awakened me, as if from a dream. My doubts are cleared. I'm about to break through." Tam Thap was stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To cultivate the Tao is to comprehend it, to have the Tao in one's heart. If it were truly that simple, I would have long ago. Tam Thap's entire body began to glow. In disbelief, Tam Thap exclaimed, I've actually broken through." Nin Tien looked at the person before him and chuckled. "Your mouth denies it, but your body is quite honest." He thought to himself, "I can't believe just spouting some nonsense actually enlightened these geniuses. They're way too gullible." A system notification appeared. "You have astounded everyone. Reward skill card. Great Emperor Strike. Great Emperor Strike allows the user to unleash a powerful attack with the might of a peak Great Emperor God Emperor Realm Expert. After activation, this skill card will be consumed." Nin Tien thought to himself, "A peak Great Emperor God Emperor Realm attack, huh? If I encounter a powerful enemy several realms higher than me, this will be a life-saving trump card." The Great Elder, seated above, was also endlessly astonished by Nin Tien's answer. Before, a single sentence shattered the Tao hearts of countless holy and divine sons, and now, another sentence has resolved everyone's doubts. Having such a patriarch is truly a blessing earned through generations of cultivation for our heavenly demon cult. Tam Thap clasped his hands and said, "You are formidable. I admit defeat today." The crowd in the stands cheered wildly. The legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon cult is as amazing as they say. Tam Thap turned to leave, saying, "The plan has failed. I request the sect master to make his move." He then turned back and snorted coldly. "So what if you could answer the question? When we force the abdication later, your heavenly demon cult will lose all face." From the stands, Lang Gao clasped his hands and said, "Lang Gao of the Ling Su sect requests the patriarch's guidance." Lang Gao leaped down onto the stage. "The Tao I wish to discuss is the way of the sword." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Here comes the main event. Lang Gao is the strongest of the three great geniuses, and his forte is the way of the sword. Can the patriarch handle him? Nin Tien said, "Bring it on." He thought to himself, "Perfect. This is a good chance to test the sword intent technique the system gave me earlier." Lang Gao said, "The Qing Su Shadow sword in my hand is a treasure artifact." Lang Gao swung his sword, sending a beam of light shooting toward Nin Tien. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, to think he has a treasure artifact, one of the most powerful types of artifacts in the heavenly spirit domain. The Ling Su sect must truly hold him in high regard to bestow such a fine weapon upon him." Just how powerful is a treasure artifact? Someone explained, weapons in the heavenly spirit domain are generally divided into 5 grades: Dharma artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, immortal artifacts, and finally, divine artifacts. It is said that there are even higher grades above divine artifacts, but no one has ever seen them. Hearing this, Nin Tien understood. So that's how it is. It's just a weapon, which ultimately only serves a supporting role. The key lies with the user. Lang Gao pointed his sword at Nin Tien and said, "Patriarch, why do you not draw your sword? Without a sword, how can we possibly debate the way of the sword?" Nin Tien replied, "I don't have a sword." The disciples in the stands enthusiastically said, "Patriarch, I have a sword." "Patriarch, use mine. My sword is excellent. It's a spirit-grade weapon." As they spoke, they drew their swords, offering them with utmost sincerity. Nin Tien didn't take any of them, simply saying, "Although I don't have a physical sword, I have another kind of sword." A sword condensed from sword intent materialized in Nin Tien's hand. Seeing this, Lang Gao was astonished, sword intent taking form. Has his sword intent truly reached such a pinnacle of perfection? Nin Tien gathered power in his hand, his expression confident, sword intent become a dragon. Nin Tien made his move. The sword intent transformed into a ferocious azure dragon, roaring as it charged forward. Lang Gao's brows furrowed, his expression grave. The crowd in the stands buzzed with discussion. Such a sharp sword intent. It's like an azure dragon tearing through the sky. Invincible, unstoppable. Wherever the sword intent passed, the ground was ripped apart. Nintien waved his hand and said with a smile, "My apologies, I got a bit carried away. Although I've comprehended sword intent, I still need more practice to master it." Drenched in sweat, Lang Gao looked at the man before him and thought to himself, "My level of comprehension of sword intent is simply not in the same league as the patriarchs. Truly, there is always a higher mountain and always a stronger person." Lang Gao bowed his head and said, "Patriarch, I willingly concede defeat. In this Tao discussion, I have lost." The disciples of the heavenly demon sect in the stands cheered with joy. "We won." I knew it. The patriarch was bound to win. He's defeated the strongest genius of the demonic path. The patriarch is truly amazing. Nintien watched Lang Gao's departing figure and thought to himself, "I just wanted to find someone to spar with, to test the power of this sword intent." Someone in the stands looked towards the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool and asked, "Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, are you still going to proceed?" The Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool stood up, her beautiful face slightly flushed, and said, "Patriarch, this humble one did not come for a Tao discussion. I came here because..." Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted, enveloping Nintien. Nintien's expression darkened, filled with shock and uncertainty. "This is bad. My spiritual energy is being suppressed. I can't move. Damn it." Nintien struggled to break free. He is a powerhouse of the divine emperor realm. It's not Luo Wuqing. Who is it? At this moment, a flash of purple light appeared in Luo Wuqing's hand. The purple energy surrounding Nin Tian finally dissipated. The people in the stands said in astonishment, "That aura has vanished. Her Majesty the Empress is as powerful as ever." "Thank goodness Her Majesty the Empress intervened." Luo Wuqing spoke coldly. "Shadow Demon Elder, since you're already here, why must you sneak around like a rat?" A huge spatial vortex appeared, and an old man stepped out of it, his tone laced with amusement. The Shadow Demon Elder appeared and said to Luo Wuqing, "Luo Wuqing, our 5 great sects have long been dissatisfied with your heavenly demon sect monopolizing the top position of the demonic path. If you know what's good for you, hand over this position." As he finished speaking, the other members of the 5 great sects appeared one after another. First was the Valley Master of the Poisonous Snake Valley, Shidu Tai. Next was the Elder of the Evil Soul Sect, Pumia. The third was the Sect Master of the Yin Yang Sect, Wei Yin Yang. The fourth was Madame Sand Scorpion of the Poisonous Scorpion Gate. And finally, the Sect Master of the Shadow Demon Sect, the Shadow Demon Elder himself. The elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect cried out in alarm. 5 experts of the God Emperor realm have gathered at our Heavenly Demon Sect at the same time, intending to force an abdication. Nintien looked at the 5 newcomers and thought to himself, "These 5 are all experts of the God Emperor realm, here to force the Empress to abdicate. My wife, can she be their match?" The system's notification sound rang out. "Host, there is no need to worry. You have greatly underestimated your wife's strength." The system suggests the host just relax and enjoy the show. Nintien thought to himself, "At worst, I'll just use another skill card to lend my wife a hand." Lac Vo Tin, seated high on her throne, unleashed her aura and spoke. "Humph, with just the likes of you, you dare to covet the leadership of the demonic path?" The disciples in the stands were all astonished. Her Majesty the Empress doesn't seem to regard them at all. Could it be that Her Majesty's cultivation has far surpassed theirs? The Jade Pool Saintess, however, speculated with a calm expression. "It seems a great battle is unavoidable today." Nintien excitedly gave a thumbs up, his face full of pride. "As expected of my wifey, she's so cool." Madame Sayet, holding up a scorpion, said, "Lac Vo Tin, if you're going to be so arrogant, then don't blame us for making a move." Elder Han Diet, what are you waiting for? Bring out the sect-guarding treasure of your evil soul sect. Elder Han Diet then took out the magical artifact, the Soul Annihilation Diagram. The magical artifact revealed countless skeletons and an ominous aura. The Soul Annihilation Diagram is a low-grade immortal artifact, refined from 9,999 living people. Their souls are eternally imprisoned within it, never to be reincarnated. Although this old man cannot currently summon all 9,999 evil souls, 3,000 is more than enough to take you down. Everyone in the stands was terrified. The power of an immortal artifact is too immense. I've heard some immortal artifacts can even defeat higher-level enemies. That's right. Normally, When an immortal artifact appears, all the sects would fight to the death for it. Yet they've managed to produce 5 of them. Her Majesty the Empress is in real trouble this time. Hearing about the artifact's power, Nin Thien thought to himself, refined from 9,999 living people, this soul annihilation diagram is truly cruel. The system also displayed a notification. Host, please rest assured. Your soul annihilation art and tribulation spirit vein are specialized in countering soul bodies. 3,000 evil souls are a great supplement. Each soul body can strengthen your soul origin pearl. After hearing this, Nin Thien assessed, not bad. That soul annihilation diagram thing, I want it. Lac Vo Tin, sitting on her throne, said calmly, low-grade immortal artifacts. It seems they came well prepared. Elder Shadow Demon immediately retorted, of course, Lac Vo Tin. To deal with you, each of us has prepared an immortal-grade weapon. Let's see how you'll defend against this. Nin Thien shouted loudly, my dear wife, don't be afraid. These guys are just bluffing. How a weapon is used still depends on its master. Leave that old geezer Han Diet to me. Elder Han Diet, flying in midair, radiated killing intent towards Nin Thien. You rotten brat. Without Lac Vo Tin to protect you, a freeloader like you, I can crush you with a single finger. Lac Vo Tin flew into the sky, a brilliant red halo forming around her, its crimson light shining down upon her. Lac Vo Tin unleashed the pressure of a 7-star God Realm expert as she faced 4 3-star God Realm enemies. Worthless emperors, since when did you dare to challenge the authority of this empress? The 5 great demonic sect leaders were all a little surprised by the aura on Luo Yuzinimit. Elder Soul Destroyer said, peak of the divine emperor realm. Old Ghost, didn't you say Luo Yuzinimit had already reached the 9-star level? Elder Soul Destroyer, charge forward. So what? If we attack her with all our might, I don't believe she can withstand it. Old Man Shadow Demon shouted loudly. Elder Soul Destroyer, first use the 3,000 soul demons to hold back the others. Elder Soul Destroyer gave the order. 3,000 evil souls kill. The 5 great demonic sect leaders also attacked simultaneously. Luo Yuzinimit attacked, unleashing a brilliant light of immense power. The great elder of the heavenly demon sect hurriedly shouted, Elders of the heavenly demon sect, follow me to engage these 3,000 evil souls. As you command. Ning Tian appeared, his entire body exuding a powerful aura, a confident smile playing on his lips. What if there are 3,000 evil souls? When they meet me, they too will be reduced to dust. The people below discussed in horror. Those 3,000 evil souls, each one has a cultivation level comparable to the Great King realm. The Patriarch is only at the spirit-connecting realm, yet he can be so composed when facing these evil souls. A system notification appeared, which greatly astonished a group of old men. Reward, Formation Tribulation. Comprehending Snow Tribulation Formation at 10 times the speed. Comprehension successful. Ning Tian's eyes lit up, and he was extremely pleased. Perfect timing. Ning Tian placed his hand on the ground, and the light grew even more brilliant. Snow Tribulation Formation, activate. Not to be outdone, Elder Soul Destroyer shouted loudly. Soul Destruction Art, Trapping Formation. Ning Tian said with a smile, I have come to liberate you. You will also lend me a hand. That's not too much to ask, is it? The eyes of the people below were filled with admiration and astonishment, setting up a formation in an instant. Could it be that the Patriarch is also a formation grandmaster? The Patriarch is truly becoming more and more mysterious. The soul destruction diagram flew into Ning Tian's hand. Ning Tian said joyfully, got it. He looked up at Luo Yuzinimit, who was attacking the others, and raised the soul destruction diagram to show it off. Old man, thank you for your 3,000 evil souls. Elder Soul Destroyer, who was attacking with all his might, said in shock and anger, Shadow Demon, what in the world is that brat's background that he could refine my soul destruction diagram? Wei Yang, who was beside him, replied, he is definitely not a useless piece of trash. Old Man Shadow Demon, seething with rage, said furiously, that couple must be feigning weakness to prey on the strong. They've deceived us. Luo, Zinnamon attacked without any recoil, yet she was still chatting leisurely. The five of you, go and die. Old Man Shadow Demon roared. Be careful. Quickly channel the spiritual power of the heavenly wave palm. The five of them glowed brightly and flew up to dodge, but they were still too late and were sent flying by Luo Zinnamon's attack. Someone spat blood. Serpent Venom Tai shrieked. We've fallen into a trap. Now that husband and wife have joined forces. Old Man Shadow Demon wiped his face and said, we have no choice but to use our immortal artifacts. First, we kill Luo Zinnamon, then we deal with the other one. Wei Yang, who was not lightly injured, agreed. That's right. If we don't join forces, we will surely die. The other three also said in unison, let's risk it all. Luo Zinnamon was slightly stunned, her eyes fixed on them. Those people attacked. Shadow Ironhead, Gathering Ring, Black Shadow, Venomous Heavenly Scorpion. Old Man Shadow Demon roared. Elder Soul Destroyer, attack now. Elder Soul Annihilation attacks Nin Tian, saying, you brat, become a part of my soul annihilating diagram. You brat, become a part of my soul annihilating diagram. Luo Wuxing shouts worriedly. Nin Tian. A bright light flashes in Luo Wuxing's eyes as she says angrily, whoever dares to harm him, I, the Empress, will make sure your souls are scattered to the winds. Those people are sent flying, coughing incessantly. Luo Wuxing continuously unleashes the heavenly demon palm, sending them flying far away in extreme pain. Elder Soul Annihilation makes a move on Nin Tian. You brat, I will kill you today for sure. Luo Wuxing is filled with worry. Nin Tian. The other elders also shout in panic. Ancestral Master. The legendary Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Is he really going to die here today? Lang Gao watches and comments. These people from the Shadow Demon sect are really too arrogant. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden is equally astonished and reminds Lang Gao, don't be reckless. A battle between God Emperor Realm experts is not something we can interfere with. Nin Tian shouts, Old Man, empower me. A glint flashes in Nin Tian's eyes as he commands, System, activate the Great Emperor skill card for me. The system interface appears. Great Emperor's one-strike skill card activated. Nin Tian's power source. Elder Soul Annihilation's face fills with terror, the aura of a Great Emperor. This brat is a Great Emperor powerhouse. Nin Tian's eyes are ferocious. Old man, you're the one who deserves to die. His power surges uncontrollably. Nin Tian points at Elder Soul Annihilation, and a terrifying beam of light shoots out, engulfing the entire arena. Lang Gao is utterly astonished. A God Emperor Realm expert turned to ash in a single blow. Nin Tian's expression is calm, yet filled with a domineering majesty. Luo Wuxing walks over, looking at Nin Tian and thinking to herself, husband, Nin Tian is clearly only in the spirit connection realm. So how does he have the aura of a great emperor? Nin Tian suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, falling into Luo Wuxing's arms. Luo Wuxing is filled with anxiety. Nin Tian, husband, are you all right? Nin Tian collapses, his body completely drained of strength, but his mind wanders. My wife's arms. She really does care about me after all. The elders rush over, asking anxiously, Ancestral Master, how is the Ancestral Master? The great elder is drenched in sweat, extremely worried. Luo Wuxing reassures them. He's fine. My husband just fainted from exhaustion. Her gaze turns cold as she adds, now, it's time to settle the score with the rest of them. The remaining four are terrified out of their wits and hastily try to flee. Quick, run. Luo Wuxing says, try to escape from my grasp. It's not that simple. Luo Wuxing draws a bow and fires at the fleeing enemies. Each arrow hits its target. One by one, they are struck, spitting blood and screaming in agony. The Shadow Demon Elder clutches his chest, saying with difficulty, Luo Wuxing, you are truly ruthless. A red mystic escape portal appears. Luo Wuxing says to the Great Elder, now that the God Emperor Realm experts of the four sects are gone, finish the rest of them. Inside the Righteous Path Alliance. What? The four great sects were all annihilated? Elder Jianmi reports, the Shadow Demon Sect, the second-ranked demonic sect, brought 4 Emperor Realm experts to force the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Cult to abdicate. Unexpectedly, only the old Shadow Demon escaped with severe injuries, while the Empress's useless husband managed to summon the might of a great emperor, annihilating Elder Han Mia in a single move. Upon hearing this, Great Emperor Zheng Tian said, Luo Wadding's strength was already formidable. How could an empress at the peak of the divine emperor realm be so easily provoked? As for her useless husband, Luo Wadding probably just taught him some life-saving trick. Elder Jianmi replied, Even so, the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Cult and its legendary patriarch has now spread throughout the Tianli domain. Great Emperor Zheng Tian spoke up, No matter. We'll wait for the archer from the void god Heavenly Palace to emerge from his seclusion. He and I have both reached the peak of the divine emperor realm. How can a mere Luo Wadding possibly be a match for the two of us? Before that, send word to our subordinates to dispatch more villains. Wadding reached out to undress Ning Tian, and no matter how long it takes, I will help you wake up. Ning Tian rejoiced inwardly. His wife was a classic case of a tough exterior hiding a soft heart. I'll hide it from her for now, he thought, and give her a surprise when she gets closer. Wadding removed her clothes and stepped forward. Ning Tian watched, mesmerized without blinking. He marveled to himself. This was the first time he had seen his wife's body so clearly. The last time had been too overwhelming, leaving no distinct impression. Wadding said that her sacred sun physique could enhance the healing properties of the sacred pool's water, helping wounds recover faster. It's just that the energy generated during healing would cause one's blood and chi to surge, which is why they had to remove their clothes. It's a good thing you're unconscious. Wadding sensed something strange. Why is this guy's heart beating so fast? Could his injuries have worsened? Wadding placed her hand on Ning Tian's forehead to check. Ning Tian's face flushed, and 2 streams of red liquid trickled from his nose. Wadding was puzzled. Can unconscious people get nosebleeds? Realization dawned on her. She quickly covered her body with her hands and shouted, You've been awake this whole time, haven't you? Ning Tian opened his eyes to look at Wadding, his nose still bleeding profusely. Wifey, did you sleep well last night? Wadding replied, Of course. Without you here, I slept wonderfully. Ning Tian's eyes widened as he said in a daze, Wifey, you're so beautiful. Wadding blushed and scolded, Sweet talker. Now that you're awake, get dressed. Follow me. Wadding turned and left. Ning Tian sat up, wiped his nosebleed with his hand, and said cheerfully, Is my wifey getting shy? I never expected to see such an adorable side of her. Following behind her, Ning Tian asked, Wifey, where are we going? A voice interrupted them. We pay our respects to the patriarch. Congratulations on your recovery and return to magnify the divine might of our heavenly demon cult. Ning Tian's face was full of surprise. As before him were the disciples of the heavenly demon cult, bowing in respect to him. The system announced, due to the host's astonishing performance on the Dao discussion platform a few days ago, the level of worship and faith has increased. Faith power can now be accumulated. Once the faith power bar is full, it can be used as an attack move. Absorbing faith power +1. Absorbing faith power +1. Absorbing faith power +2. Current faith power reserve 30100. Nintien said with satisfaction, Not bad at all. It not only replenishes spiritual energy, but can also accumulate the power of faith and convert it into attack moves. The great elder joyfully patted Nin Tian's shoulder. Patriarch, you're finally awake. Everyone was very worried about you. The elders behind him were just as delighted. Excellent, excellent. A god emperor realm expert, known as a quasi-emperor, was finished off by the patriarch in a single blow. Patriarch, you are truly formidable. Votin took out several treasures. The great elder said in astonishment, Female great emperor, aren't these the immortal artifacts seized from the 4 sects? Immortal artifacts are appearing one after another. The coiling dragon spear, a low-grade immortal artifact. Its strikes are like a dragon, with a majestic aura. The ink turtle armor, a low-grade immortal artifact, as black as ink, sturdy and difficult to break. The Qishao sword, a mid-grade immortal artifact, its entire body glowing fiery red like a blazing flame. Votin looked at Nin Tian. Nin Tian's contribution to the destruction of the 4 sects this time was not small. The Heavenly Demon Sect has never treated its meritorious disciples unfairly. Choose one of these 3 immortal artifacts. Nin Tian looked at these immortal artifacts and thought to himself, with my current strength, I can't use 3 immortal artifacts at the same time. The Qi Shao sword is a mid-grade immortal artifact, and it can be paired with the sword techniques I just learned. Nin Tian reached out and took the Qi Shao sword. Then I'll choose the Qi Shao. Nin Tian caressed the Qi Shao, feeling it, such dense spiritual energy. It truly is worthy of being an immortal artifact, truly extraordinary. Nin Tian's finger bled, and he used that blood to touch the Qi Shao, forming a contract with blood. The Qi Shao accepted its master. The others felt that surge of power and exclaimed, as expected of the patriarch, "This blazing flame, its aura is truly terrifying." Nin Tian opened his eyes and looked at the Qi Shao, and a burst of flame erupted. The others were astonished. This move is too powerful. I didn't expect the patriarch's level of swordsmanship to be so high. Holding the Qi Shao, Nin Tian felt something strange. The spiritual energy suddenly weakened. It was like an ordinary spiritual artifact. Vote 10 explained, the Qi Shao has a special characteristic. It is intrinsically linked to its master's strength, so its grade changes accordingly. Nin Tian asked, the master's strength determines the Qi Shao's grade? Vote 10 replied, exactly. The stronger you are, the stronger the Qi Shao becomes. The weaker you are, the weaker it will also be. It all depends on your strength. Nin Tian smiled and said thanks. Thank you, my wife. Nin Tian thought to himself, as long as I continuously improve my strength, it will have no limits. The Qi Shao can definitely become an immortal artifact, even stronger than ordinary ones. Votin looked at Nin Tian and said, Nin Tian, there's something I want to ask you. Nin Tian grunted in acknowledgement. How did you manage to execute that great emperor-level technique that day? I know that even with a heavenly god physique, it's not enough to summon the phantom of a great emperor. Nin Tian thought to himself, there are even stronger experts above the god emperor realm. The heavenly spirit domain is merely a place in the third heaven, which is below the ninth heaven. Although I can trust Lac Vo Tin now, a secret involving the system is safer the fewer people know about it. Nin Tian lowered his eyes, his expression darkening slightly as he said, I don't want to lie to you. It's just that right now I still can't. Wuching sighed softly and replied sympathetically, fine. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. In short, you must absolutely not reveal the treasure you carry so casually. Remember, there is always someone better on a sky beyond the sky. Ning Tian smiled and said, thank you for understanding, my wife. Rest assured, I will tell you when I get the chance in the future. It's just how long in the future will be, I don't know either. Someone came to report, Your Majesty the Empress, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi requests an audience. Wuching gave the order, invite the Holy Maiden to the Grand Hall to wait for me. I will be there shortly. In the Grand Hall, a majestic and noble Wuching sat on the throne. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi bowed and said, Your Majesty the Empress, I have come on the order of the Queen Mother of the West to borrow the heavenly mirror from your esteemed sect. Wuching asked, the heavenly mirror is the sect-guarding treasure of our heavenly demon sect. Why does the Holy Maiden wish to borrow it? The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi hurriedly said, Please do not be alarmed, Your Majesty. This matter concerns the secrets of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Please forgive me for not being able to elaborate. However, the Queen Mother of the West has ordered that if your esteemed sect agrees to lend the heavenly mirror, Yaoqi is willing to offer a Yaoqi immortal pill. Wuching said, a Yaoqi immortal pill. To think that the Yaoqi Holy Land is willing to part with even an immortal pill just to borrow the heavenly mirror. In the Yaoqi Holy Land, there is a unique lotus immortal dew. Its lotus seed takes 15 years to form, is rich in spiritual energy, and can even allow a peak divine emperor realm expert to take a half step into the holy realm. That is why it is known as the Yaoqi immortal pill. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi below asked cautiously, I wonder if Your Majesty agrees? If I can obtain the Yaoqi immortal pill, I can successfully break through to the next realm and will have a better chance of resisting the encirclement of the righteous path. Wuching looked at her and said, I can lend the heavenly mirror to Yaoqi, but you must agree to one condition of mine. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi asked, What condition? At this moment, night fell. In Ning Tian and Wuching's room, Ning Tian pointed at himself in astonishment. You want me to escort the heavenly mirror to the Yaoqi Holy Land? The Yaoqi Immortal Pill can increase my chances of a breakthrough. Wu Qing, sitting opposite him, replied, No matter how slim the hope, I want to give it a try. Besides, I know you have been constantly striving to improve yourself, and I will not pass up any opportunity that can help you. Yaoqi has a sacred ground that can strengthen one's physique. After you escort the heavenly mirror to the Yaoqi Holy Land, go and speak with the Queen Mother of the West. She will agree. Ning Tan rested his chin on his hand and thought, That's right this time, if it weren't for Luo Wuqing, even if I hadn't died at the hands of that old man Han Mie, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of others. Only by strengthening my physique will I not be so easily exhausted when using high-level object control techniques in the future. Ning Tian looked at Wuqing before him and said softly, Thank you for being so thoughtful on my behalf. Ning Tian rested his chin on his hand, a teasing look in his eyes. By the way, my dear wife, I heard the Yaoqi Holy Land is full of female disciples. Aren't you afraid? Before Ning Tian could finish, Wuqing quickly cut him off, not afraid. If he dares to misbehave, just cut it off. Ning Tian said with a laugh that aren't you afraid of me being far away, leaving you all alone at home? Wuqing retorted stubbornly, Of course not. You're the one I should be worried about. Are you planning to go to Moonlight Cliff to continue your training? Or are you coming to bed? Ning Tian's eyes were full of anticipation, finding it hard to believe. Ning Tian pushed Wuqing down onto the bed and replied, Of course, I'm coming to bed. The two of them moved close, able to feel each other's breath. Vo Tin raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Vo Tin shyly looked away, saying, You can't do intimate things with me. I'm not ready yet. All right, but we could just hold each other and sleep, right? Nin Tian held Vo Tin as they fell asleep. At the Heavenly Demon Hall, several elders were summarizing. The patriarch did not go to Moonlight Cliff last night. He must have been diligently cultivating somewhere else. Such dedication. He is truly a role model for our heavenly demon sect. Nin Tian replied, Not at all. Not at all. You all praise me too much. I still need to work harder. Vo Tin commanded, Great Elder, bring out the heavenly light mirror. The Great Elder crossed his arms and replied. A pouch appeared in the Great Elder's hand, and from the pouch, a mirror emerged. This is the guardian treasure of our heavenly demon sect, the heavenly light mirror. Before this mirror, nothing can remain hidden. Vo Tin looked at Nin Tian and called out, Give me your hand. Vo Tin drew on Nin Tian's hand, saying, I am drawing a formation array on your palm. You can use this array to control the heavenly light mirror. The heavenly light mirror possesses the power of a great emperor, so others cannot steal it. You can rest assured on this point. Nin Tian replied, I know. Nin Tian clenched his fist, retrieving the heavenly light mirror. Vo Tin continued, Now, go to Yaoqi with the Yaoqi Holy Maiden. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden called out, Heavenly Horse Carriage. A white horse and the carriage behind it appeared. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden gestured an invitation. Patriarch Nin Tian, Please. Nin Tian imagined himself and the Yaoqi Holy Maiden in the space of this carriage, thinking to himself, Isn't this space a little cramped? Still retaining some soberness, Nin Tian gestured and said, Thank you for the Holy Maiden's kind offer. It's better if I don't get into the treasured carriage. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden thought to herself, Countless young talents have proposed to ride with me in the heavenly horse treasure carriage, yet he actually refused. Vo Tin waved her hand and called out, Spirit Feather Sparrow. Nin Tian shielded his eyes as the light was too dazzling. A large bird covered entirely in pure white feathers appeared. This is a Spirit Feather Sparrow, a 6th-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a Saint Emperor Realm cultivator. It will carry you to Yaoqi. The Spirit Feather Sparrow looked at Nin Tian before it and chirped. Nin Tian reached out to stroke the Spirit Feather Sparrow's head, saying, So it's a 6th-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a Saint Emperor Realm expert. Nin Tian climbed onto the Spirit Feather Sparrow's back, calling out, Wifey, I'll be back soon. Vo Tin reminded him, Be careful. Nin Tian stroked the Spirit Feather Sparrow's feathers, saying, Spirit Feather Sparrow, to the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Spirit Feather Sparrow and the Heavenly Horse Treasure Carriage flew together towards the Yaoqi Holy Land. Nin Tian flew through the air, his hair fluttering in the wind, his heart filled with soaring heroic spirit. This was the first time he had left the Heavenly Demon Sect since arriving in this world. It is said that the Heavenly Profound World has 3 heavens and 9 spirit domains. and the heavenly spirit domain is located in the second heaven. Since ancient times, the world has been divided into two factions, the demonic path and the righteous path. But the Yaoqi Holy Land has always maintained a neutral stance, and neither the righteous nor the demonic path gives them trouble. Nin Tian sat on the back of the spirit feather sparrow, arms crossed, thinking to himself, if the Jade Pond Sacred Land is truly a place that can enhance one's physique, I'm surely not the only one who wants to go. I might run into some rivals then. From within the Heavenly Horse Treasure Sedan, the Jade Pond Saintess said to Nin Tian, Patriarch Nin Tian, the Heavenly Spirit Domain is vast, and the Jade Pond Sacred Land is located in the far west. I'm afraid this journey will take a full day and night. Nin Tian, outside, replied, Thank you for the reminder, Saintess. Nin Tian thought to himself, such a long journey. I can't waste this time. I must seize the opportunity to cultivate. An aura materialized in Nin Tian's hand, startling the Jade Pond Saintess. At such a high altitude, how could there be such dense spiritual energy? The Jade Pond Saintess reached out and lifted the sedan's curtain. The Jade Pond Saintess said in astonishment, Nin Tian, isn't he a cultivator of the spirit connection realm? Why does he have such abundant spiritual power? System prompt. You have astonished the Jade Pond Saintess. Reward. 3,000 joy points. Great Tao proficiency. Nin Tian kept his eyes closed and continued to cultivate, paying no mind. No matter how surprised others were, it had nothing to do with him. Continuous cultivation was what mattered most. As dusk approached, the sun gradually set in the west. Against a sky tinged with faint red, a bird in a horse-drawn sedan flew onward into the night sky. Power emanated from Nin Tian's body. Nin Tian was focused on his cultivation. The system continuously prompted the host about his breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 3-star spirit connection realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 4-star spirit connection realm. Nin Tian opened his eyes and let out a breath, saying, The energy I've accumulated for days has finally allowed me to break through 2 minor realms at once. At the Jade Pond Sacred Land, 4 Jiao Sparrow maidens came forward and said, By order of the Queen Mother of the West, we have come to escort Saint Sun Su Xing to the immortal spirit spring to cultivate his physical body. Su Xing clasped his hands and said, I'll have to trouble you, Jiao Sparrow fairies. A fierce gust of wind suddenly appeared in the sky. Su Xing said in surprise, What's with this wind? Nin Tian and the Jade Pond Saintess appeared in midair. The two flew down to the ground, and the Jade Pond Saintess announced, Patriarch Nin Tian has arrived at the Jade Pond Sacred Land. Nin Tian looked around and praised, It is truly beautiful. To describe it as a paradise is no exaggeration. One of the Jiao Sparrow maidens looked over and asked, Saintess, this is? The Jade Pond Saintess introduced him. This is Patriarch Nin Tian of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The other Jiao Sparrow maidens were endlessly astonished. Is this the much-rumored patriarch from the legends? The Jiao Sparrow maidens couldn't stop gushing. I never expected the patriarch to be so young and handsome. That's right, the patriarch is too handsome. I feel like I can't breathe. The Jade Pond Saintess rested her chin on her hand, looking at Nin Tian teasingly. I didn't expect the patriarch's charm to be so astonishing. Nin Tian said politely, It's nothing special. He thought to himself, It's not yet at the soul-stealing level where everyone falls for me. Su Xing was extremely annoyed. Damn it, just a moment ago the Jiao Sparrow maidens were looking at me differently, and the next second they're praising someone else for being young and handsome. Su Xing thought to himself, I can't believe this renowned patriarch, who had a grand wedding with the Empress, is only at the spirit connection realm. The Empress must feel her husband is too weak, so she sent him to soak in the immortal spirit spring to avoid losing face later on. Su Xing began, I am Su Xing, the holy son of the heavenly sky, holy land, paying my respects to the patriarch. Patriarch, with a single word back then, you shattered the Tao heart of our heavenly sky, holy land's previous holy son, becoming renowned throughout the heavenly spirit domain. Su Xing sneered inwardly. I am not that useless holy son from before. As long as you accept, I will definitely have a match with you. However, Ning Tian said indifferently, I have no impression. There were too many divine sons and holy sons that day. Hearing this, Su Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. No, no impression at all. Su Xing cursed angrily in his heart. My heavenly sky, holy land, lost all face because of you, and you dare say you don't remember? You utterly disrespect my heavenly sky, holy land. The Jade Pond Holy Maiden spoke. Patriarch Ning Tian, please follow me. I will take you to see the Queen Mother of the West. I'll have to trouble you then, Holy Maiden. Ning Tian thought to himself, I wonder what kind of person this far-renowned Queen Mother of the West is. The two entered together, and the Jade Pond Holy Maiden introduced. Patriarch, this is the Jade Pond Palace. Ning Tian replied. Ning Tian sized up his surroundings, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the Jade Pond Palace to have such a scene inside. He saw a group of Jiak women diligently practicing musical instruments, including drums and zither. The Queen Mother of the West appeared and asked, I wonder what the Patriarch thinks of this Jade Pond Palace of mine. Greetings, Queen Mother of the West. Ning Tian looked at the person before him. She could tear through the void, which meant she was also a great emperor expert. Ning Tian cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Queen Mother of the West. Ning Tian looked at the Queen Mother of the West and thought, I thought the Queen Mother of the West would be an old woman, but I didn't expect her to be so young. The Queen Mother of the West removed her veil and said, At first, I thought the Empress had gone mad, but now it seems the Empress's husband is indeed not bad. Ning Tian was shocked internally. Damn it, what is this situation? Why is my heart beating so fast? It's not like I've fallen for her. The system prompted host Ning Tian. The Queen Mother of the West possesses the Fox Demon's bewitching physique, which is a natural enemy of the Divine Charm physique. Fully circulating the Divine Charm physique can resolve it. Ning Tian shouted in his heart, Fully circulate the Divine Charm physique. A light emanated from Ning Tian's body. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more comfortable inside. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian and thought, even heavenly venerate realm experts cannot completely resist it. He is only in the spirit connection realm. How could he break through my charming physique? Ning Tian's gaze grew stern as he asked, What is the meaning of this probing, Queen Mother of the West? I am here on behalf of the heavenly demon cult. Ning Tian silently added another sentence. I am also the husband of that woman, Luo Wuqing. The Queen Mother of the West smiled charmingly. It was just a little joke. I hope the legendary patriarch can forgive me. I was too forward. Ning Tian spoke, getting straight to the point. I wonder what you, Queen Mother of the West, intend to do by borrowing the heavenly light mirror from my heavenly demon cult. The Queen Mother of the West turned and walked away, saying, Patriarch, please follow me. The three of them arrived before a lake. In the distance, someone spoke up. What should we do? If this continues, the thing in the lake won't be able to hold on much longer. The Queen Mother has already sent someone to borrow the heavenly light mirror. We don't know when they will return. The Queen Mother of the West looked towards them and announced, Everyone, this is Patriarch Ning Tian of the Heavenly Demon Cult. This time, he is representing his esteemed cult to bring us the heavenly light mirror. Ning Tian looked at the lake before him and frowned. This lake, why is it so pitch black? It looks very strange. The Queen Mother of the West explained, Patriarch, you need not worry about this. Our disciples accidentally contaminated the water source here during their cultivation. We have no way to purify it, so we can only borrow the heavenly clear mirror from your esteemed sect for a moment. Ning Tian asked in return, Is there a stain that even the Queen Mother of the West cannot handle? The Queen Mother of the West smiled. Although this palace is a divine emperor realm expert, I am not proficient in this particular area. Looking at the pitch black pond before him, Ning Tian thought to himself, This Queen Mother of the West and her elders are definitely hiding something from me. But the affairs of their sacred land have nothing to do with me. I just need to complete the mission, go to their sacred land to strengthen my physique and obtain the immortal pill. Ning Tian took out the heavenly clear mirror and said, Queen Mother of the West, I just need to shine this heavenly clear mirror on this immortal pond, correct? The Queen Mother of the West nodded. That is correct. But the heavenly clear mirror is an immortal artifact. The Patriarch is only at the spirit connection realm. Can you truly unleash its full power? Ning Tian leaped up, laughing loudly. Everyone, you underestimate both me and my wife. My wife has inscribed a formation array on my body, which proves that I can use this heavenly clear mirror. A flash of astonishment appeared in the Queen Mother of the West's eyes, as expected of the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon sect. To possess a spirit sea while only at the spirit connection realm. The people behind her also chimed in. Not only does he possess a spirit sea, but he also carries 99 Thunder Tribulation spirit veins. Such innate talent. His future is promising. You have astonished the Queen Mother of the West of the Jade Pond and the Elders. Received a blessing card, strengthened physique and knowledge card. Ning Tian, sword up, shining the heavenly clear mirror down onto the water surface. Ning Tian looked at the pond and thought to himself, the black chi surging from the pond must be the secret the Queen Mother of the West is hiding. This black chi is still resisting. Ning Tian shouted softly, clear mirror, shine down and wash away this filth. In an instant, the pond's water was restored to its clear state. Ning Tian shouted softly, heavenly clear mirror, retract. Ning Tian's face turned pale. He thought to himself that this was bad. He was exhausted. The Jade Pond Holy Maiden rushed forward to support Ning Tian. Patriarch, be careful. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian and instructed, Yao Yao. The Patriarch is exhausted. Take him to rest first. This palace will come to thank the Patriarch later. The Jade Pond Holy Maiden accepted the order. Yes. The Queen Mother of the West then instructed the others, heed my words. From now on, without my permission, no one is to approach the immortal pond, understand? With the matter settled, everyone flew away. Somewhere in the Jade Pond, Ning Tian sat cross-legged, cultivating to restore his body. And no wonder that woman, Luo Wuqing, didn't give me all 3 immortal artifacts at once. Just fully activating this heavenly clear mirror drained all of my spirit energy. Ning Tian let out a sigh of relief as the color returned to his face. Thankfully, I have the Heavenly God Manual. The recovery is quite fast. The Jade Pond Holy Maiden walked in and asked doubtfully, Patriarch, wasn't your spirit energy completely depleted? Getting up now might be. Ning Tian clapped his hands and said, it's fine. I'm almost fully recovered. The Jade Pond Holy Maiden was stunned. So fast. She thought to herself, I clearly saw him drain his entire spirit sea just now, like a lamp running out of oil. Ding. You have astonished the Jade Pond Holy Maiden. Spirit energy cultivation plus 300. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West entered. Yao Yao, you can't just casually say a man is fast, you know. The Jade Pond Holy Maiden clutched her chest, bowed her head, and said, Greetings, Queen Mother of the West. The Jade Pond Holy Maiden looked at her Queen Mother of the West with a puzzled expression. The Queen Mother of the West suddenly approached Ning Tian, reached out to stroke his face, and said charmingly, Little fellow, your physique is not bad. To show my gratitude, how about staying in my Jade Pond Holy Land for a few days? The martial arts and medicinal pills of my Jade Pond Holy Land will be yours for the taking. What do you say? Ning Tian blushed with some embarrassment, faked a few coughs, and said, There's no need. Thank you for the Queen Mother's kind offer. He thought to himself, the Jade Pond Holy Land is full of women. If Luo Wadding finds out, I won't be able to handle it. He then said, Queen Mother of the West, before I left, my wife recommended a good place for me to strengthen my physique. She said that you, Queen Mother, would not refuse. She replied, So, the ancestral master wishes to go to the immortal spirit spring. She moved closer to him and continued, The Jade Pond has always known how to repay its debts. The Jade Pond Immortal Pill will take about 2 more months to fully form, at which time I will personally deliver it to the Heavenly Demon Cult. As for the Immortal Spirit Spring, I indeed will not refuse, as long as the Ancestral Master answers one question for me. Ning Tian asked, What question? The Queen Mother of the West gently caressed his face with her hand, her expression extremely provocative, and said, Between me and Luo Wadding, who is more beautiful? Ning Tian answered without hesitation, Is there even a need to think about it? The Queen Mother of the West is peerlessly magnificent, naturally number 1. But my wife, of course, is the sweetest. After hearing this, she seemed a little annoyed, threw him out, and said, All right, I know. I'll take you to the Immortal Spirit Spring now. Ning Tian asked blankly, Wait, why so sudden? I'm not even ready yet. Her handmaiden asked, Queen Mother of the West, this is... She replied, Don't worry, he's not hurt. I'm just sending Luo Wadding's treasure to the Immortal Spirit Spring in a different way. By the shore of the Immortal Spirit Spring, Jiao Ke was leading the disciple Su Xing to a rushing waterfall. Su Xing said, I've long heard that the water of the Immortal Spirit Spring contains incredibly dense spiritual energy, which can achieve the effect of cleansing the marrow, refining the meridians and strengthening the body. Jiao Ke replied, that's right. But the Holy Sun only knows one part of the story. The spiritual energy of the immortal spirit spring is contained within the spirit immortal waterfall. Once it falls, it turns into ordinary water. Therefore, the disciples of the Jade Pond, Holy Land, all cultivate under the waterfall. Su Xing tilted his head to look and said, this spirit immortal waterfall is completely natural. At such a height, the impact force it creates must be. She replied, exactly. If you stay under the waterfall for too long, you could be swept away by the spirit spring. Elder Qing Lin suddenly appeared, her voice raised, immortal spirit spring, men are forbidden. Jiao Ke bowed and reporting to Elder Qing Lin, this is disciple Su Xing from the heavenly sky Holy Land. He has come to the immortal spirit spring to cultivate, with the Holy Master's permission. Su Xing was also stunned, hurriedly bowed, and said, this senior is a heavenly venerable realm expert. Qing Lin replied, since you have the Holy Master's permission, then you may enter. Jiao Ke said, thank you, Elder Qing Lin. The two of them then quietly walked into the waterfall. Seeing the scene before him, Su Xing's spirits immediately lifted. His cheeks flushed, and he grinned slyly, thinking to himself, so the female disciples of the Jade Pond Holy Land all cultivate at the immortal spirit spring? Hee, my beauties, your mighty holy son, Su Xing, has arrived. Under the enormous waterfall, numerous women were playing joyfully, all of them completely unclothed, frolicking to their heart's content. The sound of their cheerful laughter was endless. Su Xing drooled, his nose on the verge of bleeding. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, so bountifully rolling. When the ladies saw him, they all screamed in horror. Ah, a pervert! Get lost! You peeping Tom, you pervert, quick, hit him! Su Xing was hit by a few stones, which brought him back to his senses. He hurriedly explained, senior sisters, please calm down. I'm not a peeping Tom. I was just admiring the immortal spirit waterfall. Yaoshi had no choice but to step forward to mediate. Wait, everyone, please stop. Holy Son Su Xing was given permission by the Queen Mother of the West to cultivate at the immortal spirit spring. Hearing this, the young ladies had to stop. If the Queen Mother of the West has agreed, then let's just drop it. But why did he have such a wicked look in his eyes? He looks refined and gentle, but he's actually a pervert. Hearing these gossips, Su Xing felt extremely aggrieved. He covered his face with his hands, thinking to himself, I am the dignified holy son of the heavenly sky, so what if I glance at you a few times? Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. It was Ning Tian. He dived headfirst like a bird, shouting loudly, Get out of the way! Ning Tian fell into the large pool with a splash, causing quite a stir among those nearby. The young ladies were all stunned, looking at each other. Who is this now? He emerged from the water and said with annoyance, How strange. Why do all women act like this? The moment Su Xing saw him, he sobered up, thinking to himself, Ning Tian, I was given permission by the Queen Mother of the West to come here. The heavenly demon sect is about to become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly spirit world. With this thought, he immediately taunted the dignified legendary grandmaster of the heavenly demon sect, falling from the sky just to peep on the women of Jiaoji. Contrary to his expectations, the young ladies looked at Ning Tian shyly, exclaiming in amazement, So handsome! Isn't this the legendary grandmaster? One by one, they approached him. Some straightened his clothes, while others took the chance to touch his handsome chest. Everyone said cheerfully, Grandmaster, have you also come to the immortal spirit spring to bathe? Grandmaster, let me scrub your back for you, Grandmaster. Ning Tian responded happily, though a bit shyly. Suddenly, Qing Lin appeared. She declared in a resonant voice, Trespassers of the immortal spirit spring shall die. Yao, she hurriedly explained. Elder Qing Lin, please wait a moment. He is the legendary grandmaster of the heavenly demon sect, the one permitted by the holy master to enter the immortal spirit spring. Qing Lin asked in return, He is the legendary grandmaster of the heavenly demon sect? She bowed in apology. I was not aware of the Grandmaster's arrival. Qing Lin has offended you. My deepest apologies. Ning Tian put his outer robe back on and replied, It's all right. It's nothing. Su Xing, who had been standing on the sidelines, was now extremely displeased. He gritted his teeth and thought, On what grounds? I am, after all, the new holy son of the heavenly sky Holy Land, its future ruler. How can I be considered less than a guy from a menial background? Qing Lin pointed to the waterfall of the immortal spirit spirit spring and said, "Since you both have come to the immortal spirit spring to cultivate, then please enter the waterfall." The young ladies bathing in the pool gossiped curiously. "I wonder if the Grandmaster can break the record of our Jiaoji's immortal spirit waterfall. I remember the current record was set by the Holy Maiden, right? She lasted for a full hour and a half. With the Grandmaster's good looks, he can definitely do it. These girls, really? As if being handsome means you can do anything. Haha." Seeing this, Su Xing was driven mad with jealousy. He thought again, Grandmaster, how intimate. What's the use of being handsome? Being both handsome and powerful is what truly matters. He spoke up, "Since we're here to cultivate, why don't we compete to see who can endure longer?" He dared to issue the challenge because, in his eyes, whether a piddling spirit connection realm cultivator accepted his challenge or not, he was destined to lose face before me, the holy sun Su Xing. "Dao," she spoke up to remind the two, "this immortal spirit waterfall has the might of 10,000 armies. There's no need to compete like this." Ning Tian casually said to her, "Fine, a competition it is." The moment the words left his mouth, Su Xing rushed to the foot of the waterfall first. He sat down and thought, a bunch of short-sighted women. I'll show you what a real man is. An hour later, Su Xing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Ning Tian exclaimed, "Oh my, your clothes are all torn." "Wow!" The other women shrieked, covering their eyes in fear. He can't take it anymore. Su Xing was utterly flustered by his tattered clothes, his entire body exposed. He stammered, How could this be?" As he walked past Ning Tian, he didn't forget to sneer, "Don't get cocky. You're just in the spirit connection realm. You can't be that much stronger." Ning Tian smiled brightly and replied, "Is that so? Then let's see, as men, who can endure longer." Ning Tian walked towards the rushing waterfall. He assessed, truly worthy of being a natural spirit spring. The spiritual energy is incredibly dense, and the pressure is just as powerful. A powerful light suddenly emanated from his entire body, activating the heavenly god art. Ning Tian decisively flew under the waterfall and sat down gently. A surge of power enveloped and protected him, resisting the immense pressure of the waterfall. Seeing this, Su Xing sneered inwardly. "You little brat, let's see how you make a fool of yourself." Ning Tian was now fully focused. He calculated. At first, the water from the spirit spring felt like small stones hitting my body, neither painful nor itchy, but as time went on, it became like a great mountain pressing down on my head. He began to feel the effects of the waterfall's immense pressure, and Ning Tian's upper garment was washed away by the current. Seeing this, Su Xing gloated and sneered. "See, I knew it. This is his limit. He's done for. The women, however, thought completely differently. The girls, feigning shyness, said, "Grandmaster is so amazing. To think he could endure for an hour. Look quickly. Grandmaster's six-pack abs are so charming. I want to touch them so badly." Seeing this, Su Xing felt extremely annoyed. He felt an itch all over and blurted out, "What double standards you all have." The two women turned to look at him, frowning in contempt as they said, "Why are you spitting blood again? So weak. That must be it. It seems he really can't make it." Back to Ning Tian. He was still cultivating arduously under the immense pressure of the immortal spirit spring. The golden light grew stronger and stronger. He thought to himself, within this spiritual energy, there seems to be a hidden Tao charm, like the Tao of music. He opened his eyes and thought again, that's right. If there are 3,000 great Taos, then that means there are 3,000 spiritual meridians. If I could open a new type of spiritual meridian every moment, wouldn't I be invincible? Seeing that he was preparing to open a spiritual meridian, Daoshi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The pressure of this immortal spirit waterfall is so terrifying. It's difficult for ordinary people to just withstand it, yet he can actually open a new spiritual meridian. Upon hearing this, Tatin was utterly astonished. He shouted, "What did you say? Open the spirit meridian?" He fell backward, spitting out fresh blood again, which frightened Zhao Tuok into asking with urgent concern, "Holy Sun, why did you faint? Please wake up." Seeing this, the girl said contemptuously, "He's vomiting blood again. The Holy Sun should really take better care of his body." Suddenly, a mysterious power emerged from nowhere. Nin Tian thought to himself. The spiritual qi in the immortal spirit waterfall is so dense. Why did the spirit meridian suddenly shatter? The system prompted, Host, your spiritual foundation is not yet able to absorb the musical Tao spirit flower. Thus, the musical Tao spirit meridian that opened was extremely weak. The host can use self-performed music in coordination with the spiritual qi and the spring's music to open the musical Tao spirit meridian. He frowned and thought, self-performed music. The system just rewarded me with mastery of the musical Tao. Heaven is truly on my side. He said to those outside, Holy maiden, could you lend me a guqin? Upon hearing this, Dao Qi replied in confusion, yes, I'll bring it at once. She took out the guqin, wondering to herself, he's in the middle of cultivation. Why would he need a guqin? Nin Tian took the guqin and quickly plucked its strings. The moment his fingers touched the strings, the system's prompt sounded. The 3,000 great Daos are activating. The principles of the musical Tao. Nin Tian quickly began to play, and a melodious tune echoed. The girls were astonished as they listened, saying, This music is so melodious and pleasant. I never expected the Grandmaster's skill in the musical Tao to be so high. The melodious notes drifted to the ears of the Queen Mother of the West. She looked out the window and surmised, from the sound of it, that seems to be young Dao Qi's guqin. However, Dao Qi's understanding of the musical Tao is far from capable of playing such a soul-stirring piece. She quickly went to the waterfall and said, Everyone, follow me to the immortal spirit spring. Nin Tian assessed the situation. The musical Tao spirit meridian is a bit stronger now, but I feel like something is still missing. The Queen Mother of the West suddenly appeared before him, saying with interest, cultivating while submerged and playing music to open a spirit meridian. How interesting. Nin Tian looked towards the Queen Mother of the West. She spoke, Grandmaster brother, do you need your big sister's help? She approached Nin Tian, reached out, and gently caressed his chin, making him blush with embarrassment. He replied, Cultivation is a personal matter. I wouldn't dare trouble the Queen Mother of the West. She advised, Don't be so quick to refuse. Don't you feel that the musical Tao spirit meridian you've opened has yet to reach a state of perfection? She took out a flute and continued, Now, I will show you what you're missing. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to play the flute. Nin Tian was stunned. He thought to himself, What is happening? The spiritual qi in my body seems to be skyrocketing. He gritted his teeth, tried to endure this immense power. It was as if 10,000 fierce tigers were bursting forth from within his body. Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West thought to herself, I only intended to give him a small boost. I didn't expect him to actually succeed. Nin Tian smiled faintly and said, Not bad. I've condensed 20 musical Tao spirit meridians. The system prompted, You have astonished the Queen Mother of the West, receiving the skill movement technique, swift as lightning, allowing for 3 long-distance teleports. Nin Tian, having achieved his desired realm, happily clasped his hands and said, Many thanks, Queen Mother of the West. She replied, The musical Tao can only unleash its greatest power through mutual resonance and harmony. She stroked his chin again, saying, The deep guqin, the clear flute, they complement each other, just like us. Wouldn't you say so? Nin Tian shyly reminded her. Queen Mother of the West, please have some self-respect. I'm already a married man. She turned away coldly and replied, Boring. How boring. He sat behind her, sighing inwardly with relief. Seeing that she had left, he thought again. System, use the body strengthening card now. The system announced, Body strengthening card used successfully. 4 hours later, the young ladies watching Nin Tian cultivate were all getting a little bored. One said wearily, Condensing spirit veins consumes a lot of spiritual power, yet the patriarch shows no sign of stopping. It's been so long. Isn't he tired? He truly is a real man. How can the patriarch persist for so long? The system announced again. The body strengthening card is preparing to reform the spiritual energy in the host's sea of spirit. Please be prepared, host. Receiving the information, he was stunned and thought to himself, What? Reforming the spiritual energy in my sea of spirit? I'm doomed. Without spiritual energy, I can only rely on my physical strength to withstand the impact of this waterfall. As soon as the spiritual energy began to transform, Nin Tian immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Nin Tian endured in pain. Another mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. He thought to himself, It's only strengthening my body, not increasing my cultivation level. Was I really pushing myself too hard? Seeing his state, Dao Qi said worriedly, Queen Mother of the West, Patriarch Nintian doesn't look well. Should we go and save him? She said decisively. Cultivators walk a path that defies the heavens. Let's just wait and see. Nintian seemed to have reached his limit, on the verge of collapse. His face was flushed as he urgently asked in his mind, System, isn't the spiritual energy transformation done yet? I can't hold on much longer. The system announced, transformation complete. Host, please accept. In an instant, Nintian's state underwent a world-shaking change. His entire body was filled with power, as if he could defeat anyone. He felt an incredibly formidable power enveloping his whole body and said with satisfaction, I feel like every corner of my body is brimming with strength. The system spoke, Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You have reached the 5-star spirit connection realm. Feeling the surging power in his body, he said joyfully, a strong physique, open spirit veins, and now another breakthrough. This is truly a triple blessing. Seeing this, the young ladies were all extremely excited. They hugged each other and exclaimed, Ah, the patriarch is so amazing. Dao Qi also said happily, This is great. The patriarch has broken through. She shyly said to the Queen Mother of the West, Forgive my outburst, Dao Qi. Tin, who had been lying on the ground, also just woke up. He groggily scratched his head and said, How long was I passed out here? Where's Nintian? Is he about to be done for? A young lady turned her head and answered his question. The patriarch has already held on for 10 hours. Hearing this, Tin was as if struck by lightning. He fell backward and shouted, 10 hours? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're all lying to me. Damn it. So what if he's handsome? He's just a measly spirit connection realm cultivator. There's no way he could have lasted longer than me. He seemed to have lost his mind, running and jumping around like a madman. He ripped off the cloth wrapped around him. He shouted loudly, I'm the great awakened holy sun. I'm a #1 in the world. Ha. Yao, she said hesitantly. Queen Mother of the West, she said, the awakened holy sun's Tao heart has shattered. I'm afraid he's finished. Send someone to take him back to the heavenly sky holy land. Suddenly, a maiden let out a piercing scream. The maidens all covered their eyes, and one pointed at Ningtian, saying, Patriarch, the patriarch isn't wearing any clothes. He ducked under the water in embarrassment, stammering, I didn't do it on purpose. On the verge of tears, he called out to the system, How am I going to explain this to my wife? The Queen Mother of the West also blushed in embarrassment. She walked over to him and comforted him. Rest assured, Patriarch, we won't let word of this get out. She didn't forget to add a teasing remark. But then again, that Luo Wuching of yours is truly a lucky woman. Ning Tian was extremely awkward. He coughed twice. Let's just drop this matter. Don't bring it up again. Suddenly, a giant whirlpool appeared in the water, pulling him in. Stunned, Ning Tian asked, What's going on? Yao Shi stepped forward and said, Strange. This immortal spirit spring originally had no spiritual energy, so why is it suddenly emitting such a powerful aura? The Queen Mother of the West replied, If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid this is the handiwork of our patriarch Ning Tian. He looked inward and thought to himself, I can feel the thunder tribulation spiritual energy and the immortal music spiritual energy hidden within my body. Could it be that the recent energy conversion also filled this spring with spiritual energy? Yao Shi asked shyly, Queen Mother of the West, this immortal spirit spring, can we enter it to cultivate? She replied, This water now contains spiritual energy as well. For us, it is only beneficial, not harmful. Of course you may. The girls, as if waiting for this very answer, immediately ran to the edge of the pool and began to play. This is wonderful. Ha. Everyone played happily, completely ignoring Ning Tian, who stood to the side, stunned and unsure what to do. His heart bloomed with joy as he thought to himself, This spiritual energy came from my body, so doesn't that mean they're all cultivating with my bathwater? The girls continuously shouted in delight. Patriarch, you're so amazing. The spiritual energy in this immortal spirit spring really feels like the patriarch's own essence. I've had a breakthrough. It's true. I've had a breakthrough too. Thank you, Patriarch. One by one, the girls stepped forward to kiss and hug Ning Tian, saying, Patriarch, you're wonderful. It's all thanks to you that I was able to have a breakthrough. He replied shyly, Aw no, you're too kind. System notification ding. Worship power absorbed +1 +1 +2. Worship power absorbed +1. Current worship power accumulated 100100. Upon receiving this notification, Ning Tian immediately shot up and dashed away, leaving a message behind. Everyone, take your time cultivating. I'll be leaving first. He carefully put his clothes back on and said to the Queen Mother of the West, my business in the Jade Pool Holy Land is finished, so I shall take my leave. She reminded him, at night in the heavenly spirit domain, demonic beasts run rampant, so it isn't very safe. Why don't you stay one more night in our Jade Pool Holy Land, Patriarch? He bowed his head and replied, then I shall impose upon you. Watching his retreating figure, the Queen Mother of the West was overjoyed. She thought to herself, I never expected him to be able to fill the immortal spirit spring with spiritual energy. Nintien, oh, Nintien, I'm truly becoming more and more interested in you. A few days later, the Queen Mother of the West and the girls came to see Nintien off. She asked, Patriarch, are you not staying in the Jade Pool Sacred Land for a few more days? These disciples of the Jade Pool, including myself, are all reluctant to see you leave. He replied politely, my apologies, I really can't be away from home for too long. My wife must be missing me dearly, so it's better to return soon. He thought with embarrassment, if I stay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it. Recalling the past few days at the Jade Pool Sacred Land, Nintien hadn't had a single peaceful night. The girls came to his room one after another to ask for guidance. Patriarch, this junior sister has something she doesn't understand. I hope the Patriarch can enlighten me. Brother Patriarch, I want to talk with you about life. Me too. A man alone out in the world must know how to protect himself. He climbed onto the spirit feather sparrow's back and bid farewell to everyone. Everyone, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. We shall meet again if fate allows. After speaking, he immediately turned and left. Nintien seriously studied the map in his hand, assessing his surroundings. He thought to himself that he had flown for a whole day to reach Dark Mountain. He was halfway to the Heavenly Demon Cult, which was a good chance to consolidate his realm and give his wife a surprise upon his return. The spirit feather sparrow was flying steadily when suddenly a force made its wings falter. The system notified him, warning, warning, 2 God Emperor realm experts are attacking together. Host, please be careful. Hearing this, Nintien's heart pounded in panic. He thought, God Emperor realm, and 2 of them at that. If I get hit, won't I be smashed to pieces? System, activate the flash skill. Using flash skill 13 times. Nintien hurriedly flew away to escape, but unfortunately, before he could get far, he was suppressed by a powerful force. The person before them had vanished. The 2 God Emperor Realm elders looked towards where Nintien had disappeared and asked each other, where did he go? One of them spoke, I didn't hold back in that last move. I thought I'd kill that brat, but I can't believe I missed. The Shadow Demon Elder also said, that brat must have some kind of treasure assisting him, but with his strength, he couldn't have gotten far. The elder quickly used the Blood Sparrow art to track Nintien. The 2 of them swiftly followed his trail in pursuit. Over there, after him, as for Nintien, he used the flash skill to make a narrow escape. Very quickly, he appeared in another location. Nintien looked behind him and said, I can't believe I ran into 2 God Emperor Realm experts working together. Who on earth are they? I only have 2 uses of flash left. The system warned him. The 2 God Emperor Realm experts are rapidly approaching the host. Nintien turned his head in disbelief and exclaimed, so fast. The speed that God Emperor Realm experts can unleash is truly terrifying. Even if I use the skill card to create distance, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before they catch up. He looked at his spirit feather sparrow, calculating in his mind. Little Ling is only at the lesser Saint Beast realm. Its flying speed is no match for a God Emperor realm expert. I still have 2 chances left. I absolutely cannot use them recklessly. I must think of a way. Nintien looked ahead helplessly and stopped. The spirit feather sparrow, in its haste to escape, was accidentally injured and cried out in pain, ah. The wound was inflicted by the Shadow Demon Elder. He stood before Nintien, mocking, haha, little brat, let's see where you can run now. The elder called to his accomplice, Tien Kung, kill him. Nintien was startled, looking behind him and asking, Holy Master Tien Kung, you dare to join forces? He replied, you rotten brat, don't blame me. You crippled my holy son. This is the price you must pay. Nintien frowned and cursed inwardly. Damn it. If this continues, all the meridians in my body will rupture, and I won't be able to move. Without warning, the Shadow Demon Elder decisively unleashed the Azure Sky Absolute Kill, striking directly at Nintien. and both he and the spirit feather sparrow were hit. The master and his pet fell from the sky. Nin Tien calculated to himself, I can only wait until they think they've killed me, then use fast as lightning. Only then can I buy more time. Tien Kung judged, this time, he's definitely dead. The Shadow Demon Elder praised, this kid is truly tenacious to be able to hold on for so long. But, looking down at the ground, there was no sign of Nin Tien. The Elder was startled and realized something was wrong. This brat is not dead yet. How is that possible? The system announced, you have astonished the Shadow Demon Elder and Holy Master Tien Kung. Miraculous Hand Rejuvenation Pill. Hua Tuo Reborn. It can protect cultivation meridians from being destroyed and slowly heal the body's injuries. Nin Tien frowned, his face covered in wounds, and said, you two damned old men, just you wait. This is my last chance. As long as I don't die this time, I will definitely deal with the two of them. System, activating the last Fast as Lightning card. System report. Fast as Lightning skill has been activated. The host has no more uses of this card. Somewhere else, people saw the Shadow Demon Elder and Holy Master Tien Kung fly overhead like lightning bolts, exclaiming in shock, who on earth could make two God Emperor realm experts join forces to hunt them down? When the two caught up to Nin Tien, Tien Kung spoke, as expected of the Heavenly Demon Cult's legendary patriarch, to be able to escape our grasp 3 times. I want to see how you plan to escape next. Nin Tien looked forward confidently and replied, if I'm going to die anyway, I'll at least take a piece of you with me. He ordered the system, activate the power of faith. System, power of faith has been activated. Nin Tien gritted his teeth, enduring his opponent's attack, while simultaneously launching an attack towards the Shadow Demon Elder and Holy Master Tien Kung. A massive wave of power swept past them. Caught off guard, Tien Kung was put on the defensive. He said angrily, you rotten brat, you dare to sever one of my arms. Seeing this, the Shadow Demon Elder immediately unleashed the Blood Shadow Demon Claw. Witnessing this, Nin Tien couldn't help but wonder, is this the end? He fell from the back of his beloved pet. The Shadow Demon Elder's attack struck the Spirit Feather Sparrow, preventing it from getting a final look at its master. Nin Tien witnessed this entire scene with his own eyes, not missing a single detail. He was stunned, softly calling out, Spirit Feather Sparrow. The Shadow Demon Elder sneered, truly a loyal beast, protecting its master. Now, there's no one left to protect you. Nin Tien, it's time for you to die. Ning Tian stood on the ground, his hands clenched into fists, declaring, I will kill you. His eyes were bloodshot with extreme pain, tears on the verge of streaming down. Ning Tian roared, I will definitely kill you. Seeing this, the Shadow Demon Elder scoffed, just by you? Suddenly, Luo Wezinament appeared out of nowhere, and she spoke. He said you must die, so you will definitely die. The Shadow Demon Elder recognized what this was and warned his companion. It's a spatial teleportation formation. Kill this brat quickly. Luo Wezinament is coming to reinforce him through the spatial teleportation formation. Tian Xiong was about to flee when he suddenly froze. He asked in confusion, huh? I can't move. It's the Queen Mother of the West, Shao Qing trapping formation. The Shadow Demon Elder said angrily, damn it, she came to join the fun too. A cold female voice was heard. 2 distinguished experts of the God Emperor realm, yet you're hunting down a disciple of the Spirit Connection realm. Truly old and shameless. The Shadow Demon Elder and Tian Xiong stared blankly at the 2 beautiful women before them, unable to help but cry out in alarm. Luo Wezinament and the Queen Mother of the West too. They are both close to the Great Emperor realm. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. When Ning Tian saw his wife, his mood gradually stabilized. He called out, wife. He recounted in pain, the Spirit Marshal Sparrow has fallen to protect me. Seeing her husband in so much pain that he couldn't speak a complete sentence, Luo Wezinament's anger flared, and she shouted, damn it, you deserve to die. I will make your souls scatter and vanish from this world. Before she could make a move, Ning Tian suddenly grabbed his wife's hand and said, wife, don't you all lay a hand on them. Harboring a deep-seated hatred, he growled out each word. I want to kill them with my own hands. Luo Wezinament reminded her husband, you're already in this state, don't move anymore. He gritted his teeth and roared. I said it, I want to kill those two with my own hands. The system warned, if the host continues to exert himself, his cultivation will be crippled. At that point, not even a rejuvenation pill will be able to save you. He replied to the system, the spirit Marshal Sparrow died for me. Even if I have to risk my life, I will absolutely not let them go. The host's indomitable will has shaken the system. Receive the Celestial Great Emperor Phantom. Usage time of 5 minutes. Celestial Great Emperor Phantom summoning successful. Everyone was astonished by the scene before them. The Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment, then said, a great Emperor Phantom. Luo Weziniment was also caught by surprise. She said, he actually managed to summon a great Emperor Phantom. She looked at her husband, thinking to herself, could it be that he has many great emperors backing him? If that's really the case, why couldn't I sense them? The Shadow Demon Elder and Tian Qiong retreated in fear. This brat is up to his tricks again. What in the world is this brat? Isn't he in the spirit connection realm? How can he summon a great Emperor Phantom? Ning Tian seemed to have become a different person. He said nothing, silently advancing towards the Shadow Demon Elder and Tian Qiong, terrifying the two old men to their core, who stammered, I don't know either. Tian Qiong shouted, get out of the way. Just as Tian Qiong was struck by Ning Tian, the Shadow Demon Elder took the opportunity to flee. Ning Tian looked at him and asked in a deep voice, trying to run? Ning Tian stretched out his hand, and instantly a giant dragon appeared, blocking the elder's path and scaring him into screaming in terror. Ning Tian sneered, how ridiculous. Old Man Shadow Demon was killed so mercilessly. The Queen Mother of the West and Lac Vo Tin were both astonished by this scene. They said in unison, what a powerful move. Nin Tian retracted his power. Old Man Shadow Demon and Tien Kung were defeated one after another. Lac Vo Tin stepped forward, saying he has entrusted his divine soul into his blood essence, trying to escape. The Queen Mother of the West also took action. There's still one we haven't stopped. Old Man Shadow Demon fled for his life, roaring, I must get out of here. No, I must leave the Tien Lin domain. I will never set foot in this place again. Disgusted by these words, Nin Tian flicked his fingers with a cold snort. Old Man Shadow Demon was instantly struck by a bolt of lightning, unable to even let out a scream. Nin Tian surveyed the scene and said, it's time. Nin Tian told himself, just a little more effort. With that, he struggled to his feet to finish off the remaining Tien Kung. He stepped forward, looking at the small spirit feather sparrow in his palm, and comforted it. You've worked hard. The Queen Mother of the West asked in confusion, what is he doing? Lac Vo Tin, not fully understanding her husband either, stammered, with sorrow in his eyes. Nin Tin bid farewell to his beloved spirit beast. Rest in peace. Then, he used the great emperor's phantom image to build a solemn tomb for it. The Queen Mother of the West remarked, I never thought Nin Tian would be so sentimental and righteous. To have a mountain as its tomb, for a 6th-tier demonic beast, its loyalty to its master was not in vain. Lac Vo Tin had her own thoughts. Only those who remember kindness on the path of cultivation can go further. She smiled happily. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Meanwhile, Nin Tian was exhausted, silently cursing himself. Damn it, I'm getting dizzy again. And just like that, he fainted in Lac Vo Tin's arms. Nin Tian, she cried. Seeing her husband so exhausted over a spirit beast, she thought with a heavy heart, I'm sorry, my love. Even though I hid your spatial teleportation array, I was still a step too late and let you get hurt. The Queen Mother of the West advised her, place him on that rock over there. My strategies might not match yours, but I am confident in my medical skills. I have many flutes, and this one is specifically for awakening life force. After speaking, she took the flute and began to play it towards Nin Tian's body. It's working. He's recovering. Nin Tian remained unconscious. Lac Vo Tin asked, how is he? The Queen Mother of the West replied, his external injuries have mostly healed, but the internal ones, my life essence is unable to merge with his body. Looking at her unconscious husband, she frowned with determination. Even if I have to travel across the 3 realms and through the 9 spirits domain, I will find a cure for Nin Tian. The Queen Mother of the West added, but I know of one other way that might save him. What is it? Lac Vo Tin asked. The Queen Mother of the West hesitated before replying, the Yaoqi Immortal Elixir I promised you earlier. It still needs 2 more months to be complete. If we use it on him, there might be a chance. It's just. Before she could finish, Lac Vo Tin cut her off. Use it on him. The Queen Mother of the West was stunned and asked, have you decided so quickly? In 2 more months, the Jade Pond Immortal Elixir will be complete. You must know, if you take that elixir, you have a chance to break through to the divine realm. Luo Wuqing remained resolute. I've already said it. Use it for him. I will not gamble with his life. The Queen Mother of the West replied, I understand. Follow me back to the Jade Pond. At the Jade Pond Sacred Land, Ning Tian was placed in a hot bath to soak. He was still unconscious. Luo Wuqing ordered the Queen Mother of the West, bring out the Jade Pond Immortal Elixir. She asked the Queen Mother of the West again, are you sure the Jade Pond Immortal Elixir can heal Ning Tian's injuries? The Queen Mother of the West replied, this man is gravely injured. It's strange that his spirit sea and spirit meridians are still intact. But as long as those two remain, the Jade Pond Immortal Elixir can certainly heal him. Luo Wuqing looked at her husband with heartache, softly calling Ning Tian. While soaking in the medicinal bath with the immortal elixir, Ning Tian's body suddenly flushed red, sweat poured down like a stream, and he panted heavily. Luo Wuqing asked the Queen Mother of the West with some unease, didn't you say the Jade Pond Immortal Elixir could save him? She replied, I did, but you didn't let me finish. The incomplete immortal elixir has a side effect. It will produce the poison of desire. In a fragrant room in the Jade Pond Sacred Land, 3 beautiful women stood before Ning Tian, who lay in agony in the Jade Pond. They were none other than Empress Luo Wuqing, the Queen Mother of the West, and the Jade Pond Holy Maiden. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian, frowned, and asked, how is this poison cured? The Queen Mother of the West pulled down Luo Wuqing's collar, smiled mischievously, and whispered, to cure the poison of desire, one must naturally use desire to resolve it. She deliberately dragged out her words suggestively. You are his wife. Surely you understand. Seeing Luo Wuqing shyly pull her clothes back up, the Queen Mother of the West deliberately goaded her. You two have been married for so long. Don't tell me you still haven't done it. After saying that, the Queen Mother of the West even deliberately winked at the other beautiful woman in the room. Or perhaps we should let a disciple of the Jade Pond do it. For example, the Jade Pond Holy Maiden. The beautiful woman, who was the Jade Pond Holy Maiden, couldn't help but blush upon hearing this. Luo Wuqing was stunned. Her beautiful purple eyes grew hazy, and her gorgeous face flushed red with embarrassment. Finally, Luo Wuqing made up her mind and said softly, there is no need to trouble the Queen Mother of the West. You may all leave first. The Queen Mother of the West smiled and withdrew. Then I wish the Empress and the Patriarch a pleasant time. Luo Wuqing approached Ning Tian's bathtub. A fragrant aroma lingered in the suggestive atmosphere. Luo Wuqing murmured softly, you're really getting a good deal. She gently removed her clothes, her cheeks blushing like a brilliant sunset. She pouted, whatever. Her slender, soft legs gently stepped into the water with a clear, pleasant splash. She said gently, I can't just stand by and watch you die. Her clothes half removed, her long hair cascading down, Luo Wuqing's hazy gaze and sigh heralded a passionate night of love. The sun gradually rose over the fragrant room of the Jade Pond Sacred Land. Ning Tian, Ning Tian. A gentle, lingering voice called out. In his subconscious, Ning Tian kept asking, who is it? Who is calling me? The dream caused Ning Tian to awaken abruptly. Upon waking, he still shouted, who is it? Ning Tian clutched his head, saying in confusion, I think I just had a dream. Not only that, he rubbed his aching waist, and my whole body feels incredibly tired, especially my waist. Then, Ning Tian was shocked to discover a beautiful lipstick mark on his neck. The alluring and passionate image of the person by his pillow surfaced in Ning Tian's mind. He couldn't help but think joyfully. So it was my wife who gave me the Yao Qi immortal elixir to save me, and even for me. At this moment, Ning Tian opened his palm, and a brilliant golden light enveloped it. He was startled. This surge of power is... The system suddenly announced, Host, this is the remaining medicinal power of the Yao Qi immortal elixir. You may begin absorbing it. A brilliant golden light radiated from Ning Tian's dantian. Ning Tian felt a warm spiritual energy enveloping his body. He couldn't help but exclaim, the remaining medicinal power of the Yao Qi immortal elixir is even greater than all the spiritual energy in my spirit sea. With this medicinal power, I might even be able to break through a major realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian immediately sat down cross-legged. The golden light was as dazzling as the sun. Outside the misty room, the Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuqing stood with solemn expressions. The Queen Mother of the West said, "Two powerful experts at the God Emperor realm were turned to dust just like that. This will surely cause a terrifying storm throughout the heavenly spirit domain." Luo Wuqing was not surprised and replied, "I've heard that the righteous path has long been eyeing the demonic path like hungry tigers." At this moment, the Empress snorted coldly in displeasure. "Humph, they dare to touch my man. They must have a death wish. As for that righteous path faction, I will deal with them personally." The Queen Mother of the West teased with a smile. "Oh my, the Empress is so domineeringly protective of her husband. If word of this gets out, I wonder how many hearts of talented young men it will break." After saying that, the Queen Mother of the West's face flushed slightly. She moved closer to Luo Wuqing, her enchanting purple eyes staring at Luo Wuqing's blushing cheeks. Her jade-like hand gently stroked the clothes on her body as she smiled suggestively. "But I'm a little curious. Why are you wearing my clothes?" Luo Wuqing blushed and replied, "You don't need to know." Thinking of their passionate lovemaking, Luo Wuqing's cheeks felt so hot they could almost steam. She couldn't help but think to herself, "I can't possibly say it's because that guy tore my clothes to shreds, can I?" Just then, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from within the misty room. The Queen Mother of the West covered her face and sighed. "Luo Wuqing, your husband's constitution is just too good. It's only been a few hours since that physically draining activity, and he's already started cultivating again." Inside the room, Ning Tian's eyes snapped open. A brilliant golden pillar of light shot up from the room into the sky. The Queen Mother of the West exclaimed in astonishment, "He's not just cultivating, he's breaking through." She truly couldn't believe her eyes. How could he do it in such a short time? Inside the room, the system's notifications sounded continuously. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current strength, 6-star spirit communication realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current strength, 6-star spirit communication realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 1-star Earth King realm. You have astonished the Queen Mother of the West. Rewarding martial skill, fallen Dao heavenly sound kill. Comprehending at 10 times the speed. Comprehension successful." Ning Tian opened his eyes and couldn't help but think to himself, "The Yaoqi Immortal Elixir truly lives up to its name, helping me break through directly to the next major realm." The door was suddenly pushed open, and the Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuqing rushed in. The Queen Mother of the West rushed over and pinched Ning Tian's cheek, asking urgently, "Earth King realm. You actually broke through to the Earth King realm." Luo Wuqing puffed her cheeks, pulled the Queen Mother of the West off Ning Tian, and said in a cold voice, "He absorbed almost all the medicinal power of the Yaoqi Immortal Elixir. It was a blessing in disguise, so it's not strange that his realm broke through." Luo Wuxinnament looked at the now-conscious Ning Tian, her cheeks tinged with pink. Ning Tian, his own face flushed, looked back at Luo Wuxinnament. He beamed and said, "Wife, you look so beautiful today." Luo Wuxinnament's face reddened. She crossed her arms and said coolly, "Smooth talker, what about your body?" Ning Tian sprang from the bed, stood before Luo Wuxinnament, and declared smugly, "Don't worry, it's completely healed. I feel full of energy right now." Ning Tian took Luo Wuxinnament's hand, placed it on his chest, and drew close to her, saying softly, "Thank you, my wife. I knew it was you." The Queen Mother of the West, observing this lovey-dovey scene, interjected unhappily, "Patriarch Ning Tian, why are you only thanking one person?" Ning Tian quickly caught her meaning, turned to the Queen Mother of the West, and said politely, "I must also thank the Queen Mother of the West for lending her aid." The Queen Mother of the West, recalling the beautiful disciples of the Jade Pool, smiled at Ning Tian and said, "Mere thanks are unnecessary. Just remember to visit my Jade Pool sacred land often, Patriarch Ning Tian." After all, the Jade Pool disciples would be very eager to welcome the Patriarch. Cold sweat trickled down Ning Tian's back. Under Luo Wuxinnament's icy glare, he hurriedly declined, "Ah, thank you for your kind offer, Queen Mother of the West, but I must refuse." Luo Wuxinnament then said, "Since you've recovered, come back to the Heavenly Demon cult with me." a towering mountain, the majestic heavenly demon hall. Before its gates stood two figures, the great elder and the second elder of the heavenly demon cult. The second elder asked the great elder, I heard two God Emperor realm experts ambush Patriarch Ning Tian, and the Empress went to his rescue. Why is there still no word? The great elder replied, How should I know? The Patriarch is our heavenly demon cult's greatest treasure. Nothing could be allowed to happen to him. A streak of light descended from the sky, landing on the steps of the heavenly demon hall. The two elders cried out in joy, It's the Empress. The great elder added happily, The Empress has returned. The light faded. Ning Tian was holding Luo Yuziniment tightly. She blushed and said, We're here. You can let go of me now. Ning Tian repeated, We're here. Ning Tian quickly let go, scratching his head. He blushed and asked, Wife, can a God Emperor realm expert traverse the void and travel thousands of miles in a single step? Why did you have to fly me all this way and so fast? It was terrifying. Luo Yuziniment crossed her arms and replied, I can traverse the void alone, of course, but you would have died in it. Ning Tian's face reddened as he said sheepishly, Oh, is that right? Thanks for looking out for me, wife. As Ning Tian and Luo Yuziniment stepped into the great hall, a crowd of people rushed out from within the heavenly demon hall, surrounding Ning Tian. Someone with a choked-up voice, sounding both pitiful and terrified, cried out, Patriarch, you're safe. That's wonderful. Yes, Patriarch, what would we do without you? Ning Tian exclaimed in shock. You're all being too dramatic. The heavenly demon hall was filled with commotion. Outside the entrance, a figure staggered forward. An arm reached out covered in blood. A disciple stood there gasping for breath, his face covered in wounds, blood flowing freely. It was Tian-san. He struggled to speak. Empress, Patriarch, Heavenly Wind City has been massacred. Luo Yuziniment was horrified. Everyone in the heavenly demon hall wore a grave expression. Who was the killer? The hall immediately erupted in discussion. The great elder reacted first, rushing forward to support the injured Tian-san and ordering sharply, He's gravely wounded. He needs immediate medical attention, or he won't make it. Someone fetch the medicinal pills. Now! Ning Tian suddenly said, I can save him. The great elder was startled and said, Ancestor, although your cultivation is profound, without certain medical skills, it would be better to let someone fetch the elixir, lest you delay his treatment. Ning Tian opened his hand, and a brilliant green orb of light appeared. He said confidently, Rest assured, while I can't bring the dead back to life, I can still heal these injuries. Luo Yuzin also said, Great elder, let him lie down. Ning Tian raised his hand, and the six-colored light in his palm grew even more brilliant. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and an ancient zither appeared in a flash of light. The disciples in the heavenly demon hall were all astonished. Ancestor, this is... Luo Yuzin's eyes widened as four words instantly appeared in her mind. Music Tao Spirit Vein. Ning Tian gently plucked the strings. Streams of green light flew out with the music, enveloping the injured Tian-san. He slowly floated into midair. The great elder exclaimed in shock, Music Tao Spirit Vein. Empress, wasn't the ancestor being hunted? When did he learn this? Luo Yuzin did not answer. Watching Ning Tian play the zither, she fell into deep thought. I'm afraid even the Queen Mother of the West wouldn't have expected this. Could it be that he comprehended the Queen Mother of the West's ability through the serendipity of this musical healing? While Ning Tian was performing the treatment, a system notification appeared. You have astonished everyone in the heavenly demon hall. Reward, Assassination Martial Arts. The sword-shifting teleportation body technique is merging with the assassination technique, comprehending at 10 times the speed. Comprehension successful. As the system notification ended, the music also stopped. The disciple's wounds gradually closed. He opened his eyes with a groan. Before his feet even touched the ground, Tian-san hurriedly said, Ancestor, Your Majesty, the Empress. The moment Tian-san's feet touched the ground, he knelt, his eyes red. Please avenge us. The great elder's expression turned grim. The demon beasts in the Yinwen mountain range have been rampaging frequently of late, injuring many people in Tianfeng City, which is why I sent you to suppress them. What on earth happened? Why did you return alone? With tears welling in his eyes, Tian-san said, It was Yi Lung of the Beast-Taming Gate. Tian-san couldn't help but recall the scene from that time. The Yinwen mountain range, Tianfeng City. At that time, many demon beasts were outside the city. Their corpses mingled with those of humans. Even so, the disciples of the heavenly demon hall fought side by side. In a corner of Tianfeng City within the Yin Wind mountain range, two disheveled disciples of the heavenly demon hall stood. One of them said, "Senior Brother Li, wasn't a lot of beast repellent powder scattered outside Tianfeng City? Why did the beast tide still appear?" The one called Senior Brother Li was Li Changde, a disciple of the fire hall of the heavenly demon cult. Li Changde comforted him, "Don't panic. Junior brother, go and help the other disciples evacuate the citizens from the city." The one who had just asked the question was Tian-san, also a disciple of the fire hall of the heavenly demon cult. A voice suddenly interjected, "Flee?" To be blunt, everyone in Tianfeng City today. A giant figure approached. It was a colossal bear with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious scar by one eye. In its claws, a female disciple of the heavenly demon cult was groaning in pain. On the giant bear's back sat a figure with an extremely relaxed posture. It was Yi Lung, the genius beast tamer from the beast taming gate of the Righteous Path Alliance. Yi Lung raised an eyebrow and coldly finished his interrupted sentence, "Must all die." Two venomous snakes lunged at the two disciples of the heavenly demon cult. Li Changde hurriedly swung his sword to block them. But Tian-san was not so fortunate. He was struck by a venomous snake, letting out a blood-curdling scream before being slammed hard against the wall. Li Changde turned to look at Tian-san, only to see him unconscious on the ground, spitting fresh blood. Struggling to defend himself, Li Changde said furiously, "Beast-taming sect, you instigated the demonic beasts of the Yin Wind mountain range to rampage and massacre Heavenly Wind City. Do you still deserve to be called righteous?" Yi Lung raised his index finger to his lips and said with a smirk, "To eradicate you demons, sacrificing a few worthless people is a necessary evil." The female disciple in the bear's claws said in despair, "Senior Brother Changde, they are the true demons." The giant bear lifted the female disciple into the air. She struggled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry about me. Hurry back to the heavenly demon cult. The patriarch will avenge us." Yi Lung feigned surprise. "Oh, you mean that useless patriarch who only knows how to rely on a woman?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lung thrust his hand forward, piercing straight through the female disciple's chest. Tears streamed down Li Changde's face as he let out a tragic roar. "Ah!" The giant bear released its claws, and the female disciple's body fell. Li Changde rushed forward, shouting, "Junior Sister Chio." Yi Lung licked the blood from his fingers and said with a smile, "Revenge? I'll make him suffer a death 1,000 times more painful than yours." Tears streamed endlessly from Li Changde's eyes. Cradling his junior sister's body, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Lung, you will not die a peaceful death. Our patriarch and the heavenly demon cult will never forgive you." Yi Lung waved his hand, and the giant bear extended its claws. He smiled and said, "The righteous are acting. How can we let you heretics interfere?" As he spoke, the bear's paw viciously stomped on Li Changde, sending blood spurting. Yi Lung frowned and ordered the surrounding Righteous Alliance disciples, "Men, take this woman's head and her corpse and hang them on the gate of Heavenly Wind City. I want everyone to see just how worthless the disciples of the heavenly demon cult are." Tian-san recalled, "When I regained consciousness, Heavenly Wind City was already in ruins." With tears welling in his eyes, Tian-san said resentfully, "Senior Brother Changde's body was hung from the city gate." The entire heavenly demon hall erupted in fury. The great elder, clenching his fists in anger, cursed, "Damn it, the beast-taming sect is too arrogant. Do they truly have no regard for our heavenly demon cult?" The great elder clasped his hands towards Luo Wuqing and said, "Your Majesty, please give the order. I will lead our men to annihilate the beast-taming sect right now." Ning Tian stopped him. "Wait. Annihilating the beast-taming sect won't be that simple." The great elder said in surprise, "Patriarch, why are you saying things that boost the enemy's morale? Are you afraid?" Ning Tian clenched his fist and said, "I'm not afraid. The beast-taming sect is part of the Righteous Alliance. The Alliance's leader, the Fire Emperor, is as powerful as our Empress. If we go to slaughter their entire sect now, he will definitely intervene. If our sides clash, forget revenge. The beast-taming sect might not even suffer any losses." The great elder's face fell. "Then what should we do?" The other two elders also chimed in. "Does this mean we won't get our revenge?" Ning Tian calmly said, "This revenge must be taken, but not this way." Luo Wuqing asked in surprise, "Oh, do you have another way?" Nin Tian rubbed his forehead, a cold glint flashing in his emerald eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Give them a taste of their own medicine. We will also let our disciples of the same generation go out for training. Even if they kill every last disciple of the beast-taming sect, it will merely be an accident." The great elder said with a grave expression, "However, Deepland, the beast-taming sect's #1 genius, is extraordinarily powerful. Right now, the most outstanding disciples of our sect's generation seem to only be at the Earth King realm. They might not be a match for Deepland. I will go." Nin Tian clenched his fist and placed it on his chest. "Oh, dare kill my followers, some righteous path they claim to be. They truly have a death wish." Lac Vo Tin clasped her hands and nodded. "If that is your decision, then go." The entire heavenly demon hall was seething with passion. The great elder grew more agitated and cried out, "Your Majesty." The great elder analyzed cautiously. Deepland broke through to the Earth King realm a year ago. I fear he is even stronger now. If we allow the Patriarch to take this risk, he might be in grave danger. Indeed, our heavenly demon sect absolutely cannot afford to lose the Patriarch. Lac Vo Tin closed her eyes and said calmly, "Have faith in the Patriarch." Watching Nin Tian help Dain Tam to his feet, Lac Vo Tin murmured, "This man always manages to create unexpected miracles." Upon hearing this, the great elder immediately said, "If Her Majesty says so, then we must trust the Patriarch. The beast-taming sect has hundreds of disciples. To ensure the Patriarch's safety, I will go at once to assemble our disciples." Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Wait!" A group of people rushed into the heavenly demon hall, led by Lai Truong Sin. He immediately knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I, Truong Sin, request to follow the Patriarch to Tien Fong City to avenge our brothers. The blood of our heavenly demon sect disciples cannot be shed in vain." The disciples behind him knelt as well. Many disciples knelt down at once, saying, "And me, I want to go too." The blood of our heavenly demon sect disciples cannot be shed in vain. Nin Tian looked at the people kneeling before him and said hesitantly, "You all." The great elder declared loudly, "Excellent. With such loyalty and fervor, I will surely support you with all my strength." The great elder shouted, "Li Diem Trui Fong." He then waved his hand, and a streak of light shot out from the heavenly demon hall. A horse appeared, its body pure black, its mane and tail blazing like fire, and its eyes glowing red. The great elder stroked the horse's head and said, "Patriarch, this is a second-tier demonic beast, the fierce flame-chasing wind horse. Its combat strength may not be great, but its speed is incredible. It can get you all to Tien Fong City in half a day." Nin Tian lightly tapped his toes and vaulted on the horse, his spirits soaring as he declared, "Everyone, follow me to Tien Fong City. We will make those fiends understand the meaning of a blood debt paid in blood." The disciples in the heavenly demon hall roared back in a frenzy, "A blood debt paid in blood. A blood debt paid in blood." In the AM Fong mountain range, night had fallen. A troop of fierce, flame-chasing wind horses sped through, with Nin Tian at the lead. A heavenly demon sect disciple reported, "Patriarch, Tien Fong City is just over 10 miles from here. This is the AM Fong mountain range." Another disciple added, "To be precise, the center of the AM Fong mountain range is still a few miles away. We are currently in the outer region." Nin Tian replied, "I see." Suddenly, his expression grew stern. "This is..." Nin Tian leaped from his horse, looking at the giant footprints on the ground, analyzed. This place not only has animal tracks, but also many human footprints and bloodstains, likely left by the beast tamers. Li Changsheng also dismounted and ran over. Couldn't help but say, "The stench of blood is so strong." Nin Tian said, "It's highly likely that it's coming from the direction of Tianfeng City." He peered deep into the forest, only to see many blood-red eyes staring at them, and analyzed. Moreover, the scent of fresh blood from Tianfeng City has already begun to attract the demonic beasts in the Yin Wind mountain range. Li Changsheng hurriedly drew his sword to shield Nin Tian, saying, "What? Patriarch, you take the junior brothers and go first. I will hold them back." But Nin Tian rushed forward, smiling as he said, "This is the first time I've seen these legendary vicious beasts. Although the sense of pressure is strong, they are ultimately only first tier. This is a perfect opportunity to test my new martial art on them." A golden light enveloped Nin Tian's entire body. Tian Osha. He released his spiritual energy, and in an instant, rows of trees were broken and fell. At the same time, all the creatures hiding deep in the forest were also sliced in half. Li Changxing stared dumbfounded, so powerful. Another disciple said in astonishment, "The Patriarch's zither can not only save people, but it can also kill." Nin Tian clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Let's go." As soon as he moved, the system immediately announced, "You have astonished Li Changsheng and the others. Reward, spiritual energy cultivation plus 100. A moment later, the group had ventured deep into the Yin mountain range. A disciple suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Patriarch, look." Following the direction he pointed, they saw the bodies of two unfortunate heavenly demon cult disciples hanging high up. An unknown, mournful voice, filled with sorrow, cried out, "It's senior brother Li Changda and senior sister Tao." Nin Tian waved his hand, and a stream of golden light shot out, severing the rope holding the two bodies. Li Changsheng quickly rushed forward and caught the two bodies. Li Changsheng gently placed the two in a clean corner. Nin Tian looked at the female disciple's body and noticed that she was still clutching a scroll in her hand. Nin Tian picked up the scroll and opened it. Inside was her last wish. "I hope that after returning, I can cultivate with the Patriarch at Moonlight Cliff." The Patriarch is truly amazing. Nin Tian clenched the paper in his hand and said coldly, "Li Changsheng, take our people and eliminate all the demonic beasts in the city, rescue the survivors, and bury the unjustly dead. As for the bodies of the heavenly demon cult disciples, search for them thoroughly. I will take them home later." Nin Tian opened his eyes, recalling the footprints on the road, and said through gritted teeth, "There are many people from the beast taming gate. If we just follow the fresh bloodstains we found, we will definitely find them." As soon as he finished speaking, Nin Tian circulated his spiritual energy, executed the roaming dragon steps, and shot off to "I will be right back," leaving Li Changsheng to only call out, "Patriarch." Elsewhere, a full moon hung high in the sky. Amidst the mountain ranges, the people of the Beast Taming Gate, part of the Righteous Path Alliance, were setting up camp. A white-haired disciple of the Beast Taming Gate said fawningly, "Thanks to senior brother Ye's blessing, I also managed to kill a few heavenly demon cult disciples. When we get back, I can probably exchange them for a Huang rank martial arts manual." Another brown-haired disciple chimed in, "That's right. Has everyone heard? Those heavenly demon cult disciples, even as they were dying, were still boasting that their legendary patriarch would come for revenge. How ridiculous!" Yilong, sitting in the center with a red-haired beauty in his arms, sneered and said, "If he dares to come, I'll make him just like those other wastes, begging for mercy and fear before me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yilong casually groped the female disciple. The red-haired beauty let out a moan. As his hands roamed, he chuckled and said, "This is what makes things exciting, right, feisty?" An orange-haired disciple blushed and said admiringly, as expected of senior brother Yi, "He's nothing like that talentless hack who only knows how to rely on women." The white-haired disciple, while chewing on dry rations, said with interest, "The thought of that useless grandmaster kneeling on the ground and begging is quite thrilling indeed." A cold wind blew past, accompanied by the terrified cries of the Beast Taming Gate disciples. Yilong, holding the beauty, looked around. Where did that demonic wind come from? The campfire was suddenly extinguished. Many Beast Taming Gate disciples were attacked, letting out blood-curdling screams. Yilong pushed the beauty away, sprang to his feet, and shouted, "What demon dares to cause trouble in the middle of the night?" The moon was obscured by dark clouds. A disciple reported, trembling, "As senior brother Yi, there's no one here." The red-haired female, disciple beside, Yilong said with a quavering voice, "See, could it be the vengeful spirits of Tianfeng City coming to claim our lives?" Yilong shouted angrily, "Shut up, don't speak nonsense." The red-haired female disciple suddenly cried out. Her face turned pale, and she fell straight backward. Watching the female disciple fall, Yi Lung roared in fury. "Damn it, what in the world is going on?" A figure silently stood on the rock where Yi Lung had just been sitting. Ning Tian stood against the moonlight, half of his face hidden in shadow, his voice as deep as a demon's. The great genius of the beast-taming gate also knows fear. Yi Lung looked up in horror. Who are you?" Ning Tian opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them, and said indifferently, "The one who will kill you." Yi Lung sneered inwardly. This guy's aura is at most a 3-star Earth King. He's no match for me. He must be relying on some strange movement technique to launch a sneak attack under the cover of darkness. Yi Lung gathered his spiritual energy and sneered contemptuously, a cowardly rat hiding his face, merely using the darkness as a cover. "Now that the moon is bright, let's see how you'll hide." He charged towards Ning Tian, shouting, "Die." The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "Who said I only know how to launch sneak attacks at night?" Behind him, a vast galaxy suddenly appeared. Yi Lung was utterly horrified. He's only at the Earth King realm. How can his spiritual sea be vaster than that of a Saint Emperor realm expert? Ning Tian, having closed the distance at some unknown point, said with a hint of excitement, "Don't get distracted during a fight." A heavenly demon palm strike shot straight towards Yi Lung. Amidst a deafening explosion, he was sent crashing to the ground by the palm, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Heavenly demon palm. "You are the legendary grandmaster of the heavenly demon cult, Ning Tian." He staggered to his feet and asked in disbelief, Aren't you that talentless pretty boy who only relies on women?" System prompt. Detected extreme emotional fluctuation of shock from Yi Lung. Rewarding the musical art. Beast taming soulmate. System prompt. Beast taming soulmate is currently being comprehended. Current speed is 10 times faster. Comprehension successful. Ning Tian was slightly surprised. Beast taming soulmate. Related to the beast taming gate. As its name suggests, this technique specializes in the art of beast taming. Practicing it allows one to understand the language of beasts and control them. The combat power of beast taming gate disciples relies heavily on their contracted demonic beasts. A particularly talented individual could even fight 10 opponents at once. He smiled with satisfaction. "This is quite interesting." Deep Lan asked suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" He quickly waved his hand. "Nothing. I just thought of something interesting that might make you atone for your sins more sincerely." He asked in confusion, "Atone for what?" Deep Lan wiped his mouth and said confidently, "Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Your heavenly demon cult is a malignant tumor of the evil path. It is only natural for us, the followers of the righteous path, to eliminate demons and defend righteousness." Nin Tien raised his hand and said with a laugh, "Wrong. Whether something is righteous or evil is not for the weak to decide. The true rules can only be determined by the strong." Countless dark shadows behind him emitted a gloomy light, his eyes glowing red as he laughed and said, "And right now, I'm stronger than you, so you must die." Deep Lan summoned the Demon Gourd, a high-grade magical artifact capable of absorbing all living things and transforming based on the level of the absorbed being. He gave a cold, arrogant laugh and said, "Even if you have a spirit sea, I still have an ultimate move." As he finished speaking, streams of purple light continuously flew out of the Demon Gourd. Deep Lan shouted triumphantly, "Nin Tien, prepare to die." Countless demonic beasts, under Deep Lan's command, opened their bloodthirsty maws and charged fiercely towards Nin Tien. "Tear this brat to shreds for me." Nin Tien stroked his chin and said in surprise, "Such powerful spiritual energy. I was wondering where all the surrounding demonic beasts had gone. So it turns out you captured them all." He sat down, summoned a zither and a bamboo flute, and said with a confident smile, "Well then, this makes things much simpler. I can also take this opportunity to test a newly comprehended technique. Beast taming soul music." The sound spread in all directions. Deep Lan's face paled in horror. How does this guy know beast taming soul music? And his power is even greater than mine. On the other side of the forest, a group of people chattered amongst themselves. "Did you guys hear that?" One person asked. "It was probably just the wind." Nin Tien mocked as he played. "Your beast taming music is terrible." Deep Lan roared in anger. "Who the hell are you to criticize me? Apart from my master, no one's beast taming soul music can compare to mine." Nintin replied calmly. Then I shall teach a useless disciple like you a lesson on your master's behalf. This is what true beast-taming music is. After speaking, he continued to play. The mesmerized demonic beasts turned and attacked Deep Land, leaving him speechless with anger. As the demonic beasts charged, Deep Land was forced to draw his sword to defend himself. He roared, "Get lost," and leaped up, easily slicing off the head of one demonic beast. But very quickly, his back was torn by the claws of another. Nin Tien asked with a laugh, "Deep Land, how does it feel to be defeated by the very beast-taming art you take the most pride in?" Deep Land roared in fury, "You despicable villain." Nin Tien slowly stood up and repeated, "Villain?" He summoned his long sword and said calmly, "I am merely giving you a taste of your own medicine." He gripped his long sword and said, "Not long ago, you used demonic beasts to slaughter the people of Tien Fong City. Did you ever imagine this day would come?" He ran Deep Land through with his sword. His ice-cold voice continued to pronounce judgment on Deep Land's crimes. "This strike is for the people of Tien Fong City." Nin Tien forcefully pulled out his sword. Then he stabbed Deep Land's thigh with another strike, continuing, "This strike is for the disciples of my heavenly demon cult." Deep Land cried out weakly in extreme pain. He groveled on the ground, begging wretchedly, "Kill me. I beg you, kill me." Nin Tien glanced at him coldly. "Kill you? When you tortured my heavenly demon sect's disciples to death, enjoying their expressions of agony, did you ever think of giving them a quick death?" Yilan turned in despair, trying to flee, screaming incessantly, "Help! Someone save me! Where are the disciples of the beast-taming sect? Are you all dead?" Nin Tien slowly walked towards his dying, struggling prey, and said coldly, "You can't escape." His eyes were as cold as ice, as if looking at a cold corpse, and he muttered, "This is the price you must pay, and it will cost you your life." Meanwhile, at Heavenly Wind City, a row of tombstones had been erected. Nin Tien returned and asked, "Is everything taken care of?" The other person immediately replied, "Patriarch, you've returned." His eyes widened in shock and confusion as he asked, "This is—" Nin Tien, expressionless, dragged Yilan forward and answered, "The young master of the beast-taming sect, Yilan." Everyone looked at the miserable sight, guessing in shock and disbelief. "Is Yilan dead?" Nin Tien threw the tightly bound Yilan to the ground and said indifferently, "I deliberately kept him alive so he could kneel before the spirits of the dead. You can deal with him as you see fit." The disciples shouted angrily, "Avenge our fallen martial brothers. We must make them pay 100,000 times over." Another chimed in, "That's right. This is what it means to be a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. How could he have been so cruel?" Yilan pleaded in agony, "No, I beg you, don't come near me." Afterward, horrifying screams echoed from a house late at night. Nin Tien silently hung Yilan's body in front of the door. A disciple spoke up and asked, "Patriarch, did you just go to deal with Yilan and his men?" He replied in a deep voice, "I was in a bad mood and wanted to take a walk, so I dealt with him along the way." Rest assured, the people from the beast-taming sect have also been dealt with cleanly. Hearing this, the disciples were in an uproar. "You dealt with the entire beast-taming sect group by yourself, and you're completely unharmed?" The system displayed a notification. "You have astonished Li Changsheng and his companions, rewarding you with 5,000 points of spiritual energy cultivation." Nin Tien immediately felt a surge of abundant power flood his body, and he blurted out, "This feeling, am I about to have a breakthrough?" The system cheerfully congratulated, "Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. You have now reached the 4-star earthly king realm." Li Changsheng and the others were extremely excited. Ordinary people would have their spiritual power depleted after a battle, yet the patriarch can still have a breakthrough. As expected of our dazzlingly handsome patriarch, Nin Tien calmly ordered, "Business here is concluded. Let's head back." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, the rocky ground began to crack. Everyone panicked. "Is it an earthquake?" Nin Tien countered, "No, this disturbance is a beast tide." A disciple asked doubtfully, "Another beast tide? But didn't you already deal with the beast-taming sect, Patriarch?" Nin Tien pondered, looking at the swirling vortex of deathly energy, and replied, "It seems that Yilan was only using the demonic beasts in this Een Wind mountain range. The source of the beast tide is elsewhere. Heavenly Wind City has only just found peace. If it faces another beast hide, he gave an order. Changsheng, you'll come with me to investigate. The other disciples will stay here and await orders. Everyone loudly acknowledged the command. Changsheng followed him into the Yin Wind mountain range. He offered his thoughts. Patriarch, I've heard that the demonic beasts of the Yin Wind mountain range usually appear at night. For them to appear like this now, something is clearly wrong. The horde of demonic beasts before them was roaring madly. Nin Tian coughed lightly and said, "They're here." The dense swarm of demonic beasts growled as they closed in on the two. Chuang Xin said worriedly, "Grandmaster, this horde is unusually ferocious, and there are so many of them. With just the two of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to eliminate them all." Nin Tian immediately summoned an ancient zither. Chuang Xin was astonished. This is the beast-taming art of the beast-taming sect. The way of the sword, the way of music, and now the way of beast-taming. Does Grandmaster truly intend to collect all 3,000 great Daos? The ferocious horde of demonic beasts roared and charged forward. Nin Tian waved his hand, beckoning. "Come here." Chuang Xin was so nervous he broke out in a sweat. A white mystic tiger, a second-rank demonic beast. Yet, Nin Tian asked with extreme calm, "Why did you run out of the Yin Wind mountain range?" The demonic beast seemed hypnotized and did not attack, its throat emitting a low whimper. Nin Tian seemed to understand its words and comforted it. "Take me deep into the Yin Wind mountain range to see what scared you all." The white mystic tiger understood and let out a soft roar. Deep within the Yin Wind mountain range, a giant black hole appeared, constantly emitting black qi. Chuang Xin was horrified. "This is..." Nin Tian's gaze focused, and he quickly saw what was emitting the black qi. It was a coffin. He wondered, a tomb? Suddenly, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Chuang Xin's jaw dropped. A heavenly phenomenon signifies a great treasure. Nin Tian said hurriedly, "I'll go down and take a look first. You wait for me here." But Chuang Xin advised worriedly, "Grandmaster, perhaps we should go back and report to the Empress first." Before he could finish, Nin Tian had already jumped into the deep pit. As he fell, black qi billowed out endlessly. A blood-red light appeared before him. The light attacked him, but he dodged it. Nin Tian retreated, avoiding the mysterious attacker's blow. A half-human, half-snake woman laughed charmingly. "I didn't expect you to be the first one here." She licked her hand, her voice filled with craving. "And such a handsome young man, too." Nin Tian called out to the system. "System, do you know what this is?" The system replied immediately. "According to the scan, this is definitely a tomb-guarding demon of the 7th rank or higher." Nin Tian immediately summoned the ancient zither, thinking to himself, "So, it's a tomb-guarding beast at the Saint Emperor realm or above. I wonder if my beast-taming confidant technique can handle it." He began to execute his technique. Although he had many doubts, he decided to risk it first. The demoness reached out, blocking his sound attack, and laughed seductively. "Getting handsy right after we've met?" She waved her hand, her eyes glowing red, and lunged with her snake tongue out. "I wasn't even ready yet." A slash came down towards Nin Tian, forcing him to leap up to dodge. He waved his hands. No, I'm just passing by." The demonic beast didn't listen and continued to attack, causing him to cry out in pain as he was hit. Nin Tian gritted his teeth and thought, "I'm no match for her. I have to find a way to make her lower her guard so I can escape." The demonic beast attacked frantically, constantly teasing. "Is that so? I have guarded this tomb for over 20 years. It has just opened, and a handsome young man happens to be passing by. Isn't this fate?" With that, she used her tail to wrap tightly around Nin Tian, leaving him unable to resist. "That's right," the demonic beast said, reaching out to lift his chin. "Handsome young man, since we are so fated, then let me..." It opened its fanged mouth, intending to devour Nin Tian, and said in a deep voice, "I'll take good care of you." Just as his life hung by a thread, a golden light struck the beast's back. A pillar of light descended from the sky, blasting them both apart. The Empress descended from above, and the beast cried out in terror, a divine Emperor realm expert. Nin Tian blurted out, "Wifey." The beast said flippantly, "Little brother, your wife is here. She looks like quite a catch." Luo Wuqing gathered energy in her right hand and said coldly, "A mere 7th-tier beast dares to be so arrogant." The beast interrupted, "Don't worry, I have no interest in your husband." Luo Wuqing launched a palm strike at the beast, causing a massive explosion. She was puzzled, and yet I couldn't defeat it easily. Nin Tian moved closer and whispered, "This is a barrier." He stared in amazement at the scene before him. The high-level guardian beast had automatically activated a protective barrier. Luo Wuqing speculated, "It seems this place is at least a heavenly sovereign or divine emperor level tomb." A group of cultivators descended. One of them praised, "The empress is truly knowledgeable." The ruler of the Dongxing nation, Lin Ba, laughed heartily. "Long time no see." Nin Tian was surprised. "Why is this guy here?" Luo Wuqing explained, "Although this place belongs to the heavenly demon sect, it is also within the territory of the Dongxing nation. With such a celestial phenomenon, it's reasonable for the nation ruler to appear." Lin Ba said with a friendly smile, "Empress, while this heavenly sovereign's tomb isn't a great emperor's tomb that would alarm the entire heavenly spirit domain, other sects will eventually be drawn to it." Luo Wuqing said calmly, "What is it you wish to say, nation ruler?" He didn't beat around the bush, saying directly, "In 10 days, the barrier will dissipate and the tomb will open. My Dongxing nation wishes to cooperate with the heavenly demon sect." Nin Tian looked at Luo Wuqing, and she asked, "How do we cooperate?" He smiled and said, "Naturally, by helping each other for mutual benefit. When the time comes, our people will enter the heavenly sovereign's tomb together. My Dongxing nation can forego all the treasures inside. We just need the heavenly demon sect to help us find one item." Luo Wuqing asked bluntly, "What item?" Lin Ba replied, "The Qingxin Jueja grass. This herb can help with my son's injuries, and it only grows in places with Densine energy. There must be at least one stalk inside this heavenly sovereign's tomb." Nin Tian asked doubtfully, "Ruler Lin, you have plenty of men. Why the need to cooperate with our heavenly demon sect?" He clenched his fist lightly and said gently, "There's an unwritten rule in the heavenly spirit domain. To maintain the balance between the major powers, experts of the divine emperor realm are not to enter tombs at will, unless it is a great emperor's tomb, and my disciples may not be a match for the other forces." Nin Tian sneered inwardly. "When the tomb opens, the major sects will all send people. A struggle will be unavoidable. This old fox wants to use the heavenly demon sect as a diversion." He spoke to Ruler Lin casually, "Your son? I don't think it matters whether he's saved or not. On my wedding day, forget the ceremony, his Tao heart proved to be as soft as tofu. He's weak, useless, good at neither literary nor martial arts. I suggest you give him a new name and have him start his cultivation from scratch." The crowd behind them murmured, "The heavenly demon sect's patriarch is so bold, daring to scold the nation ruler like that. The matter with Holy Sun Si Jiao is a sore spot for him." Seeing Lin Ba's face darken, Nin Tian continued to taunt, "If you lose your temper, then don't blame us for refusing to cooperate." Lin Ba suppressed his anger and smiled conciliatorily. "Is the Grand Master worried that our past issues have soured relations? Indeed, my son was in the wrong and offended the Empress and the Grand Master. I apologize to you both on his behalf." The turn of events was so swift that Ning Tian was taken aback. The lackeys behind were stunned, murmuring in disbelief, "The State Master is apologizing." Ning Tian glanced at him, thinking to himself, "This guy reacts fast. The ancients said to hunt them to the last man. But since things have come to this, I'll have to find another way and set it aside for now." Luo Wuqing, however, stated bluntly, "An apology is unnecessary. We have no interest in this cooperation." Standing beside her, Ning Tian's eyes widened. Lin Ba exploded with rage, his face crimson. "What? I am the great state master of the Dongxing kingdom, and I have already lowered myself to this extent for you." Luo Wuqing cut him off. "My heavenly demon cult is perfectly capable on its own. We have no need to cooperate with you. You would only be a hindrance." Lin Ba left in a fury, not forgetting to throw a parting shot. "Fine. It seems the heavenly demon cult wants to oppose me. Luo Wuqing, you will regret this." As he stormed off, he fumed internally. "I was hesitant when I received the cooperation offer from the Righteous Path Alliance. But now, I'll use their power to teach this insolent couple a lesson. Only then will my hatred be sated." Ning Tian childishly made a face. "Humph, trying to take advantage of us? In your dreams." Luo Wuqing smiled and said, "You didn't want to cooperate with them either, did you? You were just afraid I couldn't handle it and didn't want to confront him directly." Ning Tian smiled tenderly. "You saw right through me." She said to him gently, if you want to refuse, just say so. There's no need to be indirect. I'm right here behind you. Ning Tian blushed, and my wife is right, he said, before sweeping her into his arms, startling her. He grinned slyly, my dear, you've touched my heart. Your husband must give you a generous reward. With the moon high in the sky, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing sat side by side, soaking their feet in a pool. Luo Wuqing asked curiously, how did you know there was a hot spring here? He answered, I spotted it by chance when I jumped down from the mountain before. He pulled her into his arms, saying cheerfully, back when I was at the Immortal Spirit Spring, I thought that I absolutely had to bring my wife there to experience its magic together. Even though this isn't the Immortal Spirit Spring, it feels like one of your husband's dreams has come true. Luo Wuqing blushed and said, I sent you to the Immortal Spirit Spring to train your body, not for you to be thinking about such nonsense. Ning Tian hugged her tighter, smiling smugly. What now? Does my wife think her husband isn't powerful enough as I am? She tapped his chest lightly and pouted. You smooth talker. She grew serious. All right. For the next few days, you're to stay here until the mausoleum opens. I will then send the Grand Elder to assist you. He asked in surprise, then what about you? What will you do, my wife? She replied gravely, Lin Ba's motives may be impure, but he wasn't wrong about some things. Unless it's the tomb of a great emperor, cultivators of the God Emperor realm, like us, are not allowed to intervene. This is an unspoken rule acknowledged throughout the heavenly spirit domain. Ning Tian comforted her, I understand. Rest assured, my dear, your husband will not allow the heavenly demon cult to be put at a disadvantage. She snuggled into his chest. Thank you, my husband. Suddenly, he raised her chin. In that case, shouldn't my wife show a little sincerity? The mausoleum won't be opening for several days, you know. She asked innocently, what are you getting at? Nin Tian pushed Luo Wuxing down onto the grass, a sly grin on his face. What I mean is, your husband is a little hungry right now. I need a bite to eat to have the strength for exploring. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, then let me see. Nin Tian blushed. Luo Wuxing gave him a seductive look and asked, just how hungry is my husband? 10 days later, the tomb opened. An angry roar echoed. You beast! What do you think you can run? The guardian beast attacked frantically, roaring, you despicable humans. To think you'd find your way here just 10 days after the barrier was broken. As soon as it spoke, it was ambushed from behind. Then, a wave of energy locked its entire body, causing it to scream in pain. Everyone quickly joined the battlefield. Elder Tian Feng of the Huchi sect, part of the Righteous Path Alliance, shouted loudly, put your backs into it. Today, we must teach this demon snake the meaning of a death without a burial place. Besieged by everyone, the guardian demon snake quickly found itself at a disadvantage, crying out in agony. The other cultivators landed one by one next to the demon snake, which had been beaten back into its original form. A kind-faced cultivator said, must we hunt it to extinction? Sealing it away should be enough. Elder Tian Feng disagreed. Towards this kind of demonic creature, our Righteous Path Alliance has always believed in pulling the weeds by the roots. Do you wish to oppose our Righteous Path Alliance? Lord Tianbao of the Tianbao Holy Land stepped in to mediate. All right. The guardian beast has been dealt with. We should hurry into the tomb to find treasures. A female cultivator spoke up. Elder Qing Lin, this is the territory of the heavenly demon cult, yet there's no sign of them. Should we wait for a while? Elder Tian Feng said with a cold face, those petty cowards of the Void Demon Path. They must have known our Righteous Path Alliance was coming, so they've hidden away like turtles in their shells. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. My apologies for disappointing you. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden said joyfully. This voice belonged to Nin Tian, who appeared and spoke arrogantly. Of course, someone from the demonic path would come. But the one who has come is I, your grandfather. Someone shouted, it's the ancestor of the heavenly demon cult. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden thought shyly, I knew you would come. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Is that really him? The former menial disciple of the demonic path, who later became the Empress's husband? The one who could shake the Tao hearts of countless holy sons and divine sons with a single sentence? Did you know? I heard he escaped the pursuit of 2 divine Emperor Realm experts 3 consecutive times. 3 times? How is that possible? Nin Tian stepped forward with the Grand Elder and said mockingly, "Well, the tiger is not in the mountain. The monkey proclaims himself king." Elder Tian Feng said angrily, "Since when was it the heavenly demon cult's turn to act so recklessly here? You brat who still smells of his mother's milk. You're merely in the Emperor-King realm, yet you dare to insult the Righteous Path Alliance. Today, this old man will teach you a lesson." The Grand Elder immediately stood in front of him and said in a low voice, "Hachi sect, do you think our heavenly demon cult is easy to bully just because you think we have no one?" Elder Jin Mei hurriedly tried to persuade them. "The Grand Elder's cultivation is above ours. Please do not be provoked." He cupped his hands and said, "Since everyone is here to explore the Imperial Tomb, why don't we help each other? Why must we harm the peace? Since the heavenly demon cult has also arrived, let us enter together." Nin Tian stuck out his tongue with a provocative look, infuriating Elder Tianfeng. "You rotten brat. If you fall into my hands later, I'll be sure to teach you a lesson." Nin Tian then noticed a group of unfamiliar faces and asked, "Who are those flashy golden people over there?" The Yaoqi Holy Maiden explained, "That is Taoist Jin Bao and the Tianbao Holy Son, Zhong Yuan Bao from the Tianbao Holy Land. Next to the Ling Ao Holy Son is Elder Su Ying of the Lingshu sect." Nin Tian said nonchalantly, "I've met people from the Lingshu sect before, but this is the first time I've heard of the Tianbao Holy Land. Are there a lot of nouveau riche there?" The Holy Maiden chuckled softly. "Ancestor is joking again." She reminded him that, "Oh, right, the people of the Zhongming path have always been narrow-minded. You made them lose face like that just now, so it would be better to be a little more careful in the future." Nin Tian gave a thumbs up and said confidently, "Thank you for your concern, Holy Maiden. I'll be fine." She replied, "It's nothing." Everyone gathered one by one in front of the large gate. Elder Jin Mei looked around warily. Then the elder pointed to a person next to Nin Tian and ordered, "You, come here and open the door." The person stammered, "Me? There must be a trap behind the door." The elder's face darkened as he said, "So what? I remember you're from the ancient Fist sect. Since you've come seeking treasure, how can you not pay a price?" The person who was called out stepped forward slowly, resentful in his heart. "This old geezer, Jian Mei, he clearly wants those of us from minor sects to go to our deaths. If I refuse, they will surely retaliate." He stepped up, placing both hands on the door, preparing to push it open. Suddenly, several streams of purple-black energy approached him. Then, the whites of his eyes showed, and he screamed in pain. The large gate swung wide open, and a large amount of black energy poured out. That person from the ancient Fist sect shouted joyfully, "It's open!" Nin Tian felt that something was wrong and immediately stopped the crowd that wanted to enter. "Wait, something's not right. There's something." That person from the ancient Fist sect was thrown backward by something. His face was seen to be blackened, his mouth agape, dead on the spot. Seeing this tragic scene, the surrounding crowd screamed in chaos, "There's a ghost! There's a ghost! We must have disturbed the spirit of the Tianzuan, and now he's taking revenge." Elder Tian Feng waved his hand and shouted, "Silence! Don't stand here spouting nonsense. What's so strange about there being traps in a Tianzuan's tomb?" The other person retorted, "But there were no signs of any magical artifacts or formations at all." Nin Tian cut through the drama before him. "There's the sound of a flute." Elder Tian Feng said unhappily, "Nonsense. What flute sound? There are so many of us here, and no one heard it. Are you the only one who did?" Hearing the elder say this, everyone began to murmur among themselves. This legendary ancestor may have many unbelievable achievements, but in the end, he's only a cultivator at the Earth King realm. That's right, even the Tianzuan realm powerhouses can't sense it. So how could... The Yaoqi Holy Maiden spoke up to defend him. The ancestor is not wrong. There is indeed the sound of a flute. Moreover, it is the flute of the absolute sound killing formation. Elder Jian Mei was shocked. The absolute sound killing formation. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden explained, "I have seen it recorded in ancient texts that the absolute sound killing formation is extremely dangerous. Once the mechanism is triggered, unless all intruders are dead or the formation's energy is depleted, it will absolutely not stop." Everyone started to sway with the prevailing opinion again. The saintess's mastery of musical theory had long reached its peak. If she said so, it must be true. That Ning Tian, could also hear the flute? Could it be that he also studied musical theory? As expected of the legendary patriarch, he is truly skilled. Lord Tian Bao then asked. The person who just opened the door died right after. It must have been a trap on the door. If the absolute kill formation is this powerful, how are we to enter the tomb? The Yaoqi Saintess announced. Everyone, there is no need to worry. My Yaoqi has the sound-breaking technique. I will just need all of you to provide me with spiritual energy. She blushed as she looked at Ning Tian and said, also, I will need someone to perform this sound-breaking technique with me. He asked, puzzled, me? Elder Jianmi objected. Who knows what is inside the tomb? If the Saintess needs us to provide spiritual energy now, isn't she trying to deplete our spiritual energy beforehand? Elder Tian Feng chimed in. That's right. To break the formation, we just need people to continuously drain the energy of the absolute kill sound formation. It will naturally break on its own. Ning Tian said mockingly, I never thought you people from the Righteous Path Alliance would come up with such a tactic, using human lives as cannon fodder. Elder Jianmi said with a sanctimonious air, what's the big deal? All of you have gathered here. Aren't you all prepared to risk your lives for this opportunity? Those without the strength who still wish for a piece of the pie are just a burden. They might as well go and benefit everyone now. Ning Tian exposed the old man's dirty scheme. You long-eyebrowed old man, I see you're quite old. You probably don't have much longer to live. Living any longer is just a waste of food. Why don't you go and benefit everyone first? The old man flew into a rage from embarrassment, yelling, You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The Saintess once again stepped in to mediate. There is no need to argue further. The formation-breaking technique doesn't require that much of everyone's spiritual energy. If the Righteous Path Alliance is uneasy, then I invite you two to open the stone door. Elder Tian Feng, furious, roared. On what grounds? Elder Jianmi pretended to concede. Very well, the tomb is more important. He said, we can open the stone door, but Saintess, for you to want to perform a duet with him, isn't that rather inappropriate? As far as I know, he is merely at the fourth stage of the Earth realm, the Earth King realm. How could he be proficient in musical theory? Ning Tian retorted disdainfully, truly a frog in a well. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean others don't either. The Yaoqi Saintess said softly, Patriarch, please hold out your hand. I will now impart the mental cultivation method of the sound-breaking music to you. He did as she said and held out his hand. The Saintess's cheeks flushed as she thought to herself. Last time at the Immortal Spirit Spring, the Patriarch and the Queen Mother of the West played a duet, so melodious it harmonized with heaven and earth. I finally have this opportunity. Their palms touched, and instantly, a golden light flared. A halo enveloped the point where they made contact. A system notification appeared. Host has been detected absorbing the mental cultivation method for the sound-breaking music, comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Comprehension successful. Ning Tian looked at his hand, astonished. He marveled. So this is the sound-breaking music. The Saintess, let's begin. She asked in astonishment. You've already learned it? Seeing this scene, everyone began to murmur. Is that for real? To think he comprehended the sound-breaking music in just a moment. He can't be bluffing, can he? So impressive. It would be quite amusing if he ends up messing it up. Elder Jianmi disapproved, roaring, wait. I've never seen anyone grasp a mental technique in such a short time. You're not just pretending to save face, are you? Elder Tian Feng chimed in, saying to the Saintess, Saintess, we can't let this wet behind-the-ears brat get us all killed. Nin Tian let out a cold laugh. I didn't expect people from the Righteous Path Alliance to be so afraid of death. Relax, you two frogs in a well. Watch closely and see what it means that there is always a sky beyond the sky. The Saintess summoned a golden zither and said shyly, Patriarch, if you don't have an instrument, you can use mine for now. Nin Tian took the zither and praised it. Thank you, Saintess. This is indeed a fine item. This zither is much better than my spiritual instrument, he mused, lightly stroking the strings. If only I could have a musical spiritual artifact like this someday. Across from him, the Saintess held a flute. Her face flushed as she hummed softly. Nin Tian asked with concern, Saintess, are you all right? She replied that she was fine. The Saintess's eyes were hazy. She thought to herself, my instrument is connected to my soul. The Patriarch's playing feels as if he's caressing my entire body. She gave a forced smile and urged, Patriarch, let's begin. He then said, all right, I'll have to trouble you seniors. Elder Jianmi and Elder Tianfeng pushed the door open simultaneously. From the opening, countless streams of death energy poured out. Everyone watched intently as Nin Tian and the Saintess played their music. Then he shouted, "Go!" He channeled his energy, unleashing a sonic attack. Opposite them, an armored figure holding a long sword charged forward. The Yaoqi Saintess was startled and amazed. With just these simple melodies, he can already match a grandmaster. I never imagined the musical path created by the Patriarch had reached such a profound level. Watching his focused figure and listening to his magical melodies, Elder Jianmi and the others were all stunned. He really wasn't exaggerating. The Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Cult is truly extraordinary. The system suddenly announced, "You have astonished everyone." Rewarding skill card, heart protection card. Nin Tian opened his eyes and signaled for the Saintess to follow. She exclaimed in surprise, "So fast," and hurriedly chased after him. An armored skeleton swung its sword towards Nin Tian's head. He spoke, "Thank you, Saintess. Your zither is wonderful. It felt very pleasant to play." The Yaoqi Saintess blushed, remembering the scene where Nin Tian had held her in his arms. Then she replied shyly, "You're welcome. I'm glad the Patriarch is satisfied." Elder Tianfeng took the lead and rushed in. "The formation has been broken. Let's go in quickly." After the group entered the stone door, the stone door immediately slammed shut with a bang. Nin Tian reminded them, "Be careful." The Saintess responded with "Amen." The candles on the walls suddenly lit up, slowly revealing stone statues. Inside were 3 large stone statues holding long swords, their eyes flashing with red light. Everyone was terrified at this sight. "It looks like the stone statue is moving." "Don't be ridiculous. How can stone move?" The Grand Elder warned. "Patriarch, be careful. There's definitely something wrong with these stone statues." Nin Tian remained calm. "Is that so? I don't see any problem with these stone statues. Or rather, they're not a threat at all." A cold glint flashed in the statue's eyes. Then it started to move, rushing toward the crowd. Everyone screamed in panic. "The stone statue has come alive. Get out of the way." The stone statue swung its stone sword, slashing forward. Everyone hurriedly jumped to dodge, but a few couldn't make it in time. The remaining people quickly attacked the giant stone statue, but soon discovered a truth. Physical attacks had no effect on it. Another person tried using magic, also to no avail. My magic attacks were also useless. The stone statue seemed to be angered and charged forward quickly. A frightened girl held her head, sobbing helplessly. Nin Tian flew in front of it. The system announced, "Soul Extinguishing Art is activating." Activation successful. Nin Tian turned towards the statue and directly attacked its head. Very quickly, it began to show signs of cracking, then shattered into 1,000 pieces that scattered on the ground. He turned and asked the girl from before, "Are you all right?" The girl replied shyly, "Thank you, Patriarch." Looking at the pile of rubble before him, which emitted a faint green light, he thought to himself, "Just as I expected, the statue could move because a soul entity was attached to it. Soul entities are excellent nourishment for the soul origin pearl." He smiled smugly. "Since you've presented such a great gift, I won't be polite anymore." He proceeded to destroy the remaining stone statues one after another. The whole group of stone statues was covered in lightning. Everyone whispered in horror. Is the Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Cult really that strong? Chung Guin Bao said worriedly, "So many of us are no match for the Heavenly Demon Cult's Patriarch, who has just reached the Earth King realm." Holy Sun Ling Ao said in admiration, "The stone armor on those statue soldiers possesses a special power. Even we find it difficult to deal with. Worthy of the Patriarch." The female cultivator's eyes sparkled with adoration, screaming as if they had seen their idol. "Look at the Patriarch's masterful demeanor. So cool and dashing. Dealing with these stone statues is as easy as flipping his hand." Someone watched Nin Tian display his divine might, dealing with the statues ahead with a resentful gaze. He roared angrily, "Nin Tian, one day, I, Lam Tu Dao, will make you die a horrible death." Meanwhile, Nin Tian quickly smashed another stone statue. The system immediately displayed a notification. "You have astonished the surrounding prodigies and ignited their will to fight. Reward, 5 points." Nin Tian landed on the ground, thinking to himself, "With such abundant spiritual energy, I'm about to break through." He quickly gave an order, "Grand Elder, protect me. Holy Sun Ling Ao said in surprise. What is he trying to do? Elder Dain Fong sneered. Done showing off, and now your spiritual energy is depleted, isn't it? Elder Kimi also feigned regret. Running out of spiritual energy in this tomb is not a good thing. Be careful not to lose your life. Abundant spiritual energy emanated from Nin Tian's body as he closed his eyes to meditate. Elder Kimi exclaimed in shock. He actually has a spirit sea. Elder Dain Fong also roared in disbelief, and he's about to break through at this critical moment. A group of female cultivators chattered amongst themselves. I knew it. The Patriarch has abundant energy. There's no way he could be depleted. That's right, Patriarch Nin Tian is, after all, the most vigorous man I've ever met. The system quickly announced. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm, 4-star Earth King. You have astonished everyone, rewarding 1 comprehension point for the Heavenly God record. Current comprehension progress for the Heavenly God record for 10. Initial glimpse of the path. Nin Tian thought to himself, 4/10 already? Just one more step and I can reach the Hall of Ascension realm. Then I'll be able to open even more spirit veins. He stood up and ordered, Grand Elder, that should be the main hall up ahead. Let's go in. The Grand Elder immediately agreed. On the other side of the door, a terrifying skeleton was sitting upright on the throne. Everyone was puzzled. Is this the main hall? It's even larger than the previous one. Whose tomb is this, anyway? Nin Tian picked up a scroll, glanced over its contents, and exclaimed, even a random scroll is a high-level cultivation technique. The weapons on the rack are all top-grade items as well. He looked at the people spreading out to search for treasures and smiled. He opened a wooden chest and found it full of pure gold, remarking, the owner of this tomb was truly wealthy. The others, having found treasures, were overjoyed. This is a real treasure trove. It has everything. We struck it rich this time. Just as everyone was about to move the items and leave, the skeleton seemed to be activated. Nin Tian was slightly dazed by the tremor. The Grand Elder hurriedly asked, Patriarch, are you feeling unwell? Nin Tian glanced at the skeleton, shook his head, and said, It's nothing. I must be overthinking it. The Grand Elder guessed curiously. The person on the throne is likely the owner of this tomb. Don't ordinary tombs emphasize a peaceful burial in the earth? Why is he sitting here? Nin Tian replied, Perhaps he had some lingering attachment, unwilling to let go. A man approached the skeleton on the throne. Seeing this, Nin Tian kindly reminded him, one should respect the dead. People of the One-Sword sect, it's not right to disturb him like this. That person, Kim Votan of the One-Sword sect from the Righteous Path Alliance, sneered, I never thought the Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Cult would be such a coward, afraid of even the dead. In this kind of tomb, the owner always hides the best items on their person, like this ring he wore to his death. It must be an immortal artifact. With that said, Kim Votan drew his sword and prepared to strike the skeleton. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light flickered in the skeleton's eye sockets, and its bony hand grabbed his face. Immediately after, countless streams of death energy from his body were absorbed by the skeleton. Could this be a reanimated corpse? Kim Votan screamed in despair. Master, save me. Everyone who was looting the treasures was stunned and froze. Elder Kimi said worriedly, Votan, what's wrong? Before their eyes was the sight of the skeleton about to drain Kim Votan dry. How did that skeleton stand up? Everyone could only watch in horror. Elder Dain Fong said in shock, Is that a reanimated corpse? Elder Tom Lam also exclaimed, looking at Elder Kimi, is that the head disciple of your esteemed sect? The people around started criticizing, more of a hindrance than a help. In such a dangerous tomb, why doesn't the One-Sword sect manage its disciples properly? Are they trying to get us all killed? Nin Tian said sarcastically, when treasure is right in front of you, there will naturally be greedy people who want it all for themselves. Everyone exclaimed. The treasure on the skeleton's hand was a gold ring inlaid with a ruby. The elders all gaped. A storage ring. Elder Tian Fong frowned. This kind of spiritual storage artifact is the most important burial item of the tomb's owner. The One-Sword sect is truly. Elder Jianmi was fuming with rage. This treacherous bastard who defies his master. To see such a treasure and not report it to me first. He flew forward, shouting righteously, Wu Qing, your master is here to save you. But in his heart, he thought, the storage ring is mine. He pointed his sword at the skeleton and said sternly, "You're already dead, yet you want to reanimate. Today, I will ensure you die without a burial place." The tip of the sword touched the barrier, and the blade immediately shattered under the pressure, leaving him stunned. "How can this be? My spirit sword broke." Elder Jianmi was then struck squarely by the skeleton's palm, sending his entire body and the sword fragments flying. The skeletal hand continued to pull towards Jian Wuqing. Ning Tian's heart tensed. Elder Jianmi was an 8th level Heavenly Sovereign Realm expert, yet he was sent flying with a single strike. That Jian Wuqing was drained dry and collapsed at the skeleton's feet. The skeleton let out a loud laugh and flew from its throne. With a single move, it sent the people from the Tianbao Holy Land flying. Ning Tian sneered. Well, people from the Tianbao Holy Land. No wonder I didn't see you earlier. Looks like you all snuck off somewhere. Lord Tianbao got up and said angrily, "Damn it, the intelligence was wrong. This is a great emperor's tomb." Elder Tian Feng asked the greedy old man, "What were you doing?" He replied in a panic, "We just found a secret chamber, but there was a formation inside. Most of my disciples were in there, and they were just thrown out by some nobody." Elder Qing Lin said softly, "Lord Tianbao is a heavenly sovereign realm expert, yet he suffered such heavy losses. This tomb is truly perilous." Ning Tian mused, "A great emperor is the most powerful existence within the divine emperor realm. If this is his tomb," the Yaoqi holy maiden added, "then this is beyond our capabilities." The skeleton stared intently at Ning Tian, not saying a word. "Why is it looking at me? It's not looking at us, is it?" With the skeleton as the epicenter, a dark aura began to spread. Ning Tian felt the pressure and cursed inwardly. "It really is looking at us." A group of cultivators charged toward the skeleton. "Fellow Taoists, this place is very strange. Let's attack together for a quick victory." The elders charged forward. The skeleton raised its index finger and easily trapped them within a barrier. The Supreme Elder exclaimed in shock, "What a powerful barrier!" The skeleton let out a strange laugh, and everyone was forced to their knees by its immense power. A brilliant golden light erupted from Ning Tian's body as he thought, "Heavenly God arts." In an instant, countless golden dragons shot out as he roared, "Break!" The golden dragons rushed towards the skeleton. Zhong Yuan Bao exclaimed in admiration, "I never thought an ancestor master at the Earth King realm would possess such fighting spirit." Holy Son Ling Ao shouted, "I absolutely cannot fall behind." After him, the other holy sons and holy maidens also unleashed their artifacts, attacking the skeleton's barrier together. Ning Tian was puzzled. First, it traps the 6 heavenly sovereigns, then it suppresses us juniors with its power. What on earth is it trying to do? I don't get it, but I'm certain it doesn't intend to kill us. A black shadow flew out from the ring on the skeleton's hand. The shadow rushed towards Ning Tian, startling him. It transformed into the appearance of a mischievous young girl, who said, "You're very clever. I like you." The holy maiden of Yaoqi shouted, "What demon dares to play tricks here?" The young girl paid her no mind and said cheerfully, "Welcome, challengers, to my tomb." Everyone was stunned to hear this. She was the master of the tomb. She looked like nothing more than a little girl. Ning Tian was surprised. "Challengers." She didn't call us tomb raiders, but challengers. Could it be that this place isn't a simple tomb? His gaze grew solemn. Furthermore, this tomb is actually a trap. She has been waiting for us for a long time. The holy maiden spoke. "This junior, Yao Shi, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, ventures to ask which senior expert you might be." The young girl said doubtfully, "A little one from Yaoqi." I didn't expect a new holy maiden to appear so soon after Yao Xian. Elder Qing Lin said in astonishment to be able to speak the name of great emperor Yao Xian so directly. "Senior, could you be the 3 saints' great emperor?" Ning Tian asked. "Who is the 3 saints' great emperor?" Yao Shi replied. "The 3 saints' great emperor and great emperor Yao Xian were powerful experts of the same era, and also a close friend of great emperor Yao Xian." Elder Qing Lin asked doubtfully, 300 years ago, didn't you embark on the path to godhood with the Yao Xian holy maiden? The Yao Xian holy maiden disappeared, so why are you?" She interrupted, "Still alive?" Elder Qing Lin hastily denied it. "This junior, did not mean that. The young girl sneered, path to godhood? It's more accurate to call it the path of emperor destruction. So what if you cultivate to the emperor realm? As long as you step onto that path, you will surely disappear. Heavenly demon Yao Xian and the others, they were all the same. She shouted, if you are Yao Xian's juniors, I will not stand by and watch you walk this path of no return. Stop now. She screamed, that's right. All the emperor realm experts from that time have disappeared. What's the point of cultivating anymore? I might as well take matters into my own hands now and end it all at once. Ning Tian tensed up, thinking to himself, this is bad. This old monster is about to make her move. He reasoned, great emperor experts are unpredictable and rarely show their emotions. Now that the elders are captured, instead of waiting for her to catch us all in one fell swoop, I might as well risk it all and seize the opportunity. Then he burst out laughing. While everyone was suppressed, his laughter stood out. The young girl said coldly, what are you laughing at? She thought to herself, an ordinary disciple's Tao heart is unstable. How did he calm himself so quickly? Ning Tian looked up and said nonchalantly, I just find Senior 3 Saint's mistake a little ridiculous. She shouted angrily, how audacious! You dare say I'm wrong? The Grand Elder advised, Patriarch, the 3 Saints' great emperor's power surpasses even the Empress. Don't provoke her. Ning Tian said calmly, cultivators inherently go against the will of heaven. If Senior 3 Saints truly thought that way, you should have disappeared with great Emperor Yao Xian hundreds of years ago. Why appear now? Hearing this, she said furiously, you brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? I thought she would fly into a rage, but unexpectedly, she laughed heartily. Very good, very good. With such willpower, you have some of the bearing of a great emperor. Nin Tian was full of questions. A great emperor's bearing. Zhao Qi said proudly, as expected of the ancestor, to receive the recognition of the 3 Saints' great emperor. The young woman said, little one, I find you quite to my liking. Today, I shall bestow upon you a fateful opportunity to help you improve your mortal body. Nin Tian was stunned. Wait. She reached out and tapped his forehead. He said, Senior 3 Saints, don't blame me for this. She probed Nin Tian's spiritual sea and said arrogantly, such a good thing is not something everyone can encounter. Suddenly, she said in astonishment, this is a thunder dragon's spirit vein. A golden dragon looms. The 3 Saints' great emperor said, he has a celestial divine body. She panicked. I was just passing by and got a little curious, so I came to have a look. Rest assured, I'll leave right now. But the golden dragon seemed displeased. The 3 Saints' great emperor retreated, shouting, this kid is too uncanny. Not only does he have a celestial divine body, but the spirit vein in his body also has energy that suppresses soul bodies. A system notification flashed by. You have astonished the 3 Saints' great emperor. Reward, Song of Mind Reading. Song of Mind Reading. See through people's hearts and listen to their inner voices, effective for 1 hour, can only be used once. This notification made Nin Tian rejoice inwardly. There's hope. The 3 Saints' great emperor said awkwardly, your constitution is very good. This fateful opportunity isn't quite suitable for you. Nin Tian muttered, not a bad excuse. She whispered back, shut up, don't I need to save face? After speaking, she flew towards the skeleton. She looked towards Elder Tan Lam and said slowly, 300 years ago, this sovereign was gravely injured and difficult to heal. Now, only a remnant soul remains to support me, and this tomb has been maintained until now precisely for my inheritance. Elder Tan Lam said in shock, the inheritance of the 3 Saints' great emperor. Everyone was in an uproar. This is a great opportunity that comes once in 1,000 years. The 3 Saints' great emperor, holding a glowing precious orb, smiled and said, the spiritual pressure just now was the first round of trials. Those who could not withstand that pressure are all failures. Her gaze turned cold, and for failures, there's only one path, death. As soon as she finished speaking, countless streams of black miasma enveloped everyone. Each person felt as if they were being strangled by a deathly aura. Holy Sun Ling Ao spoke up. To die just for failing a trial, Senior is being a bit too cruel. She paid him no mind and said, the trials will now continue. Furthermore, this sovereign wishes to remind you all of one thing. Only the one who receives the inheritance can leave here alive. Nin Tian's expression darkened. This woman is truly insane. The 3 Saints' great emperor added, oh, That's right, you youngsters from Yaoqi can just wait here. My inheritance is not suitable for you. After this is over, I will send you out. The barrier imprisoning Elder Tan Lam slowly dissipated. Elder Tan Lam jumped down, not forgetting to express her gratitude. Many thanks, Senior Three Saints. The Three Saints' great emperor frowned in thought. This place was tainted, yet the people of Yaoqi were completely unharmed. The crowd buzzed with discussion. So she's intentionally making things easy for the people of Yaoqi. How admirable. Who can blame them for having a fateful connection with the Three Saints' great emperor? The Three Saints' great emperor flew into the air and said, the second round. The skeleton leaped down, causing the ground to shake and crack. The gloomy voice of the third saint great empress echoed, activate. Black energy gathered, forming a gate. Everyone was bewildered. What is this? A stream of black energy surrounded them. In total, there were 9 entrances. The voice of the third saint, great empress, slowly rang out. 9 doors. Enter the golden door and live. Enter the black door and die. Enter the nightmare door and be forever lost in a nightmare. Everyone, make your choice quickly. The crowd was in an uproar. Is there even a choice to be made? Of course, we'll choose the door of life. That's right. What's the difference between being trapped in a nightmare forever and dying? One person hesitated, saying, wait, why would she be so kind? Could she be using reverse psychology to trick us? Chu Yuanbao said cleverly, forget him. I'm choosing the door of life. The others followed suit. That's right. I'll choose the door of life too. On the contrary, I want to see if this great empress is lying or not. Nintien thought to himself, another open book test. I can't figure out what she's really thinking. System, use the mind-reading armor. The system announced, activating mind-reading armor. Activation successful. Remaining duration of mind-reading armor is 1 hour. In an instant, the voice of the third saint, great empress, echoed in his mind. Life and death, death and life. Is life not a form of death, and death not a form of life? In this endless cycle, it is ultimately impossible to escape death. Nintien was startled. So it turns out that both the door of life and the door of death lead to a dead end. He made up his mind and walked towards a door. Only by breaking through the nightmare door is there a glimmer of hope for survival. The third saint, great empress, thought with interest. This kid actually chose the nightmare door. Nintien walked straight into the door, not forgetting to leave a remark. Interesting. Inside the door was a pitch-black space. He looked around in confusion, smelling the stench of blood and gunpowder. After observing for a moment, he realized before him was a familiar city, Tien Fong City. In front of Nintien was the scene of the massacre of the heavenly demon cult disciples. Cries and screams filled the air. Grandmaster, avenge us quickly. As he stood there stunned, he heard a piercing scream. The scene of Deep Land torturing a female disciple appeared before his eyes. The female disciple cried out desperately for help. Grandmaster, save me, Deep Land said contemptuously. The men of the heavenly demon cult are so useless they can't even protect their own women. Nintien rushed forward, grabbed him by the throat, and slammed him violently against the wall. With a mouth full of blood, Deep Land continued to provoke him. What? Want to avenge your fellow disciples? Nintien growled. You think I don't dare? Deep Land's eyes were bloodshot as he added fuel to the fire. Kill me. If you don't kill me, I will slaughter your entire heavenly demon cult. Nintien's eyes turned crimson. All around, many distorted faces were urging him on. Kill him. Kill. 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 His eyes were completely filled with killing intent. Yes, I want revenge. The distorted crowd around him bewitched him. He muttered dazedly, I want to kill all of you. That's right, I must kill you all. Just unleash your killing spree, and you will fight here endlessly. Nintien threw a palm strike forward. At that moment, his sanity partially returned. No, that's not right. He's already dead. He's just a dead man. Why do I have to kill him again? His body suddenly stiffened, and his head throbbed as if it were splitting at what's happening. My head is spinning. Nintien suddenly woke up from the dream. He sat up in a panic. This is my room. Was all of that just a dream? Luo Wuqing walked in from the door and said joyfully, My dear husband, you're awake. Ning Tian was startled, wife. She sat down, tenderly touching his head. Look at you all sweaty. Did you have a nightmare? He took her hand and said, I dreamed that a group of people were undergoing trials in a tomb. He continued in confusion. I entered the gate of illusions, and there was also Skywind City. She comforted him. You must be exhausted from cultivating. Let me help you relax a bit. He was stunned. He was surprised by her unusual boldness. I see. She interrupted him. Husband, how do you feel? Ning Tian grabbed Luo Wuqing's hand, making her cry out in pain. It hurts. He snapped coldly. I think you're overacting. My wife isn't like this. She immediately laughed sinisterly. Then, the figures of Jiao Shi and the Queen Mother of the West appeared. They were eagerly inviting him. Come play, ancestral master. Come here. Ning Tian shouted helplessly. Why are you two here too? Damn it, who can stand this? Ning Tian looked at the steamy scene before him and shouted, Play what? The female emperor laughed seductively. Of course, a game that makes everyone happy. After speaking, she snapped her fingers. A spring gushed out, surprising him. The immortal spirit spring. Jiao, she said shyly, Ancestral master, this spring is filled with your essence. Jiao, she bathes here every day and can't help but think of your majestic presence. She proactively nestled into his arms that if we dual cultivate here, it will be very beneficial for our cultivation. Luo Wuqing also wrapped her arms around his neck, saying softly, Husband, come here. She invited, Today, let's break through together. Ning Tian closed his eyes in contemplation. This place is a grotto heaven, a blessed land, but the scenery is ordinary. If I can't resist the temptation, I will surely drown in a sea of lust and even die from essence exhaustion. He glanced coldly at the one impersonating his wife and said, I've already said, my wife isn't like this. He continued to expose them. The Queen Mother of the West and the Saintess of the Jade Pool that I know are also not like you. He said bluntly, I saw through these old tricks of yours long ago. The imposters grew angry. I don't believe you can really resist. That's right, sisters. Today we must show this wet behind the ears brat what we're made of. The fake Luo Wuqing performed an illusion technique, creating countless blurry phantoms. The phantoms flew down, teasing Ning Tian. Don't you like me, my dear husband? Don't resist anymore. It's okay, just accept yourself. He remained seated with his eyes closed, completely unmoved. Husband, are you mocking me? Why don't you dare to look at me? Ning Tian thought to himself, activated the celestial god body, and a light radiated from him, repelling the phantoms. Where he sat cross-legged, a powerful light erupted. Those demons and monsters vanished without a trace. He looked at the door and sighed in relief. It's finally over. He materialized clothes, opened the door, and stepped out. I'm not the shallow man you think I am. The place he stepped out into was a lush green meadow. He wondered, am I in a dreamscape now, or have I left that damn place and returned to reality? Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. He turned his head to look. Ancestral master. Saint Sunling Ao happily stepped forward. Patriarch, you're out again. He immediately made a stopping gesture, then leaped back several meters, leaving the other two bewildered. Ning Tian's face darkened as he thought, I wonder if these two are illusions. He said to the system, activate mind reading. Then he heard the excited and agitated inner thoughts of the two people in front of him. The patriarch is so powerful. I wonder when I can be as powerful as him. So this is the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon cult. He really is quite handsome. I heard he's a true man. I wonder how I compare to him. Ning Tian's head was full of black lines as he thought. Why are all the disciples of the Tianbao, sacred land, so strange? But hearing their thoughts, I can confirm they're real. It seems I've returned to reality. He stepped forward and spoke. Saint Sunling Ao, when did you get out? The man was visibly delighted. Patriarch, we came out right after you. He excitedly clenched his fists, grinning widely. I finally get to talk to the patriarch. At the same time, others also started coming out one by one. He asked the two, did you all come out of the dreamscape gate? What kind of dreamscape did you experience? Ling Ao looked bewildered. What dreamscape? He was stunned. Don't tell me you came out of the life gate. The two replied blankly, yes, we did. Ling Ao explained, after I entered, I encountered a few peak Earth King realm evil spirits. After killing them, I ended up here. Ning Tian roared in anger. You dare to deceive me. The system trembled. Host, please calm down. You can't blame the system for this. When you used the mind-reading armor, the three saints' great emperor happened to be thinking about something else. He rubbed his chin, thinking, it seems that old geezer took advantage of people's conventional thinking from the start. It's truly impossible to guard against. Ling Ao said hesitantly. Patriarch, you didn't really come out of the dreamscape gate, did you? He gave a cold grunt of affirmation. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd, who couldn't believe the patriarch had emerged from the dreamscape gate. A buzz of discussion started. That's a dreamscape created by a great emperor expert, and the patriarch saw right through it. That's right, my senior brothers also chose the dreamscape gate, and they still haven't come out. I heard that most who enter the dreamscape gate either never come out or meet a grim fate. The system displayed a red notification. You have astonished Ling Ao of the same rank. Reward: Earth Grade, Low Quality Martial Art. Comprehending Shadow, Following Sword Art, Speed X10. Comprehension successful. Host's Heavenly Completion Physique has been achieved. Received Heavenly Completion. Hearing this, Ning Tian confirmed his suspicion that I always found it strange. Although the Heavenly God physique is powerful, its effects are not even comparable to the system's tenfold speed boost or the lightning tribulation spirit veins. Perhaps it's unrelated to leveling up. He opened his attribute panel to look, then fell in a deep thought, not noticing someone quietly watching him from behind. But this is how the Heavenly God physique can be upgraded. Lin Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. Damn it. How's this guy so lucky? He didn't even die in the dreamscape gate. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, causing everyone to panic. What's happening? What's going on now? In the middle of the lake, a small island slowly emerged from the water. The crowd was in an uproar, with everyone shouting, "Look, that tree! It's pure spiritual energy." Upon closer inspection, they saw all kinds of weapons circling the strange tree. The crowd grew even more excited. There are immortal artifacts, too. Kim Votan took the lead and said arrogantly, "Those immortal artifacts, I'm taking them all." Before he could finish his words, he was struck by a pillar of light and was turned to ash in an instant. Everyone turned pale with fear. That man was at least a Saint King realm expert, yet he was killed in a single blow. The newcomer was a woman of exquisite beauty, but her tone was as cold as ice. "You dare break the rules of my three saints? You must be seeking death." Everyone was horrified. The great emperor of the three saints. Why is she so much bigger? "Great Emperor of the Three Saints, aren't you supposed to be outside?" She replied coldly. "The one outside is a remnant soul of this seat. I am the true examiner of this trial." Nin Tian's face darkened. No wonder, she looks a bit like that little lowly. She raised her hand and explained, "The third trial is this tree behind me. You will be in groups of 10. The ancient tree will produce orbs of light corresponding to the number of people. Inside the orbs are different spiritual artifacts, and among them is one immortal artifact." Before she finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd, corresponding to the number of people. "Doesn't that mean everyone gets one?" "That's right. If we're lucky, we might even get the immortal artifact." The great emperor of the three saints smiled without a word, summoned an hourglass, and said, "Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, only the one who obtains the immortal artifact will survive." The crowd below was immediately displeased. What is the meaning of this? Only the one with the immortal artifact gets to live? Isn't that a 1 in 10 chance of survival? Nin Tian glanced disdainfully at this rabble and muttered, "The path to godhood is also a path of emperor annihilation. Is that what this means?" The great emperor of the three saints covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Oh, have you figured something out?" Nin Tian said coldly, "The fight for the divine throne. Countless experts have lived and died for it, one after another, with some not even reaching the edge of the battlefield for godhood. You wish to recreate that period of conflict, don't you? Except you've replaced the divine realm with an immortal artifact. From the lake shore to its center is at least 10 miles, yet you only give us the time of 1 incense stick." He exposed her bluntly. "I guess, besides watching us kill each other, there must be something else in this lake that greatly interests you, right?" The great emperor of the three saints' smile grew more excited. "Little boy, this seat is growing more and more fond of you." She cast a spell and said in a cold voice, "In that case, the third trial will begin with you." Everyone looked up at the great emperor of the three saints and the hourglass hanging high above. In an instant, everyone was teleported into the air, Nin Tien calculated silently. 6 disciples of the righteous path, 3 Saint King realm experts. They will definitely have ill intentions towards me. I must be careful. Lam Tu Dao laughed smugly. The heavens are on my side. Oh, Nin Tien, you are surely going to die today. The great emperor of the 3 saints smiled. I have 3 more reminders for you. First, after the trial begins, you are not allowed to probe what kind of weapon is inside the orbs of light. Second, once you touch an orb of light, you will be locked to it. You cannot change it, and others cannot snatch it. Third, when the hourglass runs out, anyone who has not touched an orb of light will also be considered to have failed. Therefore, do not waste time. Then, she signaled for the timer to start. Begin. Everyone exerted their full strength and rushed towards that island. A confident man said, "Humph, if gods stand in my way, I'll kill the gods. If Buddhas stand in my way, I'll kill the Buddhas. What damn emperor-slaying path? Before he could finish, a massive, pitch-black beast suddenly shot out from the lake, opening its cavernous, fong-filled mouth. It scared him pale. What is that thing? The giant beast leaped into the air, twisting its body to attack the group of people falling down. Relying on his roaming dragon steps, Nin Tien dodged the fatal bite just in time. He leaped to one side, sighing in relief inwardly. I didn't expect there to be a demonic beast in this lake. The sound of something tearing through the air came from behind. He grew suspicious. An ambush? He tilted his body just in time to dodge the treacherous move. Lam Tu Dao snorted coldly. To think you dodged both of my attacks. Nin Tien, you're quite hard to kill. Seeing a familiar face, he was a little surprised. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the thief Lam, who specializes in coveting other people's wives. A lackey said boldly, Nin Tien, you are merely at the 4th level of the Earth King realm. Here, the weakest among us is at the 5th level, and young Master Tu Dao is at the 8th level of the Earth King realm. Today, we will definitely cut you down right here. Lam Tu Dao said with a ferocious expression, Nin Tien, rest assured, after you die, I will take good care of your wife. Hearing this, Nin Tien roared, you're courting death. The 3 saints' great emperor was astonished. This kid actually managed to overcome even the lightning tribulation spirit vein. System notification, activating the way of the sword. Sword in hand, he charged towards Lam Tu Dao's group. One of them who was hit cried out in alarm. How can he be so fast? Quick, circulate your spiritual energy. The system continuously announced. Earth grade, low rank martial art, shadow, following sword technique, activated. Free, will sword intent. Nin Tien flashed past them like a bolt of lightning. That group of people was immediately turned into a river of blood. Lam Tu Dao stood frozen on the spot, screaming, 5 lives gone in an instant. How can this kid be so powerful? Nin Tien appeared behind him like a phantom and said coldly, Thief Lam, how can you be distracted during a fight? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a heavenly demon palm at Lam Tu Dao's head. Nin Tien coldly watched as Lam Tu Dao's body fell into the demonic beast's mouth, ultimately becoming its meal. Saint Sun Ling Ao, Chung Wen Bao, and the other admirers said, so strong. He killed 6 people in an instant. The Grandmaster is incredible. Nin Tien glanced at the oasis and clicked his tongue. Not good. Lam Tu Dao wasted too much of my time. They've all finished choosing. He immediately said, System, use the treasure detecting card. System notification. Using treasure detecting card. Usage successful. Amidst the system's mechanical notification, Nin Tien quickly rushed towards the oasis. The treasure detecting card has 1 hour remaining. A cultivator laughed loudly and reached out his hand. Nin Tien said anxiously, don't. That's the only immortal artifact. Just as the Saint Ring realm expert was about to touch the immortal artifact, he was interrupted by a loud shout from behind. Immortal artifact. After speaking, Nin Tien inexplicably flew towards another sphere of spiritual energy. The red-haired expert couldn't help but be curious. How did he know that was the immortal artifact? He suddenly turned around, his mind filled with speculation. This kid is the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon cult. He must have a treasure-finding magic weapon gifted by the Empress, so that must be the real immortal artifact. And so, the red-haired expert's hands moved faster than his brain. Channeling his internal energy, a beam of light shot towards Nin Tien as he cackled, ha ha ha, my apologies. Nin Tian reacted, dodging the sneak attack. He said angrily, I saw it first. The red-haired expert, with quick hands and sharp eyes, plunged his hand into the sphere of spiritual energy, then argued shamelessly, but I touched it first. How utterly frustrating. The surrounding rookie's eyes also turned red with greed, their hands now tightly bound to the spiritual energy, unable to pull back. Damn it. He beat us to it. At this moment, Nin Tian began to speak calmly, Sai. Since it has come to this, he then reached out and touched the real immortal artifact, then smirked contemptuously. I guess I'll have to reluctantly settle for the real immortal artifact. Just like that, Nin Tian's plan had successfully deceived those rookies. They stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, falling backward onto the ground. What does he mean? The sphere of immortal energy was thus opened by him. A brilliant, dazzling light shone forth, as beautiful as the smile of a loved one. The immortal artifact was the absolute immortal ancient zither, a zither that looked simple but possessed immense power. Nin Tian caressed the immortal artifact and said with a smile, not bad, a mid-grade immortal artifact, the absolute immortal ancient zither. The red-haired expert felt deeply humiliated, at his age, to be tricked by a snot-nosed brat. He flew into a rage. You rotten brat. You dare to plot against me. That immortal artifact was originally mine. Nin Tian mimicked his earlier shameless tone, infuriating him further, but I touched it first. He was so angry his face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. How infuriating. He pointed at Nin Tian and cursed, well done, patriarch of the heavenly demon cult. To think you'd be so despicable and shameless. You've completely disgraced the heavenly demon cult. Nin Tian replied, I don't like to compete, but I can't stand losing. Then he immediately retorted with a profound saying, a tree without bark will surely die. A person without shame is invincible in the world. As soon as those words were spoken, the red-haired expert became so enraged that smoke seemed to pour from his 7 orifices. With his anger attacking his heart, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 2 disciples from the heavenly treasure sacred land witnessed everything and felt that Nin Tian was incredible, praising him endlessly. With just one sentence, he made a Saint Emperor realm expert cough up blood. As expected of the patriarch, truly incredible. If I had the patriarch's shameless spirit, I could definitely lead the heavenly treasure sacred land to become the 2nd richest power in this world. The system, even more improperly, announced, you have somewhat surprised everyone. Title awarded, the shameless one. Effect, enhances defense when facing others. By casually spouting some worldly wisdom, Nin Tian had unknowingly received this title. What the hell is this title? In response to his confusion, the system immediately reminded him, host need not be surprised. There's only what the host cannot imagine, nothing the system cannot do. The rookies, furious at Nin Tian's early April Fool's prank, all jumped up and rushed forward, shouting, you rotten brat, even if I die, I'm taking you with me. Before the words were finished, several dark figures flashed past, cutting into their bodies. They only had time to let out a few groans, aga, before they perished, their limbs turning cold. The one who acted was the 3rd Holy Great Empress. She stepped out and declared, the challenge is over. According to the rules, only one person can be the victor. She turned around, extremely pleased, and said, I didn't expect you to actually find a true immortal artifact. I really underestimated you. Nin Tian, thinking her praise was a pretense to reclaim the artifact, quickly replied in a provocative tone, what is it? Do you regret it? You never said that a chosen immortal artifact had to be returned. Upon hearing this, the great Emperor Tan grew so angry she lost her composure, veins bulging on her forehead as she yelled, what kind of person do you take this eminence for? Unable to stay in the same room with this nonsense-spouting boy any longer, the great Emperor Tan slipped away. Before the others passed the trial, you will wait here, leaving Nin Tian below, hugging the immortal artifact all alone. He was a bit suspicious. She called it the 3rd trial, but she might have other tricks up her sleeve. Putting this aside for now, I must quickly make the immortal artifact recognize its master and be on full alert. With that said, he bit his finger and let a few humble drops of fresh blood fall onto the immortal artifact. A halo of light radiated out, leaving Nin Tian stunned for a few seconds. A strange sensation spread throughout his entire body. Only then did Nin Tian realize that this lack Dao immortal artifact recognizes its master by directly connecting to their divine soul. Not only that, but its attacks could also damage an enemy's soul. It is truly worthy of being an immortal artifact. The system prompted again. Host perception of the lack Dao has been enhanced. Nintien was dazed for a moment again. Wait, if the immortal artifact and its master's divine souls merge, then when I used the ancient zither of the holy maiden of Yaoqi, didn't I indirectly come into contact with that young lady's body? Oh dear, my mind is in the gutter again. An image of being intimate with the holy maiden of Yaoqi automatically appeared in Nintian's mind. She was dressed very suggestively and was even moaning. Haha, ancestral master, please don't. Just thinking about the scene made Nintien blush with embarrassment. It's only indirect, not real. It's fine, it's fine. 2 hours later, 4 more lucky individuals who had passed the trial appeared before Nintien. Unexpectedly, only this many people remained. Each one wore a grim expression, radiating killing intent, as if they could start a fight at any moment. The great Emperor Tam-Ton, hovering in midair, offered a few words of praise. Not bad. To think 5 of you are left, better than I expected. Below, a white-haired man said joyfully, "This is great, it's finally over." Another man with black, straight-cut bangs laughed smugly and said, "We can leave now, right?" Thinking they could finally escape, the great Emperor Tam-Ton rested her chin on her hand and said in a low voice, "Don't celebrate too soon, everyone. There's still one final trial." Everyone was shocked. There's still more? Nintien, however, seemed to have expected it. Just as I predicted, it really isn't over. The great Emperor Tam-Ton then did something even more astonishing. She raised her hand to cast a spell, leaving the group below to face one surprise after another. Void displacement. Only a powerhouse at the Great Emperor realm could execute such a technique. To explain her action, the Great Emperor Tam-Ton looked down and added, "Whoever can pass this final trial, my inheritance, along with the countless treasures in this great emperor's tomb, will all belong to that person." Hearing this, everyone was inevitably shaken. The inheritance of a great emperor. An old man with a full beard hurriedly said, "Great Emperor, I agree." All 5 pairs of eyes lit up. No matter the challenge, we all agreed to participate. It seemed everyone coveted the great emperor's inheritance. The third saint, Great Emperor, gestured as she began to activate the final trial. "Hunt me down." The moment she finished speaking, everyone was petrified, thinking they must have misheard. They all hurriedly asked in unison, "What?" Nintien was also astonished by this decision. "Senior Third Saint, are you serious? For us to hunt down a great Emperor realm expert, even together, is an impossible task." The Third Saint, Great Emperor, pointed a finger. "Wrong. Not together, but one-on-one," she said, her voice turning solemn. "So, they really had to hunt down a great emperor?" The old man with the full beard below immediately flew into a rage. "How is that possible?" Luke Quan also voiced his support. "That's right. Look at your strength, and then look at ours. Aren't you just setting us up for harm?" But it seemed the third saint was extremely serious about this trial. "Before I became a great emperor, I was always invincible in the same realm. To make the game fairer, I have decided to suppress my strength to match your realm when I fight you. I won't take advantage of you." Hearing this, the bearded old man's scowl vanished, his attitude doing a complete 180. "Using the strength of the same realm, you say?" Luke Quan also appeared confident. "If that's the case, then there might be a sliver of a chance to win." The third saint sneered, "Young man, to hesitate is to lose." Nintien was not one to be trifled with either. He retorted calmly, "Then why not say that haste makes waste?" Luke Quan cupped his fists and stepped forward arrogantly, looking as if he feared neither heaven nor earth. "Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Third Saint. I, Luke Quan, at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, accept the challenge." "Very well then, I shall use the form of my 20-year-old self, who reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm." Before her words faded, the third saint swooped down, transforming into a more human-like form. Though her proud silhouette remained unchanged that "I will fight you," she accepted his challenge. Nintien stood there stunned, thinking to himself, "System, she's my age but already at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. Look at me, why am I only at the 4-star Earthly King realm?" The system immediately relayed a message. "Host, age is not the issue. Have you ever seen anyone cross 4 major realms in just a few short months, cultivating from a 1-star martial artist to a 4-star Earthly King realm?" Nintien understood at once. That's true. Luke Quan charged arrogantly toward the third saint, as if he wanted to devour her whole. "Pardon my offense. Lukun Luget. Unsurprisingly, the third saint easily dodged the blow so fast. Luke Quan exclaimed in shock. The third saint smiled knowingly. It is you who is too slow. In the blink of an eye, the third saint sent the arrogant Luke Quan flying with a kick, causing him to spit blood. It was a miserable sight. Her assault didn't stop there. She immediately landed on the ground and summoned a pillar of light that erupted from the ground, piercing straight through Luke Quan. The pain was excruciating. And just like that, with only a few moves, Luke Quan was brought down by the third saint combination attack, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. The two disciples from the heavenly treasure Holy Land couldn't hide their horror. She defeated a master of the same realm so effortlessly in a single move. The white-haired man's face turned pale, invincible in the same realm. She truly wasn't bluffing. Nintien thought to himself, the way of the palm. I never expected that the third saint, back in her Saint Emperor realm, had already achieved such mastery in her palm techniques. Next, who is it? After the third saint spoke, everyone was scared out of their wits, breaking out in a cold sweat. The old man with the full beard was so terrified he clutched his head and screamed, "No, not me. I can't do it. I'll die. I'll really die." Amidst this chaos, Nintien stepped forward. "Senior third saint, let me." The third saint had already condensed a ball of internal energy in her hand, preparing a sneak attack. She laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you brat. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." The brown-haired disciple from the heavenly treasure, Sacred Land, glanced over and said in horror, "Such a powerful palm technique. The third saint's strength at the Earth King realm is actually this powerful. This time, can the patriarch withstand it?" The third saint channeled her power, and a giant, sky-covering palm materialized. If this palm strike landed, it wouldn't just be a simple slap, but would likely smash a person into a meat paste. Nintien was not afraid in the slightest. "Senior third saint, although you claim to be invincible within the same realm," he then summoned the immortal artifact, the Jueshian Gujing, preparing to face the battle. "You still haven't met me. Sound-shattering technique, activate." The two techniques from the two individuals clashed violently. Streams of light flashed continuously. The third saint faltered slightly. The sound-shattering technique of Yao Qi, and it comes with a spiritual soul attack. The system's notification sound rang out. The host has astonished the great Emperor Third Saint. Rewarding the absolute slaughter sound formation is being comprehended at 10 times the normal speed. Is this considered a hack? Absolute slaughter sound formation. Comprehension complete. For the sake of her pride, the third saint absolutely could not lose. She activated another killing formation. Interesting. It's been a long time since this venerable one needed more than one move to deal with an opponent. I didn't expect you to force this venerable one to use a second move. Seeing the situation was quite difficult, Nintien struck a pose and smiled. Hee, the real surprises are yet to come. Absolute slaughter sound formation. He plucked the zither strings, and sound waves along with shattered rocks attacked the third saint. She could only defend, thinking to herself, This is a martial art that I created myself when I was at the God Emperor realm. How does this brat know it? Nintien decisively launched another spiritual soul attack. Soul suppression. This move was simply too powerful. Sparks of electricity flew, striking the third saint's buttocks directly, causing smoke to rise as she screamed in pain. Nintien seized this opportunity and rushed forward. Time to strike you down while you're vulnerable. The third saint was still dazed. What are you trying to do? Just when she thought Nintien was about to take her life, he wrapped one arm around the third saint's waist and raised his other hand as if to do something wicked. Showing no mercy, Nintien landed a loud smack right on the saintess's firm buttocks, even scolding, "You wretched wench, I've been wanting to spank you for a long time. Is it fun to mess with people, huh?" The bearded old man and his two underlings below watched with their eyes gleaming, in utter admiration of Nintien. Amazing. So amazing. The patriarch is truly incredible. Something feels off. The third saint could not endure this humiliation and insult. She roared sternly, "You wretched brat, you dare to court death." The third saint's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. The third saint struggled free from Nintien's embrace. She pushed herself up and landed a sharp slap across Nintien's face. The slap was like a clap of thunder. Nintien had no time to react and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. A slap sent him flying, and the ground caved in, forming a large crater. Nintien lay stiffly in the pit. The brown-haired junior brother worriedly stepped forward. "Grandmaster, are you all right?" Looking at this state, it would be strange if he were all right. Nintien slowly sat up, pointed at his slightly distorted face, and said, "Don't hit the face when you hit someone, understand? I thought my face was ruined." Everyone went from worried to speechless, all because of their grandmaster's absurd words. The third saint looked down, a bit puzzled. "Little brat, you have some kind of high-level defensive immortal artifact on your face. My full-powered strike didn't even leave a scratch on your face. How strange." Nintien stammered. "Well, about that." Then a realization dawned on him. "System, the shameless scoundrel title I just received, does it enhance the defense of my face?" Ding! That's right, the 10 billion hidden points of a great master are truly different. Nintien confidently replied to the third saint, "Of course. As they say, the shameless are invincible. Senior third saint, let's call this match my win, shall we?" All of a sudden, the third saint let out a few laughs. "Ha ha ha, good, very good." As soon as she finished speaking, she gave a mischievous laugh, causing an earthquake. The people below panicked and scrambled. Earthquake. Suddenly, a bubble enveloped Nintien's entire body. The disciples below were also startled. "Grandmaster!" The third saint was also in another bubble, smiling with satisfaction as her body gradually changed. The inheritance of the third saint, Great Emperor, finally has a successor. Is the Great Emperor's inheritance real? The green sphere of light emitted a dazzling glow, blinding the onlookers. Nintien was teleported to another space. Several green spheres of light were floating around. He vaguely understood. This place, could it be the Great Emperor's inheritance space? The third saint flew out from nowhere with a whoosh. "You're very smart." Nintien's guess was spot on, and the third saint was very pleased with this. "This is my inheritance sphere containing my life's work. Anyone who receives this inheritance would be overjoyed." Hearing this, Nintien's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "So you're saying Senior Third Saint's Great Emperor inheritance can help me ascend to the heavens in a single step?" Seeing his fanciful thoughts, the third saint shattered his dream of becoming a top master in one go. That will depend on your own fortune." Nintien asked with a serious expression. "Then can it help me break through directly to the God Emperor realm?" The third saint's answer was no. Nintien didn't give up and made another, slightly more modest request. "What about the heavenly venerable realm?" However, the third saint still couldn't grant it. Nintien scratched his nose. A look of "this won't work, that won't work, you're not that great of a great emperor," are you clearly written on his face. Seeing his thorny words, the third saint frowned. "You little brat." She really couldn't stand this foolish boy anymore. But the third saint still wanted to maintain her image. Livid, she abruptly turned her back on Nintien. Not getting angry. If I get angry to death, wouldn't that be exactly what he wants? I'm a mature adult. There's no need to bicker with a wet behind-the-ears brat. The third saint turned back around, facing Nintien with a smiling expression again, a complete 180 in an instant, and said gently, "Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. After receiving my inheritance, your strength will become much more formidable." And so, Tam-Ton gestured with her hands and feet, explaining the principles to Nintien. "Therefore, my imperial title is Tam-Ton, because I have achieved sainthood through the path of the palm, sainthood through the path of the fist, and sainthood through the path of joy." Upon hearing this, Nintien's face turned pale. The Tao can lead to sainthood, the highest realm of the Tao. Isn't it reaching the peak of perfection? How can one achieve sainthood? In response to his endless questions, Tam-Ton showed a look of utter disbelief. "That's not it. No way. Don't tell me someone actually thinks the only realm of the Tao is reaching the peak of perfection." Nintien cursed inwardly. This old hag. Is she only showing her true abilities now? Tam-Ton lowered her voice and said, "All right, I'll stop teasing you." She sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to further demonstrate the mysteries of the God realm. A surge of power rose up. For those at the Great Emperor realm and below, the highest realm of the Tao is indeed reaching the peak of perfection. But at the Great Emperor realm, there is also the saint level. And for the powerhouses of the God realm, there exists an even higher level above saint. Nintien thought to himself, so that's how it is. Among opponents of the same realm, what's being contested is not just the strength of their spiritual energy, but also their level of mastery in the Tao. The stronger one's mastery of the Tao, the more likely they are to become invincible within their realm. He was still a bit curious. Senior Tamton, having reached the great emperor level, can your mastery of the Tao be raised to the saint level? Tamton, floating gracefully in the air like a celestial being, said, "It's fine. What I have comprehended are the paths of the palm and the fist. Take them, and let's see how much you can comprehend." Nin Thien, seeming to be not so smart when he needed to be, asked in return, "Two paths. What about your path of joy?" This foolish question almost made Tam Ton fall from the sky. She hurriedly stabilized herself, coughed reluctantly a few times, and said, "Although I do not wish to impart it, your talent for the path of joy is not bad, kid." Nin Thien feigned understanding. Oh, I get it. She's not that much stronger than me," he thought to himself. That's why she doesn't dare to show it and embarrass herself. His words were truly shocking to the core. Although Tam Ton was so angry she wanted to smash Nin Thien's head, she still managed to restrain herself. This kid is really too annoying. Tam Ton also realized that if she continued talking, this guy would just keep asking foolish questions. She hurriedly waved her hand at him and said loudly, "I can't be bothered to waste my breath on a brat like you. Comprehend this." A stream of green energy, wrapped in purple lightning, shot out quickly, striking Nin Thien right between the eyebrows. His eyes flew wide open. An immense energy radiated from his entire body. He clenched his fists and shouted, "I feel my whole body is filled with power." Nin Thien spread his arms, his body slowly levitating into the air. Tam Ton watched from below, a little worried. "I wonder how much you can comprehend, kid." Illusory images of techniques and Tao mastery faintly appeared around him. The force of his fists was powerful. The force of his palms roared. Nin Thien was extremely sharp. He could feel the changes taking place. He thought to himself, such a level of Tao mastery, worthy of Senior Tam Ton. System notification detected that the host is absorbing and comprehending the path of the palm and the path of the fist. Comprehension speed increased tenfold. Now comprehending. Fist Tao successfully comprehended. Current fist Tao level, adept. Palm Tao successfully comprehended. Current palm Tao level, adept. Just like that, Nin Tien finished the inheritance process. He let out a soft breath. The third saint looked at him expectantly, wanting to know the result. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Senior Third Saint. This junior is untalented." The third saint, however, appeared gentle. She smiled and said, "It's all right. It's only been half an hour. With your talent, just being able to sense it is already very good. Comprehending it within a few months would already be considered lightning speed." Nin Tien's expression was solemn as he thought to himself, "I only reached the adept realm? I thought I could immediately reach the pinnacle of perfection." The third saint chuckled, consoling him, "Don't be too discouraged." As soon as she finished speaking, she paused, suddenly stunned. "What?" She hurriedly pressed. "You've comprehended it? And you've even reached the adept realm?" The third saint said in astonishment, "I remember back then, it took me a full 3 years to comprehend the adept realm. Yet you only took half an hour." The third saint felt that this Nin Tien was a bit terrifying. She seemed extremely shocked, thinking to herself, "Throughout history, I've never heard of any genius who could raise their level of the Tao to this extent within half an hour." Looking at Nin Tien, she had a premonition. If this child achieves the great emperor realm, he will definitely enter the god realm in the future. The third saint's expression turned solemn, and she lowered her voice, saying, "You brat, the fact that you reached this realm in half an hour must absolutely not be spread, even if you have a great emperor expert backing you." Nin Tien looked innocent, not understanding why. The third saint didn't hide anything, explaining to Nin Tien that this Xiantian world was not just the 3 heavens. Beyond the 9 great spirit domains, there are many vast, nameless lands, and even forbidden grounds capable of annihilating great emperor experts. Nin Tien said in surprise, "The Xiantian world. Could there be other continents?" The third saint asked Nin Tien with some curiosity, "Kid, do you know what your heavenly god body is?" But it seemed that even Nin Tien himself didn't know. This junior knows very little. Nin Tien's strength, combined with such a rapid comprehension ability, was truly too powerful. The third saint calmly explained, "Throughout history, most cultivators have relied on comprehending the basic rules of the world to cultivate, such as wind, fire, lightning, electricity, and so on. But the heavenly god body not only comprehends basic rules far beyond ordinary people, but also has the ability to grasp the advanced rules of the world later on. For example, the rule of life. Nin Tian leaned forward curiously. What's that? She explained. It is the rule that controls life and death. It is said that a fully realized heavenly god body can, with a single glance, strip the rule of life from a great emperor, meaning that no matter how strong they are, they will perish. Now do you understand why I told you not to spread this matter? At this point, Nin Tian also came to a realization. If I haven't fully developed, I could indeed bring a fatal disaster upon myself. Finally, his response to the third saint was no longer one of naive questions. This kid knows how to think after all. The third saint was also worried that Ning Tian was too outstanding and would one day be targeted and harmed by others. She mercifully gifted him a cultivation technique. This is a heavenly ranked technique that I created myself, very suitable for your cultivation. Ning Tian understood her intention, but politely refused. But I already have a cultivation technique. It turned out he was thinking to himself, the Heavenly God Manual is a God-level technique that fuses with the Heavenly God Body. This predetermines that I cannot cultivate other techniques. Seeing his hesitation, the third saint said bluntly, what if I told you it could allow you to cultivate all 3,000 great Taoists to the saint realm and create a Tao sea of creation? Upon hearing this, Ning Tian was utterly shocked. A completely new cultivation technique. The third saint handed the third saint technique to Ning Tian. She had also guessed, if I'm not mistaken, you want to cultivate all 3,000 great Taoists, don't you? What a greedy method of cultivation. Ning Tian's answer was not unexpected. That's right. But what does this have to do with this third saint technique? The third saint then offered a profound piece of wisdom. There's a saying, grasp all, lose all. The more paths you take, the harder it will be to advance later. At most, you will only reach the peak, but breaking through will be difficult. Ning Tian's expression turned serious. He clasped his hands and asked, Senior, you comprehended the 3 Taoists of fist, palm, and music, and all 3 reached the saint realm. Was it because of this technique? The third saint affirmed once more, that's right. But the ancients had a saying, the Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Your physique, combined with my third saint technique, can definitely elevate all the Taoists you comprehend to the saint realm, and perhaps even higher. The third saint once again bolstered Ning Tian's confidence. At that time, a saint who has converged the 3,000 great Taoists and achieved harmony, or even a stronger expert with a higher cultivation base, appears for the entire Xiantian world. Wouldn't that be a tremendous shock? While the third saint spared no effort in explaining the principles, Ning Tian took the opportunity to look through the technique. It seemed that this third saint technique was more like a guiding, supplementary technique that would not conflict with the Heavenly God Manual. Seeing he still had some worries, the third saint added, rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. I just don't wish for this third saint technique to be lost to time. With your physique, operating 2 techniques simultaneously is absolutely not a problem. All necessary instructions have been thoroughly given. Before the third saint's figure gradually faded away, she didn't forget to encourage him. Kid, cultivate well. Her body gradually dissipated just like that. Once you have mastered it, you will naturally be able to escape this realm. It turned out that only by completing the cultivation could Ning Tian leave this place. So as not to disappoint the one who had helped him so wholeheartedly, he immediately began to cultivate. Senior third saint, rest assured, I will definitely not let the third saint technique be covered in dust. System notification. Host has been detected accepting the comprehension method for the third saint technique. Comprehension in progress. Speed increased tenfold. Meanwhile, the Yaoqi Holy Maiden was extremely worried. Why aren't they out yet? Surely they haven't run into any danger. The Supreme Sect Master was pacing anxiously. Ancestor, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how could I ever face the Empress again? The gray-haired old man beside them provoked. Just a puny disciple at the Earth King realm wants to come out alive? What a daydream. Suddenly, from within the gate of the void, the hairy-mouthed old man and 2 disciples from the Holy Land were thrown out. At this moment, the 3 saints appeared and announced, everyone, the trial has ended. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden suddenly raised her head. Senior 3 saints. The 3 saints continued to announce, we have found a suitable heir. Tan Lam and the maidens around her were endlessly astonished. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden hurriedly said, Senior, could it be that your heir is among these 3? Then, what about the Patriarch? Don't tell me the Patriarch is already dead. The Supreme Sect Master turned pale with fright, falling to his knees. No, impossible. How would the Patriarch be gone? The elders from the other holy lands gloated, smacking their lips and laughing. Ha ha ha, I knew this would be the outcome. A mere brat of the Earth King realm. How could he be lucky time and time again? The Supreme Sect Master suddenly jumped up, his whole body tense, and shouted, "Old hag, you just wait. If the Patriarch is dead, we will definitely smash this tomb of yours to pieces. Your dried-up skeleton, the Empress will also take and grind it to dust." Seeing the false rumor spread, the three saints were 3 parts helpless and 7 parts speechless. When did I say your Patriarch was dead? That brat is currently receiving my inheritance. The fellow Taoists all looked astonished. Inheritance? The disciples below were also startled. Aren't these holy sons the ones receiving the inheritance? Of course not. The 3 saints calmly refuted. The Yaoqi holy maiden's worry turned to joy. Senior 3 saints, you mean to say the Patriarch is still alive and he has received your inheritance? The 3 saints spoke coldly. The Supreme Sect Master, who was just throwing a fit, immediately changed his attitude upon hearing this, jumping up and down like a mischievous child. I knew it. Ha ha ha. I knew our Patriarch wouldn't die so easily. The other fellow Taoist said angrily, Senior 3 saints, since you have found an heir, shouldn't you let us out? But the 3 saints flatly refused. Before that brat finishes receiving the inheritance, none of you are allowed to leave. The fellow Taoists were endlessly aggrieved. It was one thing that their disciples didn't receive the inheritance, but now they were also trapped here. What kind of logic was this? If that brat takes 8 or 10 years to comprehend, are we supposed to starve to death here? The 3 saints glared, their killing intent surging, terrifying the onlookers. They said in a cold voice, "What's impossible about it? Have you forgotten who is in charge here?" That fellow Taoist was so furious he was speechless, choked with anger. What's that commotion? Suddenly, from within the barrier gate, a powerful beam of light shot out, making a considerable noise. Just as the 3 saints had predicted, in only half an hour, he had successfully comprehended it. Small cracks appeared on the blue sphere of light, then gradually spread. The sphere of light shattered piece by piece, slowly revealing Nin Tian's handsome face. The sphere of light completely broke into large fragments, just enough for him to fly out. Nin Tian opened his eyes, a powerful stream of cultivation energy flowing through every cell in his body. He immediately spoke. "Many thanks, Senior 3 saints." The 3 saints were extremely pleased to comprehend my inheritance in half an hour. Although you are still half a step away from the Saint Realm, it's not bad. The white-haired young man below was stunned. 9-star Earth King Realm. When you first entered the tomb, you were only at the 4th star. Nakus, you see, couldn't help but be astonished. He had jumped 5 stars in just a few hours. The brown-haired young man, Ling Ao, secretly gritted his teeth, feeling truly resentful. In such a short time, he was now only 1 star behind me. This cultivation and advancement speed is simply too heaven-defying. The Grand Master gave a thumbs up in praise. Ancestor Master is mighty, truly the best of the best. The 3 saints turned to the fellow Taoists and, keeping her promise, said, "I have found my heir, so naturally, I will fulfill my promise. You can all leave here alive." Then, the 3 saints turned to Nin Tian, pointed to a lotus-pink orb of light above, and said cheerfully, "That's right, kid. Take this ring. Inside it contains all the treasures of the mausoleum. They all belong to you now." Nin Tian gently took the ring, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Many thanks, Senior." Ling Ao clenched his fists, his face full of envy, all the treasures in that mausoleum. Meanwhile, the white-haired young man's face was full of admiration. My goodness, both the inheritance and the treasure trove. Ancestor brother, this kid has really hit the jackpot this time. Elder Swordbrow calculated silently. The disciples of the righteous sects on this treasure hunt were almost completely wiped out. This ancestor master of the heavenly demon sect, his power growth rate is truly extraordinary. In the future, he could very well become a variable in our plans. That silver-haired Taoist was also filled with jealousy. How strange. This ancestor master of the heavenly demon sect not only received the great emperor's inheritance, but also took all the gold, silver, and jewels. It's a total loss. These 2 old men had never been ones to accept defeat, and losing made them even more resentful. They both looked up, their eyes filled with killing intent. This kid absolutely cannot be left alive. The silver-haired Taoist took the initiative to speak. I hope the great emperor will keep her promise and let us leave. He understood that as soon as they left this cursed place, Nintien would surely die without a burial place. However, the three saints did not make things difficult for them. That's right, the inheritance has concluded. My remnant soul won't last much longer either. By then, this mausoleum will be buried deep underground. You may go. Nintien's heart must have been pounding with excitement. He still didn't forget to thank the three saints. Senior three saints, thank you. Seeing Nin Tian's sudden change from his previous arrogant and insolent attitude, the three saints also found it a bit strange. You kid, suddenly being so polite, this emperor, on the contrary, feels completely unnatural. Before everyone left, the three saints humbled herself to make a request. All right, I have one more favor to ask. Could you take my remains back to Dao Qi? I want to be buried with her. The saintess of Dao Qi was startled upon hearing this. Senior three saints, that her you speak of, could it be the great emperor Dao Huan? In that case, what kind of past did the great emperor three saints and she have? A stream of water flowed endlessly from above. Below, the three saints was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Little saint." The person who arrived was none other than Dao Huan. She wrapped one arm around the three saints' wrist, while her other hand rested on the three saints' chest. Dao Huan asked, "You've come to the spirit spring to cultivate again?" The three saints didn't say much, just hummed in acknowledgement. Hearing the reply, Dao Huan lowered her hand and moved to wrap her arms around the three saints' waist. Working so hard? How about I help you relax a little? Upon hearing this, the three saints suddenly felt something was amiss and quickly said, "Ah, Dao Huan, what are you trying to do now?" Beneath the calm surface of the water, but from the water's surface came Tam Tana's voice, "Don't move." At that moment, Tam Tan flipped over, pinning Dao Huan beneath her. The two returned to the spot where Tam Tan had been meditating. Tam Tan sat close to Dao Huan and began to confide in her. The heavenly Dao is about to open the path to godhood. You and I have both been stalled at the God Emperor realm for many years. I must strive harder, receive the guidance to godhood, and step into the God realm. After hearing Tam Tana's words, Dao Huan gazed intently at her, unaware that her own cheeks had flushed for Tam Tan. Tam Tan, not noticing the person beside her, continued, "I must strive harder, receive the guidance on the path to godhood, and step into the God realm." Although she repeated herself, her expression was now filled with seriousness. She clenched her fists, showing her determination. "Don't worry," Dao Huan said, gently placing a hand on Tam Tana's cheek. Startled by the gesture, Tam Tan turned her face to look at Dao Huan. "Whatever path you are about to walk, I will walk it with you." These were the last words Dao Huan said to Tam Tan, and it was her promise. The memory ended, returning to the present. Tam Tan looked down from above at the people below. She continued her tale. After that, the path to godhood was filled with chaotic battles. After Dao Huan and I were separated, I never even got to see the final outcome. Below, Nin Thien, the Saintess, Elder Tan Lam, and the Supreme Headmaster were all listening intently to the story Tam Tan had just told. The Saintess, unsure of what to say, just softly called out, "Senior Tam Tan." Nin Thien, however, meekly raised his hand and asked, "Senior Tam Tan, excuse me, but how did Senior Dao Huan help you relax?" The moment Nin Thien asked this, everyone around him felt incredibly awkward. Only Tam Tana's expression darkened. After all, it was a private matter, not something to be discussed openly. She simply scolded Nin Thien, "You rotten brat, believe it or not, I could make you stay in this tomb to keep me company forever." Hearing this, Nin Thien knew Tam Tan was displeased. He scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. "I just wanted to lighten this sorrowful atmosphere a bit." Then, the Saintess and Elder Tan Lam stepped forward and said respectfully, "Senior Tam Tan, please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill the great Emperor's last wish." Hearing Tan Lam's words seemed to put her somewhat at ease. However, turning to Nin Thien, she looked at him and instructed, "Kid, you must absolutely not be negligent with my inheritance." Nin Thien clenched his fist and replied with determination, "Rest assured, I will definitely make your cultivation methods renowned throughout the Xiantian world." These words from Nin Thien seemed to free Tam Tan from her remaining worries. She closed her eyes, an expression of peace on her face. In midair, Tam, Tana's entire body began to glow, her form gradually dissipating. The last words she left behind were for Dao Huin. Dao Huin, I'm coming to you. After Tam, Tan vanished, the Saintess looked at Nin Thien and asked, Grandmaster, we promised to take Senior Tam Tan back to the Jade Pond. Would it be convenient for you to pay a visit to the Jade Pond? Hearing this, Nin Thien didn't answer immediately, merely repeating, a guest at the Jade Pond? He hesitated because he suddenly remembered his wife at home, that if I don't go home after this is done, my wife will definitely cause a scene. But with the Saintess's invitation, if Nin Thien were to refuse outright, it would indeed be a bit discourteous. So, he looked over to the Supreme Headmaster, signaling for him to help with the refusal. The Headmaster understood the cue and gave a sign that he got the message. Meanwhile, the Saintess was gazing intently at Nin Tien, her face full of anticipation. The Grand Master cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Ancestor, now that you have received the entire inheritance, to prevent anyone from obstructing you, it would be best for you to return to the heavenly demon sect soon. Nin Tien made a gesture, praising him for finding a good excuse. He didn't forget to play along. Right. The Great Lord is absolutely correct. Walking over to the Saintess, Nin Tien apologized. Saintess, I'm truly sorry. Next time for sure. Before Nin Tien could finish his sentence, the Saintess replied, It's all right. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the ground began to shake violently. Caught off guard, the Saintess fell into Nin Tien's arms. Being so close to the beauty, Nin Tien couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. His eyes widened, and his cheeks flushed red. But not forgetting the important matter, Nin Tien and the Grand Master left immediately afterward. Before leaving, he instructed the Saintess, All of you, stay here and protect the tomb. What's going on? Nin Tien asked. Grand Master, let's go outside and see. The Grand Master shouted, The Black Dragon Knights. Who dares? From above, Dying Fong saw that the person he was waiting for had arrived and spoke up. Ha. You rotten brat. You finally decided to show yourself. From above, Dying Fong and Qian Mi jumped down, appearing before Nin Tien and the Grand Master. Seeing this, the Grand Master questioned them. Dying Fong, Qian Mi, what do you think you're doing? Do you intend to seize the ancestors' inheritance? Qian Mi and Dying Fong quickly advanced. Hearing this, Dying Fong answered without hesitation, We don't just want the ancestors' inheritance. Qian Mi continued, We also want his life. Hearing this, the Grand Master flew into a rage, his aura exploding outwards. Just the two of you? You're not worthy. Witnessing the Grand Master's power, even Dying Fong couldn't help but remark, a peak heavenly venerable on the verge of the Divine Emperor realm is indeed very powerful. Qian Mi chimed in after hearing this. He looked at the peak heavenly venerable with a sinister smile and said, But your opponent isn't us. Behind the two of them, a Divine Emperor realm expert appeared. Seeing this, the peak heavenly venerable froze. Damn it, what rotten luck. Why do I keep running into these old Divine Emperor realm geezers? That Divine Emperor heard the peak heavenly venerable's complaint and flew into a rage. He forcefully raised his hand, attacking the peak heavenly venerable. While roaring, Is the name of this emperor something you are worthy of uttering? The peak heavenly venerable was hit by the attack and immediately knocked to the ground. Nin Tien watched that terrifying power, which could strike down the Grand Master in a single blow. His heart filled with anxiety. He rushed forward to support the Master. Grand Master, are you all right? The Grand Master looked at Nin Tien and said, Ancestor, you must leave quickly. This person is a true Divine Emperor realm expert. Meanwhile, the Divine Emperor looked towards Nin Tien and asked, You are the ancestor of the heavenly demon sect? Nin Tien didn't rush to answer, merely shooting the old man a sidelong glance while cursing inwardly. Damn it all, what kind of dog's-it luck is this? Always running into Divine Emperor realm experts. The expert looked contemptuously at the two before him. He brought his index and middle fingers together, and a stream of power gathered at his fingertips. Just a piece of trash at the Earth King realm. Seeing this from behind him, Dying Fong and Qian Mi burst out laughing smugly. Ha, this brat is finally about to die. Nin Tien's expression remained unchanged as he stared intently at the surge of power before him. The force closed in on him, A loud explosion erupted where Nin Tian and the Grand Elder had been sitting, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Amidst the chaos, a figure appeared. Seeing the figure, a surprised voice cried out, "Why are you back?" Nin Tian clenched his fists, his eyes cold and mocking as he sneered, "A god emperor realm. Or perhaps a quasi-emperor. Can't you even kill a mere Earth King?" He touched his face, a little bewildered, and muttered to the system, "Isn't my facial defense a bit too high?" The system replied, "It's average, just a tad over 1,000,000,000 points. But the host must be aware. If he attacks any other part of your body, you will be as fragile as tofu, crumbling at the slightest touch." Above, the God Emperor looked down at Nin Tian and said, "This emperor refuses to believe that a monster like you is merely in the Earth King realm." With that, the God Emperor erupted with immense power and charged directly at Nin Tian. He roared, "You think this emperor can't handle you?" Nin Tian's expression faltered. Seeing the God Emperor's speed, he began to worry, thinking to himself, "Do I have to lie down and take this blow with my face? He's too fast, I can't block this." With that thought, Nin Tian did not dodge but stood his ground to face the God Emperor. The gap in their power was truly immense. Seeing this, the God Emperor angrily shouted, "You're courting death." As expected, Nin Tian could not block the attack and was sent crashing to the ground. Nin Tian pushed himself up. The Saintess rushed over from behind, asking with concern, "Ancestor Nin Tian, are you all right?" Meanwhile, the God Emperor above stared at the person who had taken his palm strike and seemed unharmed, thinking to himself, "At such close range, how can a mere Earth King take a direct hit from my palm and suffer no damage?" Nin Tian wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still locked on the God Emperor, while also replying to the Saintess, "I'm fine." At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Host has astounded the opponent. Rewarded with one instantaneous teleportation card. Instantaneous teleportation card allows for short-distance teleportation. A single-use consumable item. Above them, the third saint materialized. She looked at the God Emperor and said, "A mere quasi-emperor dares to harm this one successor?" The God Emperor showed no fear upon seeing the third saint. Instead, he taunted, "So this is the tomb of the great Emperor Third Saint. But what does it matter if you were a great emperor in life? You're dead now, merely a soul form. How many techniques can you even use? Watch out, or I will obliterate your very soul." Hearing his insolence, the third saint retorted angrily, "Humph, how arrogant. This one needs only a few moves to kill you." The third saint's body radiated a powerful aura as she said to Nin Tian, "Boy, watch carefully. This one will pass on to you the final teachings of the way of the palm and the way of the fist." Below, Nin Tian heard this and immediately replied, "This junior eagerly awaits." The third saint gathered power in one hand behind her back, then unleashed a palm strike from above with unparalleled might. The aura of the way of the palm should be enough to make mountains crumble and seas churn. Faced with such divine might, the God Emperor could not help but frown, his expression growing solemn, his earlier composure gone. Before the divine emperor's eyes, a palm strike was approaching, getting closer and closer with an immense sense of pressure. Shield of 10,000 swords. The divine emperor hurriedly executed a defensive technique, simultaneously erecting a shield to block the three saints' attack. The two powers clashed violently, the impact force nearly overwhelming the divine emperor. He thought to himself, "Damn it, is this the power of a great emperor expert? It's just a remnant soul, yet I can't even withstand it." In an instant, dark clouds covered the entire sky. Suddenly, a golden beam of light broke through the clouds and shone straight down, followed by someone's voice. "These fancy techniques are worthy of being called the way of the palm and the way of the fist." As the voice faded, its owner's figure appeared. The three saints stopped his attack. This aura, before the three saints could recognize the newcomer, the divine emperor's expression suddenly changed. His fear vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless joy. He exclaimed loudly, "Alliance Master, you finally arrived." The saintess below exclaimed in surprise, "Great Emperor Zheng Tian." Meanwhile, Ning Tian raised his hand to his forehead, shielding his eyes from the dazzling golden light, and thought to himself, "I can't believe this old geezer came too." Great Emperor Zheng Tian slowly raised his hand, just a remnant soul, about to dissipate under the pressure of that power. Senior 3 saints really can't withstand it. Damn it, if only I were still alive. Seeing this, the saintess hurriedly said, "Don't. I haven't brought Senior 3 Saints back to the Jade Pond yet, but it was probably too late." Senior 3 Saints fell weakly, only lamenting, "What a pity. In the end, I still can't be buried with her." The power emanating from Great Emperor Zheng Tian shook the surroundings, and everything shattered. Fortunately, Ning Tian rushed forward despite the danger, managing to get Senior 3 Saints out of the aftershock of that fatal blow. Senior 3 Saints leaned against Ning Tian, with the saintess kneeling beside them. He said weakly, "Young man, thank you." Ning Tian immediately replied, "Senior, what are you saying? It was just a life for a life." At this moment, Ning Tian thought to himself, "Phew, the system just rewarded me with a teleportation talisman. But even if we all join forces, I'm afraid we're no match for this guy. What should I do now? This brat, he was able to save the 3 saints from my attack in an instant." Great Emperor Zheng Tian thought to himself, "With such a low cultivation level, yet he could save someone right under my nose. This kid is indeed strange." Just then, the system's notification sound echoed in Ning Tian's mind. "Ding. Host has successfully shocked Great Emperor Zheng Tian. Rewarded with 1 Great Emperor summoning card." Great Emperor summoning card can be used to summon a designated Great Emperor level expert, ignoring spatial distance to teleport and descend. After use, the card will become invalid. Hearing the good news from the system, Ning Tian couldn't help but be overjoyed. We're saved. Thinking this, he suddenly stood up, looked at the saintess who was supporting Senior 3 Saints, and said, "Senior 3 Saints, saintess, from now on, leave it to me." Great Emperor Zheng Tian looked at Ning Tian confronting him and said contemptuously, "Merely an Earth King realm. Who gave you the courage to dare challenge me?" After hearing this, Ning Tian smirked. "In a moment, when you're clutching your head and fleeing in disgrace, you'll naturally know who gave me the courage." After speaking, Ning Tian closed his eyes, focused his mind, and chanted inwardly. System, use the Great Emperor summoning card. Summon Luo Wuqing, Queen Mother of the West. Hearing Nin Tian's command, the system immediately responded, "Acknowledged." Using the Great Emperor summoning card now. Summoning Lac Vo Tin, Queen Mother of the West. Summon successful. The moment the summon succeeded, 2 powerful auras suddenly descended. Senior Tan immediately sensed it. He tried to look ahead, murmuring, "This is the aura of a great emperor. And there are 2 of them." The holy maiden beside him also found one of the 2 auras to be incredibly familiar. Strange, why is one of the auras so familiar? It seems to be the Holy Master. As soon as the Holy Maiden's words fell, the figures of Lac Vo Tin and the Queen Mother of the West appeared ahead. However, the Queen Mother of the West was currently wrapped in a bath towel, looking a bit out of place on this battlefield of ready swords and blades. Lac Vo Tin turned to face the Queen Mother of the West, her exquisite face still showing a trace of astonishment. "Just now, an irresistible force forcibly dragged me into the void." Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West also said, "Me too, I was just about to take a bath." Seeing the 2 suddenly appear, Great Emperor Qin Tian couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. He never would have expected that the brat he had just regarded as an ant could summon 2 Great Emperor-level experts, Lac Vo Tin and the Queen Mother of the West. At the same time, Great Emperor Qin Tian's heart filled with even more shock and suspicion towards Nin Tian. What kind of trick did this brat use to instantly summon 2 great emperors at once? Just then, Lac Vo Tin noticed the scene below. Her gaze swept over, finally landing on Nin Tian. When she saw Nin Tian's battered appearance and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, her exquisite face instantly turned ice cold, and rage ignited within her. "Nin Tian," Lac Vo Tin asked in a stern voice, "Who hurt you?" Upon hearing this, Nin Tian immediately put on a wronged expression. He pointed towards Great Emperor Qin Tian, not far away, and loudly tattled to Lac Vo Tin, "Wifey, it was that old geezer. He used his strength to bully the weak. He bullied me." Hearing this, Great Emperor Qin Tian's face turned pale with anger. His eyes narrowed as he cursed inwardly, "Shameless brat." After hearing Nin Tian's words, Lac Vo Tin's entire body instantly erupted with an extremely cold, killing intent. She stared coldly at Great Emperor Qin Tian, questioning him word by word. "Great Emperor Qin Tian, you are a dignified great emperor, yet you attack a junior at the Earth King realm. Do you feel no shame?" Great Emperor Qin Tian hurriedly tried to reason. Queen Mother of the West, your Yaoqi Holy Land has always claimed to be neutral, never interfering in any power struggles. Are you really going to oppose me today for this brat? After hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West naturally understood just how furious Lac Vo Tin was at this moment. She looked at Great Emperor Qin Tian and said slowly, I advise you to start thinking about how you're going to apologize to him. Great Emperor Qin Tian flew into a rage. Absurd. I'm the master of the Jingtian Alliance, a great emperor of my generation, and I have to apologize to a mere brat at the Earth King realm. Before he could finish his words, Great Emperor Qin Tian felt a terrifying pressure that made even his soul tremble crash down upon him. He looked up in horror, only to see Lac Vo Tin with a face as cold as frost and overflowing with killing intent. Her world-shaking aura and the unconcealed fury in her eyes made even a long-established great emperor like him feel a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. This time, by touching Nin Tian, he had completely enraged Lac Vo Tin. There was only one thought in her mind. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm my husband, I will make you pay with blood. I want her life. A precious sword appeared in Luo Weiziniment's hand, pointed directly at Zheng Tian. She said, Zheng Tian, do you really think you can provoke my heavenly demon sect with just a righteous path alliance? Zheng Tian's face turned pale with alarm. Seeing Luo Weiziniment's demeanor, he didn't expect her to actually attack him over Ning Tian's matter. Seeing the sharp, immortal aura from Luo Weiziniment, Zheng Tian still tried to persuade her. Luo Weiziniment, have you thought this through? You and I are both great emperors. If we fight, this entire Yin mountain range will be razed to the ground. Luo Weiziniment paid no heed to his words. She only knew one thing, and that was to get revenge for Ning Tian. Luo Weiziniment quickly lunged forward. Humph, what has that got to do with me? Below, Ning Tian and the three saints observed the two of them. Ning Tian exclaimed in astonishment, her sword Dao has reached sainthood. The three saints, however, looked at him and said, Kid, watch closely. A battle between great emperors isn't something you see every day. Your wife's strength is no small matter. Watching Luo Weiziniment holding her long sword, her entire body radiating immense power, Ning Tian couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. The Luo Weiziniment before him had never used her ultimate strength. His wife was truly hiding her true capabilities. Facing the tip of Luo Weiziniment's sword, Zheng Tian used all his power to conjure a protective shield to defend himself. The immense powers of the two great emperors clashed, erupting in a brilliant light in the dead of night. Those below could not avoid being affected by the battle. The three saints grew worried about the current situation. Just then, the Queen Mother of the West suddenly appeared, blocking the way before the three of them. Holding a jade flute, she played immortal music, forming a protective shield to guard them. Stopping her flute playing, the Queen Mother of the West looked at Luo Weiziniment's furious expression, then chuckled at Ning Tian and said, It seems your wife is truly angry. Looking up at the fighting great emperor, the Queen Mother of the West continued, Luo Weiziniment, be careful your emperor's might doesn't affect your beloved husband. Meanwhile, Luo Weiziniment was still locked in a fierce battle with Zheng Tian. At this point, Zheng Tian was using every skill he had to defend himself, but her power completely overwhelmed him. The advantage had shifted entirely to her side. Hearing the Queen Mother of the West's words, Luo Weiziniment glanced over and ordered, Luo Qin, since you're here, make yourself useful. Protect him well. I won't be holding back anymore. Having said that, Luo Weiziniment turned her sword's tip, pointed it straight at Zheng Tian, and charged forward fiercely. Seeing his wife's powerful and majestic presence, Ning Tian's heart filled with admiration. One day, he too would become this strong, perhaps even stronger. With Zheng Tian's strength, he was indeed no match for Luo Weiziniment. Zheng Tian was backed against a cliff. The tip of a sword pointed directly at his chest. The sword pierced his heart, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Luo Weiziniment, you turned against our Righteous Path Alliance for a mere brat. You will regret this. On the other side, Ning Tian shouted loudly, My wife won. Luo Uizinamit kept her gaze on Zheng Tian and said, "However, this Zheng Tian has always been afraid of death. The one who came this time is surely not his real body." Just as Luo Uizinamit said, the Zheng Tian who had been pierced through the heart immediately began to glow, then slowly vanished. Luo Uizinamit said contemptuously, "Just a mere phantom of a great emperor, and you dare to be so insolent." Having witnessed the Empress's true power with their own eyes, the three of them, Shun Di, Jianmi, and Tian Feng, turned in terror to flee. Jianmi acted a little faster, rushing forward in a hurry, leaving Tian Feng behind. He had just turned around, his face still showing astonishment at that power. The Empress was that strong, even the great Emperor Zheng Tian. Shindi's eyes were still wide, both in disbelief that Zheng Tian was defeated just like that, and in a hurry to save his own life, ordering his two subordinates, "Run." Luo Uizinamit looked at the three who had already fled several meters away, raised her hand to point at them, and said, "Do you think you can escape?" Luo Uizinamit's last move had struck the three of them, Jianmi, Tian Feng, and Shun Di, and they lost their lives just like that. As things settled down, Luo Uizinamit gently landed and walked over to Ning Tian. With one hand, she gently caressed his cheek, while the other went around the back of his neck, the couple showing their affection in front of everyone. Luo Uizinamit immediately asked with concern, "How are you feeling now?" Ning Tian took his wife's hand and replied, "Thank you, my wife. You're so good to me." While the two were being sweet and affectionate, the Queen Mother of the West, standing to one side, had to remind them, "Ahem, you two, show some consideration. Stop with the public displays of affection here." The Queen Mother of the West pointed to herself and questioned Ning Tian, "Grandmaster, I was just preparing to bathe when I was pulled here. Was this your trick?" Ning Tian was kneeling there. After hearing what the Queen Mother of the West said, he finally remembered the bathing incident from earlier. The Queen Mother of the West crossed her arms and replied, "That's right. What if I had been bathing? What would you have done then? Today, you must give me a reasonable explanation." Ning Tian stammered, At this moment, his mind was a tangled mess. He couldn't possibly say that he had a great emperor summoning card. Luo Uizinamit stood up, looked at the Queen Mother of the West, and spoke up for Ning Tian. "Ning Tian has his own ways. All right, this matter ends here. No one is to mention it again." Rescued by his wife, Ning Tian hurriedly clung to Luo Uizinamit like a puppy. "Thank you, my wife, for getting me out of this." The Queen Mother of the West stared intently at Ning Tian, her heart filled with mounting suspicion. This Grandmaster was becoming less and less simple. Suddenly, the Saintess cried out in alarm, "Senior Third Saint, what's wrong?" A beam of light enveloped the Third Saint, and her figure began to fade away. After all, she was just a remnant soul. Her fate had run its course. The Saintess looked towards the Queen Mother of the West and pleaded earnestly, "Holy Master, Senior Third Saint wishes to be buried together with great Emperor Yao Quan. We must quickly take her back." Looking at the Third Saint's condition, there was truly no way to bring her back to the Jade Pond before she dissipated. The Queen Mother of the West could only reply helplessly, "This place is very far from the Jade Pond. As for Senior Third Saint's injuries, I'm afraid." The Third Saint understood her own situation. It's all right. To be able to ascend to the heavens a step sooner to meet Yao Quan isn't so bad. The Third Saint looked at Ning Tian and finally called out softly, "Grandmaster." Ning Tian understood what the Third Saint wanted to say and replied, "Third Saint, rest assured, this junior will certainly not betray the trust you have placed in me." Finally, the Third Saint vanished, and everyone present only heard the two words, "Thank you," that she left behind. At this moment, Ning Tian's heart became even more resolute. I must become an existence that can fight shoulder to shoulder with a great emperor. Elsewhere, in the heavenly spirit realm, Central Continent, inside the secret chamber of the Righteous Path Alliance, great Emperor Zheng Tian was covered in wounds, spitting fresh blood. He sat on his chair, fists clenched, still furious about what had just happened. Luo Wuqing. That damn woman. She dared to destroy my strongest phantom clone. And Yao Qi, daring to help the heavenly demon cult. They truly have no regard for my Righteous Path Alliance. Such a temper. It seems this emperor has come at an inopportune time. These words came from Great Emperor Su Shan. His figure appeared before Great Emperor Zheng Tian. Zheng Tian immediately asked, "When will you finally come out of seclusion?" Recently, the Queen Mother of the West of Yao Qi and the Heavenly Demon Cult have been getting very close. If they truly join forces, won't our plan be ruined? Upon hearing this, Great Emperor Su Shan laughed heartily. Haha, no need to worry. Zheng Tian, I've already vaguely touched that realm. Hearing that Su Shan had touched that realm, Zheng Tian was utterly astonished. He asked in disbelief, impossible. Without the guidance of the divine path, and without ever competing for the divine throne, how could you possibly touch the divine realm? Great Emperor Su Shan replied, although I haven't truly stepped into the divine realm, the power I possess is already half a step above that of a great emperor expert. I call it the pseudo-god realm. Just you wait. Yao Qi, the heavenly demon cult, and that so-called ancestor, they will all become spirits vanquished at my feet. Half a month later, in Ning Tian's room, he was shirtless, and Luo Wuqing had her arms wrapped around his neck. Ning Tian looked at her body and said, "Your injuries are almost healed." Ning Tian took his wife's wrist, looked at her, and said, "My dear wife, you care for your husband so much. How should this husband ever repay you?" Ning Tian's words were filled with hidden meaning as he pressed his body against Luo Wuqing, then pushed her down beneath him. Luo Wuqing's petite frame was enveloped in his arms. She put a hand up in front of her and said to Ning Tian, "Smooth talker, didn't you say before that the third saint left you a storage ring?" Hearing this, Ning Tian remembered the ring, that's right. She told me that all the treasures are inside that ring. Ning Tian sat up, the ring left by the third saint glowing in his hand. Looking at it, he said, "I wonder what kind of good things are inside." Lying beneath him, Luo Wuqing said, "With her things, you'd best be mentally prepared." Ning Tian held the ring and asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the ring shone with a brilliant light. A surge of power from the center of the ring enveloped the two of them, then sucked Ning Tian inside. "Is this the inside of the storage ring?" "It's empty. There's nothing here at all. That old woman didn't trick me, did she?" Just then, Ning Tian noticed a glowing box not far away. Ning Tian approached the giant box. Such a large box must surely contain a treasure. He opened the large outer box, looked inside, and saw another box. "Let's keep going and see," Ning Tian told himself and moved closer. He opened the boxes one by one. By this point, Ning Tian had lost his patience. Another one and another one. Reaching the final small box, Ning Tian held it carefully in both hands, a look of exasperation on his face. This old third saint actually set up more than a dozen nesting boxes like Russian dolls. As soon as he opened the small box, a stream of azure light shot out from within. The third saint materialized, looked at Ning Tian, and said, "Ha ha ha, young man, don't be too greedy. The most precious treasure in this tomb is my legacy." Ning Tian was furious. Disregarding all respect, he pointed directly at the third saint. You damned old hag." The third saint, holding a scroll, said to Ning Tian, "Very well, consider this a final gesture of care from an elder to a junior." The scroll flew towards Ning Tian. He reached out with both hands to receive the gift from the third saint. He grasped the scroll firmly in his hand. The moment he took hold of it, he immediately collapsed onto the floor. On the bed, Luo Wuqing was leaning over to watch. Seeing Ning Tian return, she asked, "How did it go?" Ning Tian heard this and asked his wife, "Wifey, did you already know there was nothing in this ring?" Luo Wuqing replied, "It said that the third saint was not only the poorest great emperor, but also incredibly stingy. If you were hoping for gold, jewels, immortal artifacts, or cultivation techniques inside, you were bound to be disappointed." Ning Tian sat up on the bed, holding the goatskin scroll and examining it carefully. Luo Wuqing took the scroll and remarked with admiration, "I didn't expect the third saint to leave behind something this good." Hearing his wife call it something good, Ning Tian was surprised and repeated her words, "Something good?" Luo Wuqing unrolled the scroll, read its contents, and said to Ning Tian, "If this prescription is refined into a pill, it should help you reach the middle stage of the minor completion of the heavenly god body." Upon hearing this, Ning Tian asked, "This prescription actually worked for the heavenly god body?" Still focused on the scroll, Luo Wuqing replied without looking up, "Our heavenly demon sect has all kinds of pills. We only lack the Thundercore fruit and the 9 Phoenix frozen grass. I will have to travel far to find them." Nin Tien saw an opportunity to increase his strength, and his heart filled with resolve. If I want to mature quickly, I can't always rely on my wife's power. With this thought, Nin Tien said, "You don't need to worry about finding the medicinal ingredients for me," Luo Wuching replied, "but with my help, you could obtain the pill much sooner." Nin Tien moved closer to his wife, placing a hand on her cheek as he gently persuaded her. The heavenly demon sect is in a precarious position right now. If you go searching for these ingredients so openly, you'll inevitably attract unwanted attention. In short, I can handle this myself. I won't trouble you with it. Hearing his words, Luo Wuching's cheeks flushed. The man before her had matured so much more than she expected. Her heart skipped a beat. This man seemed less impetuous now. He took her hand. The serious expression on Nin Tien's face vanished in an instant. "However, I still don't quite understand the details of this prescription." As he spoke, he swept Luo Wuching up in his arms and continued, "How about you and I study it a little more closely, wifey?" Luo Wuching wrapped her arms around his neck, looking utterly and adorably bewildered. Is this how we're going to study the prescription?" Before she could finish her sentence, he had already pressed her down, leaving only her cry, "Ah, you brute!" On a tree branch, a pair of birds nestled close together, just like Nin Tien and Luo Wuching the night before. As the sun peeked over the horizon, Nin Tien emerged from the room, his cheeks flushed and a knowing smile on his face. He recalled the previous night's events and thought to himself, "Wifey must have been quite satisfied with our study session last night. I'll have to arrange more activities like this in the future." Putting personal matters aside, Nin Tien now had to focus on how to improve his own strength. "Currently, I have mastered 3 types of martial arts: music, sword, and palm techniques. Only the way of the fist remains. I have yet to master any powerful fist-based martial art." Silently taking stock of what he had learned, he realized what a genius he truly was. Now, only the way of the fist was left. At this thought, his determination grew even firmer. He clenched his fists, a show of his resolve. Finally, he made a decision. "I'll go to the scripture pavilion and take a look." At the scripture pavilion, Elder Kovim was taking a stroll when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. The old man turned and looked behind him. Nin Tien was descending from the sky. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, standing there and watching Nin Tien. Elder Kovim immediately performed a salute in deference to the ancestral master. After the salute, he raised his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. He thought to himself, "It's only been a few months, and the ancestral master is already a 9-star Earth King realm expert." Nin Tien remained standing there, motionless. Just then, he heard a system notification. Ding. "For astonishing Elder Kovim, you are rewarded with a new function: martial arts supplementation. Flawed martial arts can be completed through comprehension." Hearing the system's notification, Nin Tien became curious about the martial arts supplementation it mentioned. Elder Kovim bowed and asked Ancestral Master, "Which floor do you wish to go to this time?" Nin Tien replied succinctly, "The 5th floor." Elder Kovim immediately summoned a disciple and ordered, "Quick, clean the 1st through 4th floors thoroughly." The disciple acknowledged the order and immediately left to clean. Nin Tien looked at the elder, his expression seeming to say, "I only need the 5th floor. Why waste effort cleaning the 1st floor? It's not like I'm going to do anything." A look of resignation appeared on his face, and he said to Elder Kovim, "I'm just here to cultivate a martial technique. Elder, there's no need to act like you're facing a great enemy, as if I'm about to tear this place down." Stroking his chin, Elder Kovim looked at him and replied, "Ancestral Master, please calm down. This old man is just taking precautions, just in case." After all, Nin Tien stepped inside. Before beginning his cultivation, he walked along, taking stock of what he had and what he needed to find. Demon God Fist. Rock Earth Fist. To wield a fist intent as domineering and ferocious as that of the 3 Saints' Great Emperor, I must find a matching fist technique. On a bookshelf, a secret fist manual shimmering with a faint glow caught Nin Tien's eye. Martial technique, Earth rank, mid-grade, Tyrant Flame Fist. The system then sent a notification to Nin Tien. Incomplete Tyrant Flame Fist detected. Based on the host's comprehension of the way of the fist, it can be perfectly repaired. Do you wish to repair it? Holding the fist manual, his eyes flashing with excitement, Nin Tien replied to the system, "An unparalleled spirit, a divine flame that scorches the heavens. This is the one. Repair." Receiving the command, the system immediately initiated the repair sequence. Repair, successful. The complete version of Tyrant Flame Fist is now being comprehended at 10 times the speed. With each of the system's announcements, Nin Tien became immersed in comprehending the fist technique. His whole body began to glow faintly, the power fluctuations radiating from him growing increasingly intense. He gradually mastered the profound meaning of the new fist technique. At this moment, two entirely different forces converged on Nin Tien's fists, bathing his entire body in a brilliant light. Tyrant Flame Fist successfully comprehended. At the same time, outside the scripture pavilion, a raging fire suddenly erupted atop the pavilion, sending sparks flying everywhere. The disciples below were thrown into chaos. One of them pointed towards the scripture pavilion and screamed in terror. The scripture pavilion? Don't tell me it's being destroyed again. Elder Guyen and several other disciples stood below, staring helplessly as the flames grew larger, forced to shield their eyes just to barely make out the situation on the upper floor. In stark contrast to the terrified panic of everyone around, Elder Guyen observed for a moment, then let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness, thank goodness. This time, the founding master only caused a tremor in the pavilion. He didn't wreak havoc in the middle of the room. Before Elder Guyen could fully relax, someone behind him suddenly pointed to the floor where Nin Tien was and shouted in horror. Look, the fifth floor is on fire too. A great fire was seen swirling around the scripture pavilion, but from the center of the flames, a brilliant pillar of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Seeing this, Elder Guyen's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "No, that's not fire." He focused his gaze and finally recognized the true nature of the pillar of light, then said in a low voice, "That aura is the Tyrant Flame Fist." Wait, why would the founding master cultivate that fist technique? I remember the Tyrant Flame Fist being only an incomplete ancient scroll. Inside the fifth floor of the scripture pavilion, Nin Tien was still fully immersed in comprehending the Tyrant Flame Fist. Just then, another system notification arrived. Ding. You have greatly astonished elders Guyen and Guhan. Rewarding special effect. Absorb sunlight, spiritual energy. Do you wish to fuse the sunlight spiritual energy into the Tyrant Flame Fist to serve as its source of divine fire? Hearing this, Nin Tien's fist tightened slightly as he began to carefully consider the system's proposal. The Tyrant Flame Fist originally required the fusion of tyrannical energy and fire spiritual energy to unleash its true greatest power. If he could use the pure, scorching sunlight spiritual energy as the divine fire for the Tyrant Flame Fist, what would the effect be? After a moment of careful thought, Nin Tien finally chose yes. The system immediately began to execute the command, commencing absorption of sunlight spiritual energy. In an instant, atop the scripture pavilion, an intensely dazzling light gathered into a ring, radiating a power that made it impossible to look at directly. After finishing the absorption, Nin Tien's figure flashed and appeared outside the scripture pavilion. At this moment, his entire body looked as if it were carved from the purest crystal, sparkling and translucent, and was draped in a faint golden aura. In the courtyard below, the disciples who saw this scene all stared with their eyes wide and jaws agape, pointing at Nin Tien floating in midair and letting out waves of astonished and admiring cries. Elder Guyen was utterly astounded. He exclaimed loudly, "Incredible! Is the founding master about to ascend? Holy light shines everywhere. I can't believe the founding master is using spiritual energy formed from sunlight to cultivate." Nin Tien was shirtless, revealing his abdominal muscles. Below, every single female disciple couldn't help but get excited. In the face of such a sight, what was the point of modesty? Look, the founding master's clothes have been burned away. Wow, the founding master's 8-pack abs are so perfect. I really want to use those abs as a pillow. A male disciple nearby, looking a bit worried, spoke up. The fire's getting bigger and bigger. Will the founding master be all right? Another female disciple, her eyes still fixed on Nin Tien, replied, "The patriarch is so powerful. How could anything happen to him?" Meanwhile, Elder Guyen was different from the others. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anxiety. The sun and moon's spiritual energy is unlike ordinary spiritual energy. It's extremely difficult to absorb and utilize, and one could even suffer a backlash. No matter how heaven-defying the patriarch is, he is still only at the Earth King realm. What if, at this moment, Nin Tian was still absorbing spiritual energy, completely unaware of everything around him? Just then, Luo Wuqing appeared in midair. Seeing this, Elder Guyen was overjoyed. He bowed. "Greetings, Empress. The Empress is here." This time, the Patriarch and the Scripture Pavilion are saved. Nin Tian's entire body was enveloped in a golden light, having grown enormous, perhaps from absorbing the spiritual energy. And at the center of that giant body was his true self, Nin Tian. When the people below saw this, they were all scared out of their wits. Witnessing the scene, everyone turned pale with fright. Someone even screamed, What is that monster?" Elder Guyen looked up from below, a little surprised. "I didn't expect Empress Luo Wuqing to be beside the Patriarch. It's a great perfection Dharma body." Hearing the Empress's confirmation, Guyen took a step forward, raising his hand to the sky, so astonished it was hard to believe. "I've heard that the great perfection Dharma body only appears when a great Tao has been cultivated to its absolute limit. Could it be that the Patriarch has already comprehended the tyrant flame fist to its limit?" Seeing this, the Empress wasn't very surprised, merely replying calmly to Guyen, "Nin Tian's way of the fist has not yet reached its limit. He is merely pursuing that limit." At this moment, Nin Tian still had his eyes closed, concentrating on cultivating his fist technique. The system immediately announced, "The Great Tao is being deduced." Deducing the Great Tao can form the Great Perfection Dharma body, which can elevate the realm of the Great Tao to its highest level. Running the Three Saints art, beginning the deduction of the fist martial art. Nin Tian opened his eyes. They were vacant yet flashed with a brilliant light. The giant Nin Tian outside did the same. The moment he opened his eyes, he instantly destroyed a part of the Scripture Pavilion. Seeing this, Guyen could only weep, tears and snot streaming down his face. Heavens, what is the Patriarch doing? The Scripture Pavilion is done for. Facing Elder Guyen's panic, Luo Wuqing remained calm and reassured him, "It's all right." At the same time, she raised her hand, creating an invisible protective layer. That was a barrier, enveloping the books and documents flying about outside, protecting them from the effects of Nin Tian's actions. After that, Luo Wuqing instructed Elder Guyen, "Elder Guyen, please secure these cultivation techniques for now. Notify the disciples of all halls to take defensive measures." Guyen obeyed, "Yes." Meanwhile, Nin Tian clenched his hands into fists, punching one forward while pulling the other back. He muttered to himself, "I am currently in a state of deduction. I cannot be disturbed, much less interrupted, or all my previous efforts could be lost." Changing his stance, he bent his right leg and straightened his left. His left hand opened, facing forward, while all his power was now concentrated in his right fist. The right fist was pulled back, clenched tightly, and held at his hip. Nin Tian's gaze was sharp, a wave of power radiating across his face. The giant Nin Tian followed his movements, continuously executing fist techniques with agile movements. The power radiating from him illuminated the entire area. Everyone around saw this and turned pale with horror. The Heavenly Demon Hall, the Sword Hall, as well as the Fire Hall and the Blade Hall, they all collapsed. Elder Guyen, standing to one side, was equally horrified, clutching his head and shouting, "The Patriarch is truly a demolition maniac." Among them, Empress Luo Wuqing remained the calmest. She smiled and said to them, "If they've collapsed, so be it. We can just rebuild them later. Right now, Nin Tian is deducing the way of the fist, which also contains the way of fortune. Why don't you all seize this opportunity to comprehend it?" Hearing the Empress's words, the disciples quickly sat down cross-legged in a meditative posture. The two people still standing thanked her in unison. "Thank you, Empress, for your guidance." Luo Wuqing stood protectively in front of Nin Tian. Turning to the seated disciples, she said, "There's no need to rush. His way of the fist is extraordinary. If you can borrow his fist's fortune to achieve enlightenment, it would be a great blessing. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn past in the blink of an eye." At this moment, Nin Tian was still practicing his fist techniques, his entire body enveloped in fierce flames, his domineering aura soaring to the heavens. With divine fire burning, he clenched his hand into a fist and suddenly punched forward. The fierce flames surged with world-shaking divine might. System prompt. Deduction of the fist way martial arts has concluded. The great Tao Dharma body dissipates. Cultivation complete. Everything returned to normal as Nin Tian landed gently on the ground. I've finally perfectly fused the domineering aura and divine fire of the Tyrant Flame Fist. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately prompted, "You have alarmed everyone in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Reward, Immortal Grade Ape Star Gloves." After being worn, the Ape Star Gloves can be hidden within the hands, achieving an invisible effect. Upon receiving the Ape Star Gloves, Nin Tian quickly put them on and immediately felt the power hidden within. He said excitedly, "This is great. As expected of Immortal Grade Fist Gloves, the power of my punch has increased significantly." Luo Wuqing came before Nin Tian and quickly asked, "How does it feel?" Nin Tian clenched his fist, sensing his own power, then replied, "It's good, but I feel like the deduction wasn't quite enough." After speaking, he finally noticed his surroundings and immediately turned pale with horror, frantically looking left and right. Clutching his head with both hands, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. I didn't do this again, did I?" Seeing his reaction, Luo Wuqing found it a little amusing and replied dotingly, "It's all right. As a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, your cultivation is more important." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but boil with anger, especially Elder Guyen, who thought to himself, "Empress just keeps spoiling him." Just as everyone's eyes were fixed on Nin Tian and the Empress, someone suddenly spoke up. "Strange, with the Empress present in the Heavenly Demon Sect, who could possibly cause such a huge commotion?" Luo Wuqing glanced at the speaker, and Nin Tian also tilted his head curiously. The speaker was a silver-haired man from the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land. Seeing Luo Wuqing, he hurriedly and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Empress. The Heavenly Treasure Holy Land specially invites Patriarch Nin Tian to Shenzhou City to participate in our annual Heavenly Treasure Auction." Hearing that he was invited, Nin Tian was extremely surprised, pointing to himself as he asked, "An auction? Inviting me?" Heavenly Demon Sect, inside Tingyu Pavilion. The Empress, seated on high, her majestic gaze sweeping across the hall, spoke slowly. "The Heavenly Demon Palace is in need of repairs. As for the matter of the Heavenly Treasure Auction, troubling the Holy Son of Heavenly Treasure to come here for discussion was indeed my oversight." A silver-haired man, with a mark on his forehead, clearly a subordinate from the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land, immediately stood up, bowed, and said with a smile, "Not at all, not at all. The Empress's arrangements are certainly the most appropriate." At this moment, Nin Tian, sitting to one side, frowned slightly and asked, "What is this Heavenly Treasure Auction you just mentioned?" The subordinate immediately explained, his tone filled with pride. "This auction is organized by our Heavenly Treasure Holy Land. It is the grandest event in the entire Heavenly Spirit domain. All the rarest and most precious treasures will appear here. It absolutely cannot be missed." As he spoke, he placed a hand on his chest, a look of smug satisfaction evident on his face. Nin Tian slowly continued his inquiry. "I see. It's understandable that the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land would invite our Heavenly Demon Sect. But why specifically invite me to accompany you?" The subordinate hurriedly bowed, his tone earnest. "Of course, it is because your legendary fame as the Patriarch has spread far and wide. Moreover, after the battle at the great Emperor's Mausoleum, my admiration for you, Patriarch, is like a torrential river, endless and unceasing. I had to plead with my master many times to be allowed to come and invite you personally. My sincerity is witnessed by heaven and earth." Nin Tian waved his hand dismissively, his tone somewhat exasperated. All right, cut the flattery and get to the point." Hearing this, the subordinate's expression changed as if he were about to cry, his face pitiful. "Patriarch, you are so heartless. Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. The first person I thought of was you." He then leaned closer to Nin Tian and whispered in his ear, "Besides, I've heard that the young ladies in Divine Content City are all head over heels for your charm, Patriarch. If I could accompany you, I believe I'd quickly find a partner myself." The Empress, seated on high, interrupted him. Her voice was steady yet majestic. "The Heavenly Treasure Auction has always been famous for the supreme quality of its treasures. You can go there and try your luck. Perhaps you will find the medicinal herbs you need. Nin Tian immediately replied, if my wife holds this auction in such high regard, then I really should go and take a look. The Empress nodded slightly and continued. Although the relationship between the Supreme Divine Kingdom and the Heavenly Demon Sect is not bad, they will certainly not make a move against you. She slowly approached him, her sharp eyes hiding a trace of worry, and then said softly, but to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Before she could finish, Nin Tian cried out in surprise. At that moment, the Empress suddenly closed the distance, pressing her lips against his, seemingly transferring spiritual power into his body. The subordinate standing to one side witnessed this scene, completely stunned, his nose bleeding profusely as he stammered, "Whoa, am I allowed to watch this?" The Empress released Nin Tian and said nonchalantly, I have planted a formation array within your body. At a critical moment, it can help you block a blow, and I will be able to sense it as well. With that, she took out a mystical mask and handed it to him. There are some decent things in this storage ring. When the time comes, buy whatever you want, no need to worry. As for this ice silkworm mask, Nin Tian asked curiously, ice silkworm mask? The Empress smiled and explained, put it on, and you can change your appearance and conceal your aura. That way, you won't have to worry about your identity being exposed. Ning Tian didn't hesitate, taking the mask and putting it on. The subordinate immediately brought a mirror and said curiously, Grandmaster, your current appearance. Take a look in the mirror. Ning Tian was startled and quickly complained to the Empress, my wife, do I really have to wear this? After all, I'm a member of the Heavenly Demon Cult. I can't let my image be tarnished. The Empress calmly replied, when you wear this, people will only know you as the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Cult, so it won't have any effect. Then, her cheeks blushing, she asked sternly, or perhaps you two want to go flirt with the young ladies in Shenzhou City. The subordinate beside them broke out in a cold sweat, while Ning Tian quickly waved his hands, denying it vehemently, absolutely not. That's not what I meant at all. But right after, he moved closer to the Empress, his eyes twinkling with a smile, which slightly stunned her. Ning Tian put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, my wife, you gave me this mask. Could it be that you're jealous? The Empress looked up and snorted coldly. Who's jealous? I'm just afraid that your tendency to attract women will cause big trouble. At this moment, the subordinate standing to the side was completely petrified. He sighed inwardly, thinking, I was hoping to rely on the Grandmaster's charm to get out of being single, but now it seems I'm not even as good as this holy son. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. The scene changes to a prosperous city. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. Ning Tian, leading a horse, slowly walked through the city gate. As he walked, he smiled and said to his subordinate, this Shadow Gale horse of yours is really not bad. I didn't expect it would only take us a little over half a day to reach Shenzhou City. The other man turned his head and replied proudly, don't look down on it just because it's a second-tier demonic beast. Traveling 1,000 miles in a day is no problem. This is a treasure of our heavenly treasure, Holy Land. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd grew noisy, buzzing with discussion. A man was heard shouting, hey, have you all heard? The 9-step wind and thunder platform is open again. Hearing this, Ning Tian curiously stepped forward and asked, excuse me, what is this 9-step wind and thunder platform? The man turned to look at him and said in surprise, you don't even know about the 9-step wind and thunder platform? You must be from out of town. Legend has it that Shenzhou City's 9-step wind and thunder platform contains the most mysterious way of the divine thunder among the 3,000 great ways. Although this platform only has 9 steps since ancient times, very few people have been able to climb to the top. If someone manages to set foot on the 8th step, they will have the chance to have dinner with the princess. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately shouted excitedly, the princess? Is it Princess Yuling? One of the 8 great beauties of Shenzhou? The man nodded, yes, that's her. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate quickly led the horse, ran back like the wind, and shouted, Grandmaster, let's go quickly. Let's not waste any more time. Ning Tian frowned and said, aren't we going to find a place to stay first? But he had already tied the horse to a nearby post and hurriedly ran back, saying, how can a place to stay compare to Princess Yuling? Ah, no, I mean the way of the divine thunder. Let's go. After speaking, he pulled Ning Tian along, eagerly running inside. urging him on with great anticipation. Let's go see the excitement, too. Just as Ning Tian stepped inside, a beautiful figure gracefully emerged from the doorway. A mysterious smile touched the corners of her lips. She watched their receding figures and murmured softly, a horse sent from 1,000 miles away from the Tianbao Holy Land. This young lady will accept it without ceremony. The next day, in the supreme divine kingdom, the sky was clear and cloudless. In a vast square, soldiers stood guard in neat formations, a cautious look in every eye. As Ning Tian and Zhou Yuanbao entered and looked around, they couldn't help but be astonished by the scene before them. For a square to have so many soldiers on guard, the defenses of Xinzhou City are truly strict, Zhou Yuanbao replied. After all, the Supreme Divine Kingdom is the heart of the Heavenly Spirit domain, and Xinzhou City is under its jurisdiction. He asked doubtfully, is the Supreme Divine Kingdom really that formidable? Zhou Yuanbao nodded, his tone firmed out of course. Compared to the Supreme Divine Kingdom, the Dongxing Kingdom is nothing more than a country bumpkin. He continued, in the Western continent, the heavenly demon cult and other major sects seize territory based on their strength without restriction. Xinzhou City also has countless sects, but behind all these powers is the intervention of the state. And even someone as powerful as a great emperor must rely on the nation's power. Ning Tian nodded slightly. I see. Zhou Yuanbao added a reminder. So, cultivators here must also be a bit more careful. On the high platform, Princess Yueling's gaze was cold and majestic as she silently observed the crowd below. Suddenly, a clear voice broke the silence. The 9-tier wind and thunder platform is open once again. I hope you all will strive to reach the top. The crowd below immediately erupted in a clamor, all eyes fixed on her, excitement evident on their faces. It's Princess Yueling, as expected of one of the 3 great beauties of Shenzhou. Her voice is like celestial music. If I could have dinner with Princess Yueling and see her face, I would die without regrets. Hearing this, Ning Tian just said nonchalantly, then you just have to climb to the 8th tier. Immediately, 2 people nearby refuted him. You think this wind and thunder platform is so easy to climb? With each tier, the difficulty multiplies. It's as hard as ascending to the heavens. But with the Tianbao auction about to take place, many powerful experts from outside have appeared in Xinzhou City. Perhaps someone will seize this opportunity. Standing on the platform, Princess Yueling's gaze swept over the crowd as she asked softly, I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to be the first to try. A young man stepped forward, his demeanor confident. Zhuge Yu, will take the liberty of making an attempt. The cheers of young women rang out endlessly. It's Holy Son Zhuge Yu of the free and unfettered Holy Land. Young Master Zhuge, I love you. So handsome. Is there any man in this world more handsome than young Master Zhuge? Zhou Yuanbao frowned and muttered, a bunch of women who've never seen the world. Grandmaster, hurry and take off your mask. Show them what true handsomeness looks like. Ning Tian helplessly reminded him, keep your voice down. Princess Yueling nodded slightly and invited elegantly, Holy Son of Xiaoyao, please proceed. A powerful aura erupted from Zhuge Yu's body. I have long heard of Xinzhou City's 9-tier wind and thunder platform. Today, I have come to experience its power for myself. He knelt on one knee. Chu Yuanbao stroked his chin, commenting with interest. These 9 green stones don't look special at first glance, but the power hidden within is indeed divine lightning. A newborn calf doesn't fear the tiger. On this 9-step wind and thunder platform, the slightest mistake can get you blown to smithereens. Ning Tian astutely asked, how do you know so much? He replied with a strange expression. Actually, I've tried it before, but I only stopped at the 7th step, because when I was about to step onto the 8th, Chu Yuanbao recalled the scene. The lightning force within the stone suddenly intensified several times over. Luckily, I desperately used a life-saving magic treasure. He hadn't expected his magic treasure to shatter, and the memory still terrified him. That was the only reason he wasn't struck by the 5 thunders and killed on the spot. Chu Yuanbao wrapped his arms around himself and began to act dramatically. That feeling of total paralysis. I never want to experience it a second time. The surrounding crowd remained focused on the platform. The girls shouted, look, young Master Zhuge has reached the 7th step. Young young Master Zhuge is in the Holy King realm. He can definitely make it to the 9th step. Go, young Master Zhuge. Meanwhile, Zhuge Yu warily eyed the step before him, thinking to himself, with every step, the pressure keeps increasing. The 9-step wind and thunder platform is truly mystical. Master Nanyan, standing to one side, spoke up, Princess, perhaps this Zhuge Yu can do it. She merely asked softly, is that so? Suddenly, Zhuge Yu stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide with unease. Abruptly, he turned around, bowed his head, and said, my aptitude is poor. I have disappointed the princess. Princess Yueling nodded, her voice gentle. It's all right. The Xiaoyao Holy Sun is already very strong. It's just a small pity. At this moment, Ning Tian smiled faintly, adjusted his sleeves, and said with interest, how interesting. I'd like to give it a try. Chu Yuanbao was startled and immediately tried to stop him. Grandmaster, don't be reckless. Zhuge Yu is a holy king, after all. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to the Empress? Princess Yueling looked towards the crowd and asked softly, are there any other fellow Taoists who dare to give a try? Ning Tian didn't answer Chu Yuanbao, merely closing his eyes to circulate his energy and regulate his breathing. Then he stepped out from the crowd, his steady voice ringing out, I'll give it a try. The crowd below immediately erupted in discussion. Who is this guy? He looks so ordinary, nothing special. And he dares to challenge the 9-step wind and thunder platform? He's not even handsome, a far cry from the Xiaoyao Holy Sun. Princess Yueling looked at him, the corner of her mouth twitching into a faint smile. May I ask who this fellow Taoist is? Before Ning Tian could answer, Chu Yuanbao quickly stepped forward. This is Ning, my young master Ning Shuai, the renowned and illustrious Ning Shuai, a good brother of mine, Chu Yuanbao. The surrounding crowd's curious gazes immediately turned to suspicion. Shuai? What a boast. He doesn't look like he has anything to do with the word Shuai. But if he's a good friend of the Tianbao Holy Sun, he surely can't be weak. So what? Wasn't the Tianbao Holy Sun himself beaten to a crisp? Princess Yueling nodded slightly, her tone still polite. Tianbao Holy Sun, long time no see. It seems you've been doing well lately. Being looked at by her, Chu Yuanbao felt a bit embarrassed. His eyes lit up as he naively scratched his head. Not at all, not at all. She spoke. Since you're a friend of the Tianbao Holy Sun, please step forward and give it a try. Ning Tian said nothing more. His heart grew even more determined. The divine thunder path, I must obtain it. Ning Tian placed one foot on the first step. His body suddenly froze, a hint of panic in his eyes. What's happening? He tried to circulate his energy and felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him, making it nearly impossible to move. Why is it that as soon as I set foot on this step, I feel like my body can't move? The crowd below the platform began to murmur. What's wrong with him? Why is he standing completely still? The spiritual pressure of the first step is minuscule. Surely he can't be struggling with even the first step? Chung Guanbao shouted angrily, what do you all know? My friend would never be stopped at the first step. Suddenly, the system's notification sound echoed in Nin Tian's mind. Host for someone with a celestial god physique, this 9-step wind and thunder platform has the opposite effect. Nin Tian was startled. The opposite? In other words, my first step is actually the 9th step. The system's notifications continued to ring in Nin Tian's mind. The host can now immediately absorb the comprehension method for the divine thunder path. However, during the comprehension process, the host must resist the pressure of the 9th step. Absorb? Without hesitation, Nin Tian immediately confirmed. Absorb. His eyes gradually lost focus as his mind sank into a special state, detecting that the host is absorbing the comprehension method for the divine thunder path. Comprehension speed is increasing tenfold. Streams of electric light coiled around his body, the dazzling brilliance making it impossible for anyone to look away. System warning. Please persevere, host. A ferocious bolt of lightning struck down, the surrounding air churning like a vortex. A powerful pressure enveloping the entire wind and thunder platform. The onlookers cried out in alarm. The wind and thunder transformation isn't that the legendary phenomenon that only appears when one reaches the 9th step? Chung Guanbao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be happening on the first step? Princess Noyet Lin frowned slightly and asked Master Namien, what's going on? She too shook her head in astonishment, replying, I'm not sure myself. A situation like this has never occurred before. A tempest of blue energy swirled around Nin Tian. interspersed with flashes of lightning. Beneath his feet, a golden light flared, dazzling and brilliant. He inwardly sighed with relief. Thankfully, I have endured a lightning tribulation before and possess a lightning tribulation spiritual meridian in my body. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to withstand this. A radiant golden light erupted around him, twisting and turning like dragons and snakes. Every spectator backed away in terror. The pressure from this falling thunder space spread out. Even a heavenly venerable realm expert would likely perish within it. Yet he's not dead. His defense is too terrifying. Grandmaster, you must not let anything happen to you. The system chimed again, its reward notifications alarming the cultivators in Shenzhou City. Reward, Thunder Resistance Pill, which can resist a portion of lightning's power after consumption. Reward, Body Healing Pill, which can rapidly heal injuries after consumption. Nin Tian held out his hand, looking at the items within it, and said to the system, use Thunder Resistance Pill. Use Body Healing Pill. The aura around him grew scorching hot, glowing with a brilliant golden light. He stepped onto the next step. This time, each step was steadier and lighter than before. He quickly ascended to the higher steps, leaving the surrounding crowd stunned in amazement. The system continued to announce, comprehension of the Divine Thunder Path successful. Current comprehension level. Initial glimpse. Nin Tian looked up at the higher steps, thinking to himself, the 8th step was as hard as ascending to the heavens, but now it's this easy, so what about the 9th step? Below, cries of astonishment rang out. The 8th step. He's on the 8th step. Everyone looked in that direction. It's not over. Look, it seems he wants to keep going up. What? The 9th step? Impossible. Who in the world is he? The system announced again, shocking everyone. Reward, Wind and Thunder Path Comprehension Point +1. Current comprehension level of the Wind and Thunder Path. Minor accomplishment. Nin Tian felt everyone's gazes and calculated inwardly. This place is crowded and complicated. Now that I have the method to comprehend the Wind and Thunder Path, there's no need to climb to the 9th step and avoid troublesome explanations. The aura around him suddenly dissipated. He turned around, facing this unexpected turn of events. A mocking voice rang out. I told you so. His cultivation level doesn't look like he could climb to the 9th step. Someone quickly retorted, but he already climbed to the 8th step. Besides, except for the 1st step, which was a bit strange, the next 7 steps were very easy, weren't they? Chu Yuanbao joyfully muttered. He climbed to the 8th step. Doesn't that mean he can have dinner with Princess Yuling? The people around couldn't believe it, buzzing like a disturbed beehive. I won't allow it. I absolutely will not allow Princess Yuling to have a meal with such an ugly man. It's like a pearl cast before swine. This is infuriating, absolutely infuriating. Nin Tian calmly walked down and said to him, let's go. Chu Yuanbao was surprised. Ancestor Nin, you're just leaving like that? Aren't you going to have dinner with Princess Yuling? Nin Tian said nonchalantly, she's not as beautiful as my wife. Why should I have dinner with her? Chu Yuanbao also remembered his own stunningly beautiful wife, and his face couldn't help but blush. That's right. Those who heard this were nearly driven mad with anger. Absurd. How dare he say that Princess Yuling, one of the 3 great beauties of Shenzhou, is not as beautiful as his wife? They angrily pointed at Nin Tian. You rude, ignorant fool. How beautiful could his wife be? This is utterly ridiculous. Could his wife be the #1 beauty recognized by the Tianling realm, the empress of the heavenly demon cult? Princess Yuling gently parted her red lips and said softly, fellow Taoist, please come to my pavilion for a meeting. Yuling would like to have dinner with you. However, Nin Tian continued to walk away leisurely, leaving only his back to her, not free. She wasn't angry at all, just smiled and asked, then when will you be free, fellow Taoist? He replied with a sentence that left the surrounding people dumbfounded. Depends on my mood. Princess Yuling fell into thought. So many holy sons and princes pursue me, yet this ordinary-looking young man rejected my invitation. How interesting. At this moment, from the space behind her and Master Nanyan, a figure with a menacing aura appeared. It was the 3rd prince of the supreme divine kingdom. His voice was deep and resonant. Yuling, did someone just climb to the 9th tier of the 9-tier Wind and Thunder platform? Rest assured, I've placed a ward here. No outsider can possibly spy on our conversation. The 2 turned around. She reported, no one made it to the 9th tier. However, one person did climb to the 8th. He was slightly stunned. He had clearly felt a strong reaction from the wind and thunder platform just now. The third prince did not press the matter further, saying with regret, "The 8th tier is nothing special. Forget it." Princess Yuling turned to Master Nam Yin and instructed, "Master Nam Yin, please investigate this fellow cultivator, the heavenly treasure saint's son." She quickly replied, "Yes." As night fell, the once crowded streets grew sparse. Chu Yuanbao walked along, muttering with a face full of discontent. "Grandmaster, why did you have to refuse Princess Yuling? Are you a fool?" Ning Tian replied faintly, his tone completely unruffled. "Climbing to the 8th tier, and the dignified princess of a nation is willing to have dinner with you? It's not that simple." Realization dawned on Chu Yuanbao. He clapped his hands and said, "So that's how it is. Princess Yuling really has an ulterior motive." Ning Tian responded nonchalantly, "Whether she has other motives or not, I don't have time to play games with her." Chu Yuanbao looked at Ning Tian with adoration, his eyes shining brightly, and exclaimed, "As expected of the Grandmaster, to think of even this. I'm truly—" Ning Tian quickly cut him off. "Stop with the flattery and find an inn for us to rest." Chu Yuanbao started being dramatic again. He leaped forward and said, "Rest assured, Grandmaster, I already checked out the inn, and the horse is tied up here too." He opened his eyes and said in alarm, "Where's my horse?" Chu Yuanbao ran to a post, hugging it and wailing, attracting the attention of all the passers-by. "My horse! My horse! Which damn thief stole my horse?" "You just wait." Ning Tian glanced at him, then grabbed the miserably crying Chu Yuanbao by the collar and dragged him into the inn. "Stop wailing. We should go back and prepare for the auction." Night fell quickly. Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind and circulating his energy. A faint golden light enveloped his body, and waves of power spread through the space. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled a breath of impure qi. Ning Tian raised his hand, a satisfied smile gracing the corner of his mouth. Not bad. For this way of wind and thunder alone, this trip was not in vain. He looked out the window at the sky, a hint of anticipation in his heart. It would be great if the auction tomorrow has the 2 medicinal ingredients I want. The next day, at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, a massive crowd of people surged inside. Chu Yuanbao and Ning Tian blended into the crowd. He began to speak. "Although there are frequent auctions of all sizes in Divine Continent City, when it comes to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, none can compare to the Heavenly Treasure Auction." Chu Yuanbao's voice was full of excitement. "Master Ning, look, the front rows are almost entirely filled with the top-tier powers of the Heavenly Spirit Domain. And there are even some private rooms on the 2nd floor, reserved only for special figures." He raised his eyebrows smugly. "Grandmaster, in my opinion, with your status, you could definitely sit in the front row." Ning Tian didn't seem to care, saying indifferently, "My only goal is to get good items. It doesn't matter where I sit." Hearing this, Chu Yuanbao's eyes filled with admiration as he praised, as expected of the ancestor master, a true master hiding in plain sight. Truly admirable. In reality, Ning Tian was just worried about what would happen if his identity was exposed and he was hunted down again. The crowd grew larger, and soon, the seats were almost all taken. Ning Tian and Chu Yuanbao also found a convenient spot to sit down. He looked around and couldn't help but assess inwardly. "I didn't expect this supreme god continent to have so many factions, big and small." Chu Yuanbao rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "That's right, but as far as I know, the only factions with great emperor experts are the 4 Symbols Holy Land, the Supreme God Kingdom, and the Sword Immortal Sect. But it's hard to say when it comes to hidden sections." Suddenly, a loud shout broke the lively atmosphere. "Princess Yuling has arrived." Chu Yuanbao exclaimed in surprise. "I can't believe the representative from the Supreme God Kingdom, this time, is Princess Yuling." Ning Tian instinctively turned to look, smiling wryly to himself. Enemies really do travel on a narrow road. To think I'd run into her here. Princess Yuling today still wore a thin veil covering half her face, exuding a noble and distant aura. After sitting down, Master Nam Yin leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Princess, the intelligence was correct. That kid is indeed at the auction. Why don't we go and say hello?" She replied calmly, "There's no hurry. Let's observe the situation first." On the high stage, a pair of long, slender legs slowly walked out. A stunningly beautiful and graceful woman appeared, smiling like a blooming flower. "I've kept you all waiting." The atmosphere below the stage immediately exploded, with cheers echoing throughout the hall. Not long at all. With Sister Tian Mei hosting the auction, of course we can wait. Sister Tian Mei is getting more and more beautiful. For Sister Mei, we're willing to wait however long it takes. Chu Yuanbao's cheeks flushed, his eyes practically glued to the stage. She is the best auctioneer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Her name is Tian Mei, and we all call her Sister Tian Mei. Ning Tian remained calm, inwardly assessing. Even the auctioneer is a heavenly sovereign realm expert. The strength of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion cannot be underestimated. Tian Mei parted her red lips slightly and announced, "Since everyone is here, I declare the 328th Heavenly Treasure Auction." She blinked charmingly. "Officially begins." Tian Mei waved her jade-like hand, and the first 10 auction items were brought up. Recognizing the first item, Ning Tian was slightly startled. "This is..." Tian Mei introduced an Earth-rank intermediate martial skill, the Wind Thunder God Palm. The starting price is 1 million spirit currency, and each bid must increase by at least 50,000 spirit currency. As soon as she finished speaking, many people shouted, "I bid 1 million, 1,050,000, 1,100,000. Ning Tian took out a ring, examining it thoughtfully. "It really is a lightning element technique, but this 1 million spirit currency..." He closed his eyes and probed it with his mind. "Before I left, my wife gave me a storage ring, saying it had some spirit currency inside. I wonder how much there is." Ning Tian quickly entered the space within the ring. A dazzling light forced him to shield his eyes. What's so blinding? Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes. "This is amazing, my wife." Seeing the mountains of money, his eyes lit up as he ran back and forth. "She's a true rich woman. System, help me count how much spirit currency is in here." The system quickly received the command. Inventory in progress. Estimated spirit currency value is 1 billion. Weapons, cultivation techniques, and martial arts combined total several hundred items. Nin Tian laughed heartily, grabbing a handful of money. "Thank you, my dear wife. Today I must experience the joy of spending money like water." Meanwhile, the auction outside was growing increasingly heated. 1,300,000. 1,600,000. Chu Yuanbao put down his teacup and couldn't help but sigh. The competition at this auction is truly fierce. The one who just bid was the Saber Scar Sect Master. Tian Mai reminded everyone again. The Saber Scar Sect has bid 1,600,000. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the price? Beads of sweat formed on Chu Yuanbao's forehead. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "Although the Wind Thunder God Palm is an Earth-rank, mid-grade martial art, its cultivation requirements are extremely harsh. One must master the power of wind and thunder. Otherwise, its full might cannot be unleashed. A price of 1,600,000 is already the limit." Seeing Nin Tian still sitting there silently, he turned his head and asked, "Master Nin, what are you spacing out for? Surely you weren't frightened by the auction price, were you? You can rest assured on this point. If you, Master, have taken a liking to it, how could the money be an issue? I, Chu Yuanbao, will definitely provide my full support." Suddenly, Nin Tian spoke up. 1,650,000 spirit currency. As soon as Nin Tian's words came out, they successfully made Chu Yuanbao spit out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. "Commander Ninyu," the Saber Scar Sect Master, unwilling to be outdone, said in a low voice, 1,800,000. Nin Tian raised the price again, 1,850,000. The Saber Scar Sect Master could no longer remain calm. He shouted, 2 million. Nin Tian said nonchalantly, 2,050,000. The Saber Scar Sect Master slammed the table forcefully, his eyes welling up with tears. He emptied the last few remaining coins from his pouch and said in defeat, "This Wind Thunder God Palm is yours." Tian Mai announced, "Since no one has a higher bid, this item will belong to this young master." Ladies and gentlemen, the first half of the auction has now concluded. In half an hour, we will begin the second half. Chu Yuanbao turned his head and said, "Commander Nin, I didn't realize you were hiding your wealth so deeply. Nin Tian simply replied calmly, "The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's auction is indeed not bad." Chu Yuanbao blinked and said reassuringly, "This is just the first half, merely to liven things up. The better items are all saved for the penultimate part in the second half." Nin Tian showed a look of interest. "So that's how it is? It would be even better if they have the 2 medicinal herbs I need." As people were leaving one after another, Princess Yuling unexpectedly approached. She asked softly, "Fellow Taoist, I wonder if you are free tonight? Could we have dinner together?" Her invitation left the surrounding people astonished. Nin Tian remained expressionless and replied indifferently, "I'm not free." His blunt refusal left Princess Yuling stunned, and the people behind her couldn't help but gape. Next chapter, rejecting the princess again. Princess Yuling did not give up and continued to ask, "Then when might fellow Taoist Commander Nin be free?" She thought to herself, his performance on the 9th step of the Wind Thunder platform was highly unusual, and now he has bought the Wind Thunder God Palm. This Commander Nin can definitely help me set foot in that place. I must win him over to my side. Nin Tian also smiled and replied nonchalantly, "When you're not free, that's when I'll be free." These words made the flames of anger in Princess Yuling's heart burn fiercely, and the surrounding people could hardly believe it. One person frowned and said, "Who in the world is he? He doesn't even spare the princess a glance." The person beside him said doubtfully, "Wait, isn't he the one who climbed to the 8th level of the 9th tier on the 9-tier Wind and Thunder platform?" Another person chimed in, "Heavens, he actually rejected Princess Yuling twice." A system reward notification appeared. "You have astonished everyone in the Tian Bao Pavilion, rewarding you with an aura copy card." The aura copy card could simultaneously conceal one's own aura and copy the aura of the first person to perceive you. Nin Tian clasped his hands behind his back, standing opposite Princess Yuling. In his mind, however, he was focused on the notification in aura copy card. He stroked his chin, thinking this is a bit interesting. If I can make good use of it, it might produce some unexpected results. Nin So-I smiled inwardly. Seeing this made Princess Yuling even angrier. She turned and left, leaving only a single sentence behind. "Young Master Nin, you truly know how to jest. Another day, Yuling will come to trouble you again." In her heart, she seethed, "Nin So-I, is it? You just wait. I refuse to believe I can't deal with you." Chu Yuan Bao bit his handkerchief with teary eyes. Such a waste, such a waste. Some people don't even have tea to drink, yet someone else refuses a meal, and not once, but twice. Nin Tian was left speechless. Whatever, he thought. A moment later, another person approached, bowed, and said, "Your Holiness, the Holy Sun, my master has an invitation for you." Upon hearing this, Nin Tian abruptly turned his head. Chu Yuan Bao also looked at him with a grave expression. After a moment, the guide smiled and gestured, "This way, you 2 young masters." The moment they stepped inside, a hand shot out and tightly gripped Chu Yuan Bao's ear. The person scolded, "Did your master know you snuck out?" He winced, crying out, "Ow, ow, ow." Sister Tian Mei seemed furious, sternly reprimanding Chu Yuan Bao. "So you can feel pain? I see you're getting bolder and bolder." Chu Yuan Bao clutched his now red ear. "Sister Tian Mei, I came down the mountain to train and improve my cultivation. Master will understand." Tian Mei, still seething with anger, shot him a look as sharp as a bullet. "I see you're clearly out sightseeing and looking for gossip." She then turned to Nin Tian, who had been silent until now. "And you've brought a little brother along. May I ask who this is?" Chu Yuan Bao immediately introduced him with enthusiasm. "This is a friend I met on the road. His name is Nin So-I. He wanted to see our Tian Bao Pavilion's auction, so we decided to travel together." Tian Mei turned to leave. She said with a smile, "Since that's the case, I'll let you 2 use this room, Jia." Chu Yuan Bao was in disbelief, asking in joyful surprise, "Really? This is the heaven-grade room, Jia." Reaching the doorway, Tian Mei glanced back over her shoulder and said, "However, in a little while, try not to feel too pressured." The 2 stood in the room, looking down at the bustling hall below. Chu Yuan Bao was puzzled. What did she mean by her last sentence? Is there something noteworthy about this private room on the 2nd floor? I don't know either. Even though this is the best private room on the 2nd floor, there's nothing that should make one feel pressured. In past auctions, the highest cultivation realm present was only the heavenly venerable realm. Soon after, a voice from downstairs drew the attention of the 2. "Ladies and gentlemen, for the second half, we will have several esteemed guests joining us." Tian Mei had stepped to the center of the stage. She announced, "Esteemed guests." At this moment, an immense pressure spread out, startling everyone. Zhu Yuanbao realized in shock. Oh, this is... The people downstairs were also extremely shaken. They trembled, unable to stop themselves from kneeling. It's the might of a great emperor. Another great emperor-level expert has come to this auction. Tiami covered her mouth and chuckled. Haha, everyone, there's no need to be tense. The great emperors are also here to bid on treasures. They will not interfere with us. If there's a treasure you want, you can still feel free to place your bids. At this point, that immense pressure gradually receded. Zhu Yuanbao was on pins and needles. He turned to ask Ning Tian, We're done for. We're done for. The rooms next to us are all filled with great emperor-level experts now. Ancestral Master, what do we do now? Ning Tian rested his chin on his hand and calmly said something that left Zhu Yuanbao utterly confused. Who said our room doesn't have a great emperor-level expert? He didn't explain, only smiling faintly and thinking to himself, to have attracted 4 great emperors at once. The next auction item must be extraordinary. If I want to compete with them, I will definitely face some threats. And right now, this room can help me conceal my identity and use the momentum copy card, not keeping everyone waiting long. Tiami quickly introduced the item brought to the display stage. The first item of the second half. An immortal herb that takes 900 years to mature. The 9 Phoenix Ice Cold Grass. The starting price is 30 million spirit stones. Each bid increment must not be less than 500,000. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice quickly rang out, 30 million. This emperor wants this 9 Phoenix Ice Cold Grass. In Ning Tian's room, he calmly took a sip of tea. Zhu Yuanbao could only hear the excited chatter from the main hall below. The great emperor-level expert from Room Ding. Room Ding has made a move. 30 million spirit stones. And it's something a great emperor wants. Who would dare to raise the price now? At this very moment, Ning Tian spoke, leaving Zhu Yuanbao utterly stunned. 100 million spirit stones. Apologies, but I want this 9 Phoenix Ice Cold Grass. Hearing this voice, Tianmi thought to herself, isn't the holy son of Tianbao his friend? Everyone present was stunned into silence. Someone spoke up, that's truly generous. To go from 30 million straight to 100 million in one go. Ning Tian frowned in thought. The momentum copy card can only copy the first person who senses my aura. I have to make them actively sense me to be able to copy their aura and intimidate them. As he thought of this, a system notification appeared. You have startled everyone, receiving 1 divine sense sound transmission card. He rejoiced inwardly. Excellent. With another divine sense sound transmission card, it will be even harder for me to be exposed. At this time, in Room Ding, the young man standing behind said to the Xiaoyao holy master seated on the chair, Master, Tianbao Pavilion prohibits inquiring about customer information, so we don't know the other party's background. He frowned and snorted coldly. I'd like to see about that. The Xiaoyao holy master angrily slammed the table. Who in the world is it that dares to snatch something from me? A colossal pressure spread out. Zhu Yuanbao said nervously, Ancestral Master. Ning Tian, however, was not frightened at all. He commanded the system. System, use the momentum copy card. Buzz. System notifications popped up continuously, and the card in his hand melted, turning into a similar stream of power. Using aura copy card. Use successful. Detected the great emperor's aura of the Qiu Dao sacred master. Selecting to copy. Successfully copied the great emperor's aura. Duration, 1 hour. Nin Tian smiled and released that stream of power. The disciple behind him couldn't believe it. Master. The Qiu Dao sacred master sat firmly in his chair, his expression grave. To think he's also a great emperor-level expert. I only intended to buy this 9 Phoenix Ice Cold Grass for my collection. If I make an enemy of him over it, I'm afraid it's not worth it. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, Since fellow Taoist wants it, then please take it. Nin Tian, having achieved his goal, said with a laugh, the 9 Phoenix Ice Cold Grass is mine. But before he could celebrate, another voice interjected, 500 million. Chung Guin Bao was puzzled. It's just an immortal grass. yet the price has been raised to 500 million. Hearing that voice, Nin Tian's eyes widened. Wait, this voice is... He immediately said in his mind, System, use the Divine Sense sound transmission card. The system quickly replied, using Divine Sense sound transmission card. You successful. Nin Tian spoke. Te Vong Mao, give me some face, or next time I'll choose the moment you're bathing to summon you here. Te Vong Mao, sitting with her legs crossed, heard the transmission and thought to herself, Grandmaster. In the next chapter, Te Vong Mao makes a move to snatch the auctioned item. Te Vong Mao rested her chin on one hand, twirling her hair with the other, and asked, Is Grandmaster telling the truth? Then I'll be waiting for Grandmaster's summons. Or would you like to set a specific time? The female disciple behind her exclaimed in shock. Grandmaster. Her provocative voice echoed in Nin Tian's room. I can finally change into the ice silk allure outfits I've stored away for so long. He slammed the table in anger, thinking to himself, Te Vong Mao, this woman, she's really... With fire in his eyes, Nin Tin roared, Just you wait. Te Vong Mao laughed until tears streamed down her face and said, All right. I'm afraid Lac Vo Tim will draw her sword and come to the jade pool to kill me. This 9 Phoenix, ice cold grass, I'll yield it to you. Seeing his anger, Chung Guin Bao asked with concern, Grandmaster, what's wrong? He frowned and replied, It's nothing. The spirit grass is mine now. Nin Tian had a pained expression, thinking with tears in his eyes, It's just a few 100 million more spirit stones. My wife, I'm sorry. Chung Guin Bao's eyes went wide, and he looked at Nin Tian excitedly, exclaiming, Grandmaster, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Nin Tian paid him no mind, calculating to himself, the Thunder Core fruit hasn't appeared yet. If the bidding continues like this, even 1 billion spirit stones won't be enough. Suddenly, Chung Guin Bao looked towards the door and exclaimed in confusion, So cold. I don't know why the temperature suddenly dropped. Grandmaster, do you feel it? He remained seated and replied, Nin Tian looked over in surprise, only to see a group of people outside, carrying a coffin that emitted a purple glow. As soon as it appeared, the crowd erupted in an agitated buzz. A coffin. They're even selling something so unlucky. The entire thing has an cold, murderous aura that seeps into your very bones. The material this coffin is made of. It's truly an object of great evil. A coffin was placed heavily behind Sister Tianmi. She covered her mouth with her hand and gave a charming smile. Everyone, the auction item before you is called the Gay In Soul-Locking Coffin, Sister Tianmi announced. This item was excavated by the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land from deep within the dark forest, dug from 1,000 feet deep to see the light of day again. It immediately radiated a brilliant purple light. Her voice continued, Although it's unclear what grade of treasure this is, we speculate that it is very likely an item left over from the ancient path to godhood. After the introduction, she immediately waved her hand and announced, The auction begins now. Starting price, 100 million spirit stones. In the Ding character room, someone whose whole body radiated a golden light, resisting the energy emanating from the coffin, shouted loudly, 200 million spirit stones. In the room, Zhu Yuanbao rested his chin on one hand, smiling with great interest. The path to godhood, a realm that countless cultivators spend their entire lives cultivating, yearning to reach. Those few great emperor powerhouses are certainly no ordinary figures. Could it be that they also have their eyes on this item? Ning Tian put down his teacup, thinking to himself, It seems the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land hasn't seen through the secret of this Gu-in soul-locking coffin either. They must have thought that instead of keeping it for themselves, it's better to let the world remember its existence. However, by finally auctioning it, they can also fetch a huge profit. He crossed his legs, placed a finger on his forehead, and fell into deep thought. If I can win this item in the auction and give it to my wife, it might be beneficial for her cultivation and realm. Finally, Ning Tian frowned and shouted, I bid 300 million. Sister Tianmi glanced at him, thinking to herself, Is he a friend of the Heavenly Treasure, Saint's son again? The Queen Mother of the West rested her chin on one hand, frowning and cursing inwardly. Ancestral Master, this guy is joining the fun again. Is he really not afraid of death? Zhu Yuanbao immediately shouted excitedly, Ancestral Master, is it really okay for you to do this today? You just snatched the spirit herb from the carefree Holy Master, and now you're planning to compete with him again. Ning Tian crossed his arms, replying calmly, What's there to be afraid of? He doesn't know who I am anyway. Suddenly, the voice of the Queen Mother of the West transmitted over. Ancestral Master, I know your purpose, but to break through to the God realm, only the path to godhood is effective. He calmly asked back, what do you mean? On the other side, she placed her hands on her knees and said earnestly, I need it, but absolutely not to break through to the God realm. Although I don't know where you obtained the aura of a great emperor, I hope you won't get involved in this contest for unnecessary things. Ning Tian lowered his head, calculating. The Queen Mother of the West has helped me several times. She doesn't sound like she's lying. He leaned back in his chair and replied in a calm voice. All right, I'll listen to the Queen Mother of the West then. The Queen Mother of the West immediately clasped her hands together, smiling like a blooming flower, and said, so obedient, Ancestral Master. Next time you come to the Jade Pool, I will definitely give you a mysterious reward. Hearing this, he looked displeased and said nothing. The female disciple accompanying her asked, not understanding. The Ancestral Master agreed not to compete with us anymore. She calmly replied, No matter the cost, I must obtain this Gui-in soul-locking coffin. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the coffin radiating purple light and said, I only hope this extremely ominous coffin can solve the troubles of the Jade Pool Holy Land. Night enveloped everything. Only a few places remained lit. Ning Tian bid farewell to Zhu Yuanbao, and they each returned to their own rooms. He placed the newly bought technique scroll and medicinal ingredients on the table. Nin Tian rested his chin on one hand, musing, this harvest isn't bad. Besides a suitable technique, there's also medicinal powder to enhance an immortal's constitution. The only thing missing is the Thunderheart fruit. Thinking of the Thunder fruit, he said to himself, it's just this Thunderheart fruit. I don't have a single clue. What a headache. Nin Tian looked at his hands, sat down cross-legged, and thought, whatever, I'll find it eventually. For now, I'll cultivate this Wind Thunder God Palm technique. As he sat properly to cultivate, the system's notification sound rang out, checking the host's absorption capability for the Wind Thunder God Palm technique. Comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Successfully comprehended the Earth rank, mid-grade Wind Thunder God Palm. A slender, jade-like hand gently knocked on the room door. Nin Tian suddenly opened his eyes and asked, who is it? He looked at the Queen Mother of the West and the female disciple beside her, asking doubtfully, why are you here? She placed her hands on her hips, demanding, before you talk to us, take off that mask. It's so ugly. The female disciple beside her chimed in. That's right, the Patriarch's followers strongly condemn this. Nin Tian scratched his face, looked at the Queen Mother of the West as she sat down, and replied, He reached up and removed the thin mask, revealing his handsome face. She covered her mouth with her hand, blushing as she said, this face is still much easier on the eyes. The other female disciple blushed and replied, Patriarch, it's been a while. Nin Tian looked at her doubtfully, then asked the Queen Mother of the West, what are you two doing here? The Queen Mother of the West's slender hand reached out, wrapping around the back of his head. She leaned in close, replying seductively, of course, while Luo Wuqing is not here. His cheeks flushed red as she got closer, and he exclaimed, The Queen Mother of the West pushed Nin Tian down onto the bed, laughing as she said, just to force the Patriarch to do things he normally can't. Seeing this, the female disciple covered her face with her hands, crying out in embarrassment. The Queen Mother of the West's face drew close to his blushing one. Seeing his reaction, she laughed loudly and said, I was just joking. I didn't expect the Patriarch to be so innocent. Nin Tian, embarrassed and angry, clenched his fists and shouted, Queen Mother of the West, you just wait. When I get stronger, I'll definitely beat you until you wet your pants. The Queen Mother of the West turned around, stuck out her curvy bottom, and asked arrogantly, I'll let you hit me now. Do you dare? He furrowed his brows and retorted, You think I don't dare? Immediately after, Nin Tian's arm reached out behind her bottom and gave it a firm pull, making her blush furiously. He held up his hand, laughing as he asked, Since you were so forward, how could I possibly refuse? The Queen Mother of the West's expression was now one of urgency and panic. She grabbed his sleeve and said, You really dare do it? Nin Tian forcefully shook her hand off, looking at her coldly. The system quickly displayed a red notification. You have frightened the Queen Mother of the West. You have frightened the Saintess of the Jade Pond. Reward, Cultivation Aura plus 300. He spread his hand and said with a smile, it was the Queen Mother's request. As a man, how could I not oblige? At this moment, Nin Tian was overjoyed inside. This feels great, so refreshing. Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West immediately changed her attitude. She reproached him shyly. "Patriarch, you're bullying me." She placed her slender hand on Nin Tian's shoulder, standing before him. The Queen Mother of the West said suggestively, "You have to take responsibility for me, you know? Or maybe tonight, we could." Nin Tian looked straight at the girl before him and said with a laugh, "What responsibility? How about I let you hit me back?" He spread his arms to the sides, implying he didn't want to touch her. Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West also lowered her hands, and the atmosphere grew awkward. The Queen Mother of the West noticed the brown-haired girl behind them had witnessed everything. That girl cleared her throat. "Ahem, Holy Master, stop joking around. We should get to business first." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West's tone changed, no longer as sweet as before. She slowly walked up to him. "Humph, what a boring man." After hearing this, Nin Tian raised his hand, wanting to ease the atmosphere, and said, "Speak. What business do the two of you have with me?" The two girls in front of him became serious. One cupped her fists, the other bowed her head, full of expectation. "Ancestral Master, we came to find you for just one thing. The root of a 9-phoenix ice-cold grass." Hearing this, Nin Tian thought to himself, "I need the leaves of the 9-phoenix ice-cold grass. As for the root, I might as well take advantage of the situation." Nin Tian's hand rose, the object enveloped in a blue sphere of light. He said generously, "Take it." Then he threw the object forward. A purple light flashed in the middle of the room, finally reaching the two girls. The Queen Mother of the West caught it in her hand. They smiled in gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestral Master." Nin Tian sat on the chair, his hand propping up his chin. He called out the Queen Mother of the West. "At the auction, you made me waste an extra several hundred million for nothing. How do you plan to compensate me?" Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West wasn't angry. She just replied softly, "What compensation do you want? I have no money, but there are two beauties here. Do you dare to accept?" She stepped forward, her full chest almost touching Nin Tian's face, making him blush and hastily retreat. The Queen Mother of the West's plump lips gently blew into his ear, making the tips of Nin Tian's ears turn red. He was already shy, and now he was even more embarrassed. After her action, she said cheerfully, "Or I could blow a breath of immortal energy for you. Consider that your compensation, all right?" Hearing this, Nin Tian jumped up agitatedly. "You call this compensation?" She shrugged, her expression nonchalant. "Can't be helped. I have no money, and you don't want any special compensation. Since it has come to this, I guess that's that." Hearing these words, Nin Tian could only nod. "Just answer one question for me." His expression turned serious. Recalling that special golden sphere of light, he asked, "Have you ever heard of the Thunderheart fruit?" The Queen Mother of the West propped her chin on her hand, musing, "If it's the Thunderheart fruit, I do know a little." Hearing this, he hurriedly pressed, "Where is it?" A majestic city appeared, but it was bound by layers upon layers of chains. The Queen Mother of the West said, "It's in the royal forbidden grounds of the supreme divine kingdom. You can't get in, and neither can I." This time, it was Nin Tian's turn to rub his chin thoughtfully. The royal forbidden grounds. That troublesome, huh? Then, he remembered Noyetlin. He immediately looked delighted and exclaimed, "I've got it. Isn't there someone perfect for the job?" Nin Tian nodded to the two young ladies and said gratefully, "Many thanks to the Queen Mother of the West." The brown-haired young lady, a disciple of the Queen Mother of the West, cheerfully waved goodbye. "Grandmaster, Senior Queen Mother of the West, we will take our leave now." The Queen Mother of the West smiled and replied, "It's wonderful that you can help ease the Grandmaster's burdens. Well then, we shall take our leave. We will likely remain in Shinjo City for the next few days. If you need anything, feel free to find us." The door closed, and silence returned to the room. Nin Tian raised his hand, smiling as he looked at it, now enveloped in an orange-gold power. He had cast the disguise technique, transforming himself into a different appearance. He thought smugly to himself, "But how can I get into the royal forbidden grounds through Princess Noyetlin? Seduce her with my looks? With this face now, that might be a bit difficult." Suddenly, a voice from outside the door startled Nin Tian. "Fellow Taoist Nin Soai, are you in there?" Hearing this voice, he thought to himself, "This voice, speak of the devil." The door opened a crack, and Noyetlин's face slowly came into view. She stepped inside, looking displeased, but her tone was incredibly firm. "No matter what, there are a few things I must say to you. Don't be so quick to refuse." Nin Tian said, "Come in, and we'll talk." Nin Tian's voice startled her, and Noyetlin was very surprised. She was secretly delighted. "I thought he would just shut the door on me, but he actually invited me in. My sincerity and effort must have touched him. The two of them sat down at the tea table. Nin Tian spoke first. Please speak. Noyet Lin looked at him and stated her purpose. I've come this time hoping that fellow Taoist Nin So-I can accompany me to the royal forbidden grounds, the Moonlight Pavilion. Hearing this, Nin Tian feigned surprise. The royal forbidden grounds? His expression grew serious. He raised a hand to his mouth and lowered his voice. Princess Noyet Lin, you have mentioned this many times. This matter must be extremely important to you. If I keep refusing, it would seem rather unkind. Therefore, I will accompany you. Though he said this, Nin Tian was inwardly gloating. I'm just happily helping someone, doing my good deed for the day. Noyet Lin's voice interrupted his train of thought. That's wonderful. Still sitting at the tea table, she nodded slightly at him. Looking at the man's face across from her, Noyet Lin thought to herself, actually, after a few more glances, this fellow Taoist Nin So-I is quite handsome once you get used to his face. Then, she stood up and said, fellow Taoist Nin So-I, shall we head to the Moonlight Pavilion now? Hearing this, Nin Tian cheerfully agreed, all right. Night had fallen deep, and the lanterns of the capital city lit up half the sky. Yukam was in the stables. She let a horse out and said, "Oh, little horse, I think you're very cute." Before she finished speaking, she pulled out a small knife from nowhere, making the horse tremble all over. Its eyes filled with terror, but Senior Sister said, "That distinguished guests will be arriving. This Shadow Gale horse of yours, I had a very hard time finding it," she said, holding the small knife and pointing it at the horse in front of her. "If you must blame someone, then go and blame those distinguished guests." A spurt of fresh blood flew out as Yukam stabbed the horse to death. The Royal Forbidden Grounds, Moonlight Pavilion. Nin Tian and Princess Noyet Lin walked out of the room. She stole a glance at him, her eyes as gentle as a breeze. Just then, Chu Yuanbao walked over. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. Seeing this scene, he gritted his teeth and growled out each word in anger. "You people, a lone man and a lone woman in the middle of the night here." He and she simultaneously looked toward Chu Yuanbao. Ning Tian stepped forward, maintaining a suitable distance from him, and said with a laugh, "Princess Yuling has a favor to ask." Hearing this, Chu Yuanbao frowned, his sharp eyes filled with suspicion, and pointed his finger straight at Ning Tian. "But didn't you say before that she had no good intentions?" Without waiting for him to react, Ning Tian suddenly raised his hand and, with a moderate force, pushed his face away. Chu Yuanbao's face immediately flushed red. It was unclear whether from anger or embarrassment. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually faded, replaced by a cold and threatening expression. His voice rang out, "Cut the crap." Sweat had beaded on Chu Yuanbao's forehead. He swallowed, not daring to resist, nodding his head repeatedly, his voice stuttering and hurried. "Yes, yes." Princess Yuling, standing behind, her gaze sweeping over the scene before her, spoke softly. "Taoist friend Ning Shui, let's go." Ning Tian paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to her, and gave an okay sign with his hand. He replied decisively, "All right." As he turned to leave, Chu Yuanbao swiftly reached out and grabbed his hand. Ning Tian turned his head back, looking at him with a slightly confused expression. Chu Yuanbao slowly raised his hand and pointed to his own face, and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to go too. We came here together." Princess Yuling, standing to one side, said softly, her voice gentle but a little strained, "It's all right. Holy Son Tianbao can come along as well." She led the two of them along a small path towards the forbidden area of the imperial palace. The Moonlight Pavilion. The air was filled with a faint, gentle fragrance, elegant and captivating. Chu Yuanbao sniffed and raised his eyebrows, saying with interest, "What is that smell? It's so fragrant." She walked ahead, each step exuding an elegant and light grace. Ning Tian and Chu Yuanbao followed behind. She turned her head slightly, her clear voice ringing out, "My junior sister has prepared a feast to entertain you too. Please come in." The door opened, and the three of them stepped inside. As soon as they entered, they saw a young woman standing before a large table laden with delicacies, the rich aroma assaulting their noses. The young woman stood there, her face beaming with a radiant smile. "Senior sister, have you brought the distinguished guests you mentioned?" Yu Qin was stunned, her eyes suddenly filled with panic. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. "Oh no, why is it them?" seeing her junior sister's sudden change in expression and tense look. Princess Yuling couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What's wrong?" Yuqin tried to compose herself, sighed, and said with some resignation, "No, it's nothing." Princess Yuling began to make introductions, her gaze sweeping over each person. She slowly extended her hand towards Yuqin. "Taoist friend Ning Shuai, Holy Son Tianbao. This is my little junior sister, Yuqin." Then she turned to Yuqin. "Yuqin, this is Taoist friend Ning Shuai, and this is Holy Son Tianbao. They're the distinguished guests I mentioned." Yuqin smiled and continued, "Welcome, you two." Ning Tian, with a calm expression, slowly replied, "Hello." Chu Yuanbao's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing the table full of delicacies. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he rushed towards the dining table, his mouth watering, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Wow, what is this delicious food? It smells so good. I've never seen or smelled anything so fragrant." Yukam looked a little embarrassed at Chun Guinbao's loss of control. Princess Noyet Lin, however, just smiled faintly, patiently answering his question in a calm voice. "This is an all-horse feast that my junior sister specially prepared for you two, using the rare lingering shadow, Swift Wind Horse." Chun Guinbao stared at the food, his hands hanging limp as if drained of all strength, his chopsticks falling to the ground. Chun Guinbao froze, his face thunderstruck, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he had just heard. His whole body went rigid, his mouth agape, his voice breaking from shock. "Lin, lingering shadow, Swift Wind Horse." Princess Noyet Lin frowned slightly, a look of confusion in her eyes. She turned to Nin Tian and asked, "What's wrong with the Tianbao Saint's son?" Nin Tian looked helpless, sighing as he explained. "A few days ago, he lost 2 lingering shadow swift wind horses in the city." Yukam suddenly turned and ran outside. Seeing this, Princess Noyet Lin was surprised and called out, "Yukam, where are you going?" Yukam's voice was a little tense, unable to hide her haste. I have something urgent to do." Chun Guinbao's face darkened as he shot her a cold glance. The atmosphere immediately became tense. He asked in a low voice, "Your lingering shadow swift wind horses, where exactly did you get them?" Yukam stood rooted to the spot, her body instantly frozen as if turned to ice. Her eyes avoided Chun Guinbao's sharp gaze. She raised a hand to scratch her head a bit awkwardly, then chuckled, feigning ignorance with a silly smile. About that." Chun Guinbao exploded with rage, his expression changing as if a fire had been lit within him. His eyes flashed with fury, filled with indignation. He roared in an angry voice, "No wonder my horses disappeared as soon as I arrived in Shenzhou City. So is you horse thief." Although Yukam could feel his wrath, she still lifted her head slightly. She pressed her lips together, as if not wanting to be seen through. She retorted fiercely, "What? You tied your horses by the roadside. How was I supposed to know they were yours?" The two began to argue, neither backing down. Seething with rage, he roared, still making excuses. Not to be outdone, she immediately raised her head, her gaze defiant and fearless, her voice as sharp as a knife. "What about it? You want to fight?" Suddenly, his gaze accidentally fell on Yukam's chest. His eyes grew awkward, and his cheeks flushed red. Yukam crossed her arms, sweeping a contemptuous gaze over Chun Guinbao, not holding back at all. "Humph, you coward." Princess Noyet Lin, standing behind her, her expression darkened, and she reprimanded in a stern voice, "Yukam, junior sister, you've gone too far." At this moment, Nin Tian was no longer as gentle as before. His voice became stern, every word carrying an air of arrogance and willfulness. "Stealing our horses and showing no remorse. She deserves to be punished. Princess Noyet Lin, would you mind if I disciplined this thieving junior sister of yours on your behalf?" He reached out, preparing to grab her hand. He caught her hand. Caught off guard, Yukim lost her balance, pulled along by his hand. His other hand struck her bottom, each blow like a heavy whip. Yukam, shocked, angry, and ashamed, shouted, "You ugly brute! How dare you!" Tears welling in her eyes, she let out a cry of pain. Ouch. Yukam struggled in his grasp, her face pale. She rushed towards Princess Noyet Lin, a sob escaping her lips. "Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Senior sister, I can't get married anymore." Princess Yuling gently placed a hand on Yuqin's face, comforting and reminding her in a low voice. "All right, you were the one in the wrong first. Go and apologize to Saint Tianbao. Otherwise, I'll ground you." She dragged her heavy feet toward Zhou Yuanbao, her swollen bottom making it difficult for her to move. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stolen your horse." He looked at her, his gaze suddenly softening. He reached out and gently wiped away a tear from her cheek, sighing softly, "Alas." He glanced at Princess Yuling, his tone serious as he said without hesitation, "Princess Yuling, you can now tell me what it is you need my help with." Hearing his question, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. A determined glint flashed in her eyes as she enunciated each word clearly. "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, I hope you will help me become an Empress Regnant." He looked at her, the question blurting out as an unavoidable accusation. An Empress Regnant. Isn't that treason? She chuckled softly, her smile gentle, yet hiding a deep confidence, her voice soft, as if explaining a simple principle that others failed to grasp. No, that's not it. You two may not know this, but what I want to contend for is the right of succession to the throne. She continued, as if sketching out the future path she was preparing to embark on. What I aspire to and hope for is not only to break through to the great emperor cultivation level, but to become the Empress Regnant of the supreme divine nation, so that the nation can be at peace and its people can live and work in contentment. He didn't beat around the bush, his question ringing out clearly, as if to cut through any ambiguity. "So, what do you need me to do?" She answered immediately without a moment's hesitation. "The supreme divine nation has a forbidden land called the Supreme Secret Realm." He suddenly recalled that the place she had just mentioned was the same one the Queen Mother of the West had spoken of. Princess Yuling began to explain in detail. As she spoke of the situation she was in, her eyes shone, her tone serious, filled with aspiration and determination. It was designed by the first ancestor of the supreme divine nation, specifically for the disciples of the divine nation to cultivate. There's something I need desperately, but to obtain it, one must pass through a lightning domain. The power of that lightning domain is comparable to the 8th level of the 9-tiered wind and lightning platform. She let out a sigh, her voice soft but tinged with weariness and failure. "I have tried for several years, but I still cannot get through." He was silent for a moment, then gently stroked his chin, as if pondering what she had just said. "No wonder you've been looking for someone who has set foot on a 9-tiered wind and lightning platform these past few days." She gently took his hand, as if entrusting her hopes to him, her sincere voice ringing out. "In 2 days, the Supreme Secret Realm will open. Whether or not I can successfully win the right of succession all depends on you, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai." He looked at her without hesitation, but his gaze turned sharp. "Calculative. I can agree to your request, but shouldn't the princess tell me about my reward?" She said loudly, her tone confident and unhesitating. "That is a matter of course. Whatever request you have, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, just name it." He remained silent, a vague question forming in his mind. He wondered if the lightning heart fruit was truly an important item or just an ordinary fruit within the secret realm. Her cheeks flushed red. Before her was Ning Tian's radiant face. His hand took hers. Princess Yuling was embarrassed, her cheeks instantly blushing crimson, as if a wave of shyness had washed over her. She hurriedly turned to avoid his gaze, flailing her hands as if trying to dispel the awkwardness spreading through her. Leaving him stunned, her voice was flustered. "Taoist Marshal Nin, please don't think about it anymore. It's impossible." Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbao were both stunned, their faces darkening, not understanding what had happened. He asked in confusion, "What thing?" Zhu Yuanbao beside him replied, "Perhaps she's thinking along vulgar lines." Ning Tian grew impatient. His voice rang out, direct and clear. "The reward I want is very simple, just 1 thunder heart fruit." Sensing the change in the atmosphere, his gaze suddenly sharpened, as if something was wrong. A thought flashed through his mind. "What's going on?" The system's voice echoed in the silent space, this notification seeming to confirm his recent action. "You have astonished Princess Yuling reward. Spiritual Qi cultivation plus 100. She sighed softly, her lips parting in surprise, but she couldn't hide a hint of gentle dissatisfaction. "Taoist Marshal Nin, you're truly asking for an exorbitant price. The Supreme Secret Realm is a gateway to trials beyond imagination." Ning Tian stood under the tree, facing Princess Yuling. He silently asked Princess Yuling, "What do you mean by that?" She replied, "The Thunderheart fruit tree only bears a few dozen fruits every 1,000 years. They are incredibly precious. Even our royal family cannot use them casually. Then, Princess Yuling smiled. However, if this is Taoist Marshal Nin's request, I will do my best to obtain the Thunder Heart Fruit. Ning Tian, pushing his luck, said, or a heaven-rank martial art. 100 billion wouldn't be bad either. Princess Yuling blushed and teased him. So, do you want to add me to the list as well? He suddenly became serious. That won't do. My wife would rush over and hack me to death. Princess Yuling was astonished. Wife? She leaned closer to him. Taoist Marshal Nin, do you really have a wife? Who is your wife? What does she look like? Ning Tian said proudly, my wife is the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Cult. His words made her burst out laughing. Princess Yuling teased, Taoist Marshal Nin, you should stop daydreaming. If the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Cult is your wife, then the legendary patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Cult must be my husband. Hearing this, Ning Tian continued to tease her. The patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Cult is your husband? How come I didn't know? She seemed a little annoyed. What about it? If you can say the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Cult is your wife, can I say something to make myself happy? Princess Yuling said dreamily, the patriarch is both handsome and dashing and has so many legends about him. He is the idol in the hearts of millions of young women. Who wouldn't want such a husband? This made Ning Tian blush slightly in embarrassment. Then, trying to save face, he said, that's true. The patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Cult is indeed very handsome, just like me. After hearing this, Princess Yuling shot him a glance. A person needs a face, a tree needs its bark. Taoist Marshal Nin's thick skin is truly unmatched in this world. She took out a glittering token and gave it to Ning Tian. This is the token for entering and exiting the Imperial Palace's forbidden area. With it, Taoist Marshal Nin can come and go freely. Tomorrow at noon, I will wait for you at the Moonlight Pavilion. He took the token, then turned and called out, Holy Sun, let's go. No one answered. Nin Tian glanced inside and saw Zhu Yuanbao and Yu Qin climbing on a table, playing around with each other. How is it, Holy Sun Tianbao? Is this horse meat delicious? Zhu Yuanbao, completely drunk, replied, this is the most delicious meat I've ever eaten. He raised his wine cup, laughing heartily. Another day, I'll bring all the horses from the Tianbao Holy Land to you. We'll open a restaurant, and we'll call it. The two of them danced on the table in each other's arms, seeming to have forgotten everything in their glee. Ha 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 ha. Nin Tian was speechless at the sight. He hoisted the dead drunk Zhu Yuanbao onto his shoulder. Let's go home. Princess Yuling and her junior sister watched from behind, waving cheerfully. Honored guest, please come again. Zhu Yuanbao was sleeping like the dead, snoring loudly. Sitting some distance away, Nin Tian glanced back, slightly annoyed. This guy is really sleeping soundly. Then he quietly began to cultivate. Tomorrow, I must go to the Supreme Secret Realm. I have to seize this time to cultivate and improve myself. A pillar of light descended from the sky, as if gathering energy from all directions into one spot. Imperial Palace. Tiankane Mansion. Qin Haoyan was looking up at the sky, the divine moon vision. To think the legend of the Supreme was true. According to legend, the Supreme Great Emperor once left a treasure in the secret realm. The divine moon vision is the sign of that treasure's appearance. Once I obtain this treasure, let's see how they'll compete with me for the throne. Warm rays of sunlight shone down. When Nin Tian arrived at the entrance of the Ingwa Pavilion, he was stopped by the guards. Halt. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. He took out the token that Princess Yuling had given him yesterday. Their attitude changed immediately to SOU are an honored guest of Princess Yuling. Our apologies, please enter. He walked in with his head held high. The eyes of the people inside also turned towards the door. Nin Tian thought to himself, why are there so many people? Yu Ling and Yu Qin walked towards him. Fellow Taoist Nin Shuai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Qin stuck out her tongue and made a face. Naya, you bad man. The guests inside all looked towards them, wondering to themselves, who is that? An honored guest of Princess Yuling? He looks ordinary, nothing special about him. Yuling explained to him, today is the day the Supreme Secret Realm opens. Therefore, any prince or princess qualified to compete for the succession will bring their people here. Nin Tian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. A group of panting horses charged forward, rushing straight into the Ingwa Pavilion. On their backs were Qin Haoyan and Qin Yuanmei. Qin Yuanmei was still shouting incessantly, get out of the way. All of you, get out of my way. The charging horses caused many guests to fall. Getting off her horse, Qin Yuanmei loudly cursed the guests who had just fallen. You can't even avoid a horse, you useless trash. Hurry up and scram. Don't be an eyesore here, brother. Witnessing the whole event, Nin Tian was puzzled. Oh, who is this, acting so arrogantly? Yu Ling was slightly displeased. That's the first prince, Qin Hao Yin, and his younger sister, Qin Yueme. They are full siblings. She even added a special comment about him, especially Qin Hao Yin, the first son of the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. He is only one step away from the heavenly venerable realm. Then, Noyet Lin lowered her voice and said, he is also one of my strongest competitors. Before we obtain that thing, it's best we don't have a direct conflict with him. A loud noise shook the entire room. Yukam was extremely uncomfortable. Senior sister, I'm having a little trouble breathing. Noyet Lin comforted her. Junior sister, that's the third royal uncle, Tan Fong. He is a master of the divine emperor realm. It's normal not to be able to withstand his pressure. She turned to Nin Tian and asked curiously, that's a divine emperor realm master. How come you have no reaction at all? Nin Tian pretended to clutch his head. Aw, I'm so in awe. In reality, he was already scornful in his heart. I'm always surrounded by masters like this. Do I still need to be in awe? An incredibly dazzling light appeared, enveloping a person, causing everyone to look up. That person's voice asked, is everyone here yet? Down below, Tan Hao Tian spoke up. Third royal uncle, almost everyone is here. We can begin opening the supreme secret realm now. Tan Fong, holding the star essence stone, circulated his energy to prepare something. He raised the star essence stone high, which radiated immense energy. Then threw the star essence stone down. Nin Tian was a little surprised. The star essence stone contains immense spiritual energy, and its production is scarce, making it extremely precious. To think the Supreme Divine Nation has such a large piece. The price to open the Supreme Secret Realm is truly not small. The Star Essence Stone shot out a stream of spiritual energy, opening a gate above. The gate leading to the Supreme Secret Realm was open. Nin Tian felt a little shaken and excited at this sight. The Supreme Secret Realm is open. Tan Fong said with a fierce expression, push this gate open and enter the Secret Realm. A demon clan's demon general stands before that gate. Tan Fong instructed, that's right. The time in the Secret Realm is 2 days. When the time is up, you will be teleported back. Inside, you don't need to try your best to go deep. Just focus on how to become stronger. Tan Hao Tian and Tan Noyet Mi looked contemptuously at the people around them, holding their heads high as they walked at the very front. A bunch of useless people also want to become stronger. What a pipe dream. The two at the front pushed the gate open. That arrogant attitude angered everyone. Nin Tian stood with his arms crossed, watching. How arrogant. You should go steal his horse. I think that prize steed of his isn't bad at all. Yukam, standing to the side, stuck out her tongue and made a face, and said teasingly, although this bad guy's suggestion is very good, I, Yukam, am an inner disciple of the Misty Sect. How could I do something like stealing horses and leading away goats? She snorted contemptuously. Nin Tian, standing beside her, seemed a little surprised. The Misty Sect? I've never heard of it. Noyet Lin calmly explained. That's right, but the Misty Sect is not in the Heavenly Spirit domain, but in the Sky Vault domain next to it, very far from the Supreme Divine Nation. It's normal for fellow Taoists not to know. Nin Tian had a sudden realization. So that's how it is. Then, Princess Noyet Lin took a step forward. Let's go, we should head inside. Doubt began to form in Nin Tian's heart. She is clearly a princess of the Heavenly Spirit domain. So why would she join the Misty Sect in the distant Sky Vault domain? Stepping inside with Princess Noyet Lin and Yukam, he temporarily pushed those thoughts aside. Whatever, I'll find out later. Stepping through that gate, they arrived in a new space. Nin Tian seemed to be shaken by everything around him. This is the Supreme Secret Realm. Because he couldn't circulate his spiritual energy, he plummeted straight down in a panic, having a miserable fall. Like an arrow leaving a bow, Nin Tian crashed heavily onto the ground with a soft thud. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, Yuqin stepped forward and asked, Senior sister, don't tell me this scoundrel fell to his death. Yuling chimed in, what a pity. She crouched down and said with feigned regret, handsome Taoist friend Nin, although you died before your quest could truly begin, for the sake of the help you once gave me, I will be sure to burn some beautiful paper wives for you after this secret realm ends. Nin Tian struggled to his feet. Phew, the sudden loss of balance caught me off guard. That scared me to death. Seeing this, Yuqin shrieked in terror, He came back from the dead. He touched his face. Good thing I landed face first. Otherwise, it would have been smashed to bits. Yuling asked. Handsome Taoist friend Nin, are you all right? But she was a little suspicious. From a height of several thousand meters, even she could only barely stabilize herself at the very last moment. For someone at the Earth King realm to fall directly to the ground and be completely unharmed was strange. A system notification appeared. You have astonished Princess Yuling. You have astonished Yuqin. Reward. Beast taming proficiency has increased. You can now control 4th-tier beasts. Nin Tian thought with great satisfaction. A 4th-tier beast is equivalent to a human expert at the Earth King realm. Being able to control and command them, this fall was totally worth it. He laughed heartily. Haha, I'm fine. As expected of the supreme secret realm, the spiritual energy is indeed much denser than outside. Yuling agreed. That's right. That's why this is also a very suitable place for cultivation. Nin Tian seemed to sense something. What is that? A little dragon man. Only then did they realize they were standing next to a giant demon general. Yuling burst out laughing. Hee, what little dragon man? This is a demon general who was slain by the first ancestor of the supreme divine nation hundreds of years ago and was later carved into a stone statue placed here. Nin Tian exclaimed in utter shock. A demon general? He said to his system, how come I didn't know there was a demon clan in this world? Aren't there only the human and beast clans? The system replied, Host, your original self was just an insignificant character, so the information about the Tianxian world in your mind is naturally not comprehensive. Yuling asked, puzzled, Handsome Taoist friend Nin, you're friends with the Tian Bao Holy Sun, so you must have an extraordinary background. How could you not know about demon generals and the demon clan? Yuqin also put her hands on her hips and said, that's right. Are you even from the Tianxian world? He scratched his head and said with an awkward laugh, I usually just focus on my cultivation and rarely pay attention to worldly affairs, so? Yuling smiled gently. In the Tianxian world, myriad races coexist. It was only after the great dark turmoil that the current situation with the 3 major powers, the human, beast, and demon clans, was formed, with each clan protecting its own territory. For example, the heavenly spirit domain is controlled by the human clan. She continued to explain, the heavenly sky domain is dominated by the beast clan. As for the demon generals of the demon clan, their strength is comparable to a human expert at the god emperor realm. Yuqin wiped her sweat and said, I really envy you people from the heavenly spirit domain. Unlike us in the heavenly sky domain, we have to carry out sect missions every so often. Suppressing the beast clan is such a hassle. Nin Tian wondered, I see. So what is the dark turmoil? Noyet Lin looked helpless. I'm not too sure about that either. The ancient records only mention it as such. Yukam said with an air of profound knowledge. It was a very long time ago, said to be a matter of several million years past. They led the way. Daoist friend Marshal Nin. Past this demonic statue ahead is the Thunderlight Cliff. The item I seek is right there. They arrived at a place where thunder roared and a waterfall cascaded from above. Noyet Lin looked up at Daoist friend Marshal Nin. This is as far as we can go. Marshal Nin followed her gaze. So what must I do? She pointed and instructed. Up there's a circle surrounded by lightning. Daoist friend Marshal Nin just needs to pass through this lightning field and take the object within that purple mass of light. A bolt of lightning struck right in front of the 3, forcing them to retreat continuously. He muttered, to enter a barren land of ceaseless lightning and also have to defend against the purple electricity. No wonder Princess Noyet Lin couldn't succeed. This barren lightning field alone is enough to give a Saint Emperor Realm Master a hard time, let alone the purple electricity, which is even more terrifying than the lightning on Thunderlight Cliff. Yukam trembled in fear, hugging herself tightly. Senior sister, do we really have to do this? It would be terrifying if that scoundrel gets struck to a crisp. Noyet Lin was resigned, her voice tinged with worry. Although Daoist friend Marshal Nin performed extraordinarily on the Wind Thunder 9 Steps platform, he is, after all, only at the Earth King realm. Just do your best. Even if you don't succeed, I will still give you the promised Thunderheart fruit. Nin Tian held his head high and strode forward. I don't like to owe favors. And a promise made must be a promise kept. Noyet Lin was at a loss for words, blushing furiously at Nin Tian's display of dashing bravado. Suddenly, Tan Hao Tian and Tan Noyet Me rushed over, with Tan Noyet Me chattering incessantly. I was wondering who had such a big mouth, daring to compete for the treasure at Thunderlight Cliff. Turns out it's you, Imperial Sister. The two of them glanced at their Imperial Sister with contempt. Imperial Sister, why did you find an Earth King realm brat as your helper? Could he be the pretty boy you're keeping? Bringing him to such a dangerous place? Aren't you afraid he'll die here, Imperial Sister? Hearing this, Noyet Lin became furious and shouted, Noyet Me, what nonsense are you spouting? At the same time, Nin Tien shot forward like an arrow from a bow. A startled Tan Hao Tien turned and exclaimed, such speed. Nin Tien just wanted to vent his anger. Spreading lies is easy, but setting the record straight is hard. A lesson. A slap landed squarely on Tan Noyet Me's face, stunning her. He roared at her. You still don't understand? Nin Tien's strength was immense, and Tan Noyet Me stumbled, retreating continuously. Seeing his younger sister get hit, Tan Hao Tien flew into a rage, roaring, you dare to strike in front of me? I see you're tired of living. Next chapter, Making Enemies. A cold glint flashed in Tan Hao Tien's eyes as he raised his hand and lunged at Nin Tien. Nin Tien clasped his hands behind his back and quickly retreated, dodging his attack. Tan Hao Tien frowned and exclaimed in disbelief. What? He was inwardly astonished. He managed to dodge from such a close distance? Yu Qin and Yu Ling were simultaneously astonished, thinking to themselves, I can't believe he can handle himself so easily against Qin Haoyan. The system interface immediately displayed a notification. You have astonished the great Prince Qin Haoyan. You have astonished Princess Yu Ling. You have astonished Yu Qin. Talent reward. Music Dao. One tune to transcend the thunder tribulation. One tune to transcend the thunder tribulation. Use the music Dao to perform, allowing you to absorb the divine thunder Dao vibrations within the thunder tribulation. Hearing this, Ning Tian was also startled, exclaiming inwardly, oh ho, what an unexpected surprise. Qin Yuanmei, her face swollen like a pig's head, no longer possessing her former beauty, pointed at him and cried to her royal brother, look at my face. Quickly, kill him for me. Qin Haoyan immediately fell in a deep thought, beginning to calculate in his mind. This kid is definitely not simple. The treasure is not yet in hand, and fighting him rashly will surely deplete my strength. I'll let him scout out Thunderlight Cliff first, to see if he can find any clues about the treasure. Qin Haoyan ignored her angry expression and said to Yu Ling, we are siblings after all. If this kid is your man, I don't mind giving you face, little sister. If he can cross this Thunderlight Cliff alone, we'll consider this matter dropped. How about it? He, Ning Tian, casually replied, fine, I agree to your terms. But he thought to himself, you are the great prince of the supreme divine nation, after all. If I weren't afraid of offending the supreme divine nation and causing trouble for my wife. On the other side, Qin Haoyan's face was gloomy as he calculated in his heart. If he can really cross Thunderlight Cliff alone, how could I possibly let this matter go? You rotten brat, no matter what secret technique you have, you're ultimately only at the Earth King realm. The power of this Thunderlight Cliff is enough to kill you 10,000 times over. He, Ning Tian, led the way towards Thunderlight Cliff, with Yu Ling and Yu Qin calmly following behind. Ning Tian quickly stepped into the Thunderlight Cliff area. Yu Qin looked at his demeanor and said in surprise, this scoundrel looks quite at ease. Qin Haoyan, standing nearby, snorted coldly. This is just the beginning. The central area of the Scorched Earth Thunder Zone is where the powerful attack of the Supreme First Ancestor is hidden. Ning Tian walked step by step into the central area of Thunderlight Cliff, calling out to the system in his mind. System, are there really divine thunder Dao vibrations left by the Supreme First Ancestor here? The system's voice immediately rang out in response. Of course. The host can use the music Dao talent, one tune to transcend the thunder tribulation, to sense and absorb it. Hearing this, he, Ning Tian, immediately replied, well, that's too simple then. With that, he waved his hand, taking out the immortal sling ancient zither, which was radiating a golden light. Yu Qin clenched her fists and shouted loudly, you're still in the mood to play music? Yu Ling, beside her, exclaimed in surprise. He took out an immortal artifact again. Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai is truly not simple. The immortal slaying ancient zither was placed horizontally in front of Ning Tian, emitting brilliant golden rays. He shouted in a deep voice, commencing one tune to transcend the thunder tribulation. Ning Tian reached out and gently plucked the immortal slaying ancient zither. A golden beam of light immediately appeared, enveloping him and shooting straight up into the sky. A giant dragon formed from lightning, drawn by the sound of the zither, appeared and swiftly charged towards him. Yu Ling was utterly astonished, crying out, "It's the Divine Thunder Tao Vibrations." He has activated the Divine Thunder Tao Vibrations left by the Supreme First Ancestor within the Thunder Tribulation. The carefree Saint Sun suddenly appeared in midair, unable to hide his surprise, using the music Tao to control a thunder dragon. Not simple, truly formidable. Everyone stared blankly as the thunder dragon rushed towards the golden pillar of light created by Nin Tian. Noyet Lin looked at the free and unfettered Holy Sun and said in surprise, "I didn't expect even the free and unfettered Holy Sun to be drawn here." Hearing this, the free and unfettered Holy Sun glanced at her and said, "The Thunder Dragon is causing such a commotion. It might be related to the legendary Divine Moon Treasure. Naturally, I wouldn't miss it." Tan Hao Tian's expression was grim as he thought to himself, "If the legendary treasure truly appears, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Countless bolts of lightning within the Thunderlight cliff quickly converged, forming a colossal force that rushed towards Nin Tian. Inside the golden pillar of light, Nin Tian looked at the lightning bolts and chuckled inwardly. These lightning bolts, drawn by the sound of the zither, have all gathered in one place. Nin Tian raised his finger, enveloped in golden light, and said, "Perfect, I'll catch them all in one fell swoop." Those lightning bolts fiercely struck the golden light barrier, transforming into the Thunder Tribulation. The charging Thunder Dragon was suddenly entangled by several small golden dragons that appeared from the void, its lightning power being continuously absorbed. Seeing this, Yu Kam exclaimed in astonishment, "Strange, why do those lightning bolts look like they're getting smaller?" The free and unfettered Holy Sun saw this and explained in a low voice, "He is refining the Thunder Tribulation Dragon." Tan Hao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "He wants to absorb the divine thunder Tao rhyme left behind by the Supreme Ancestor." Noyet Lin, who was beside them, also said in shock, "Could it be true, as the third royal uncle said, that he has actually stepped onto the 9th step of the Wind and Thunder 9-step platform?" Within the Thunderlight Cliff, Nin Tian continued to pluck the zither strings, strengthening the small golden dragons. With Nin Tian's help, the small golden dragons quickly grew stronger, charging towards the Thunder Dragon and causing it to weaken progressively. Nin Tian raised his hand, enveloped in golden light, and unleashed a powerful stream of energy. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. "Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Divine Thunder Tao Rhyme. The Way of Wind and Thunder has advanced another level. The realm of the Way of Wind and Thunder is now steadily increasing. You can now master the strongest lightning attack skill. You have astonished the first prince of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, Tan Hao Tian. You have astonished Princess Noyet Lin. You have astonished Yu Kam. You have astonished Shu Cat Vu, the holy son of the free and unfettered Holy Land. You have astonished everyone. Achieve the high-level achievement, a Song of Thunder Tribulation. Everyone is shocked. Reward, Heavenly Venerate Experience Card. Heavenly Venerate Experience Card. After use, you can attain the strength of the Heavenly Venerate realm for a duration of 2 days. The card will become invalid after use. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile and praise. This reward is not bad at all. Nin Tian raised his head, looked towards the high mountain peak that was continuously being struck by lightning, and muttered, "That must be what Princess Noyet Lin wants." He executed the dragon step, controlling a golden dragon shadow, and flew towards that mountain peak. Nin Tian reached out towards the place where the lightning converged, and a bolt of lightning struck his hand directly. He said in surprise, "Oh, so it knows how to resist." He reached his hand into it, causing it to erupt in a dazzling light. He shouted, "Got it!" Nin Tian, holding the ancient scroll recording the Heavenly Thunder Art, mused an Earth-rank high-grade technique, the Heavenly Thunder Art. So Princess Yu Ling also wishes to cultivate the way of the Divine Thunder. Nin Tian raised the ancient scroll and hurried towards her, shouting joyfully, "Princess Yu Ling, I've gotten what you wanted." A voice from behind made him stop in surprise and turn his head. Yu Ling cried out in alarm. Marshal Nin, be careful. The corner of Qin Haoyan's mouth twitched into a slight smile as he thought to himself, could it be that the legendary treasure has appeared? He was suddenly startled, looking behind him in astonishment. In the sky, a passage of light appeared, and a figure stepped out from it, accompanied by a resonant, ancient voice. It has been tens of thousands of years. The Supreme First Ancestor appeared, stroking his beard and saying with a smile, finally, someone has awakened the Emperor's soul that this old man left behind in this supreme secret realm. Everyone outside knelt down in unison, shouting together, we pay our respects to the Supreme First Ancestor. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he asked in a deep voice, you see the First Ancestor, why do you not kneel? Nin Tian remained standing tall, unafraid, and said arrogantly, just a remnant soul, yet you dare to dream foolishly here. In this silent space, a piece of news spread, shaking the divine continent. Chapter 55. Everyone prostrated before the Supreme First Ancestor. Only Nin Tian remained standing, confronting him. Yuling pondered, I never expected fellow Taoist, Marshal Nin, to awaken the ancestor's divine soul. Who on earth is he? Qin Haoyan was equally astonished to think that a remnant soul of the first ancestor still remains here. He must be connected to the legendary divine moon secret treasure. The Supreme First Ancestor seemed a little angry, just a junior, yet so insolent. However, he then sensed something. Wait, this boy has the aura of a great emperor. Nin Tian stood there listening to him, looking a bit impatient, even cleaning his ear. The Supreme First Ancestor silently assessed the people below, with a great emperor expert protecting them. It seems the descendants of the Supreme Divine Kingdom have not been lax in their cultivation. The nation's strength must be growing ever more prosperous. Nin Tian put his hands on his hips, watching the Supreme First Ancestor adopt a more humble tone. The old ancestor said patiently, very well, since you were the one who awakened this first ancestor, this old man will not pursue the matter. His eyes widened as he feigned surprise. When did I awaken you? The Supreme First Ancestor was a bit confused. You don't know? The divine moon legend this old man left behind thousands of years ago. By clearing the thunder tribulation, you can summon my remnant soul. Hearing this, Qin Haoyan was deeply shaken. Could it be that the secret treasure of the divine moon legend is the true inheritance of the Supreme First Ancestor? Nin Tian replied nonchalantly, never heard of it. The Supreme First Ancestor, as if not hearing him, continued, boy, I see your foundation is excellent, a rare martial arts prodigy. I have a secret manual here. Nin Tian suddenly burst out laughing, pointing at him and saying, ha 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 ha. Old man, your song and dance is way too old-fashioned. Facing his mockery, the Supreme First Ancestor seemed not at all angry. How is it old-fashioned? As he spoke, he took out an ancient scroll. This is the heaven-rank mid-grade palm technique, the Supreme Soul Origin Palm. Seeing this, Nin Tian didn't immediately accept it. Instead, he asked back, a heaven-rank mid-grade palm technique. Old man, you're not trying to trap me, are you? He replied with a matter-of-fact expression. How could this ancestor deceive a descendant of the Supreme God Kingdom? As he spoke, he tossed the ancient scroll towards Nin Tian. He instructed, I will now bestow the Supreme Soul Origin Palm upon you. The future of the Supreme God Kingdom rests in your hands. He replied with determination, rest assured, ancestor. With this Supreme Soul Origin Palm, I will definitely protect our Supreme God Kingdom well. Seeing this, Qin Haoyan grew anxious and shouted, Ancestor, this brat is not a descendant of our Supreme God Kingdom. How can he receive your inheritance? Qin Yume beside him also hurriedly said, that's right, he's just a wicked brat with an unknown background. The Supreme Ancestor reacted, exclaiming in shock, what? Nin Tian quickly snatched the secret manual and said, many thanks. The old man roared in anger, you shameless thief, how dare you deceive even this ancestor? Standing below, Nin Tian replied in a calm voice, I never said I was from the Supreme God Kingdom. He absorbed the secret manual while letting out a hearty laugh. But you already said you'd give it to me. You can't go back on your word, right? A system notification appeared. Host detected absorbing the heaven rank, mid-grade martial art, Supreme Soul Origin Palm, comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Comprehension of Supreme Soul Origin Palm is complete. The spiritual energy around him began to circulate, then soared upwards. The Supreme Ancestor calmed down and sighed. So be it. Although you're not a descendant of my Supreme God Kingdom, it seems there is some fate between us. This is all destiny. After speaking, his spiritual form also gradually dissipated before everyone's eyes. As soon as he vanished, Qin Haoyan flew in front of Ningtian. He wore a ferocious grin, clenched his fist, and yelled, "Brat!" hand over the supreme soul origin palm. Facing this scene, Yu Qin was extremely worried. "Senior sister, what do we do now? The great prince has reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. That scoundrel is no match for him." Princess Yuling was a bit calmer, but still replied with a worried tone. The Supreme Soul Origin Palm is the Supreme Ancestor's signature technique. Qin Haoyan will not let this go. Nin Tian scratched his head and said scornfully, "Are you brain dead? Once something is in my possession, there's no way I'm giving it up." Hearing this, Qin Haoyan flew into a rage. "Brat, then don't blame me for being impolite." From behind, Princess Yuling shouted worriedly, "Fellow Taoist Nin Shui, hurry and hand it over. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you." After hearing this, Nin Tian was not fazed at all. On the contrary, he became even more confident. "It's fine. He can't do anything to me." Qin Haoyan began to gather power in his hand, roaring, "Such big talk." The surrounding spiritual energy was so immense that Yu Qin trembled with worry. "It's over. That scoundrel is about to be beaten to a pulp." Princess Yuling beside her was no better. "Such an aura. My great royal brother's strength is indeed far beyond mine." He charged towards Nin Tian with a massive surge of power, shouting, "Die!" Nin Tian's expression was calm, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He said to the system, "System, use the Heavenly Sovereign Experience card." The system immediately operated. Using Heavenly Sovereign Experience card. Successfully used Heavenly Sovereign Experience card. Obtained the strength of a 1-star Heavenly Sovereign. Usage time countdown, 2 days. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a colossal power. A wave of spiritual energy erupted. By the time Qin Haoyan realized it, it was too late. He crashed into Ning Tian's power and was repelled by an extremely strong force. Qin Haoyan struggled with all his might to resist, while Ning Tian casually walked forward, bathed in that power. Ning Tian wore the smile of a victor, while Qin Haoyan was utterly terrified. He gently waved his hand and said, "Begone." A burst of power erupted, sending Qin Haoyan flying far away. He was sent flying for 1,000 meters, shattering countless large boulders. The whites of Qin Haoyan's eyes showed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Isn't he supposed to be in the Earthly King realm? The scene was too terrifying. The system announced again, "You have shocked everyone. Reward, plus 100 spiritual energy cultivation." Ning Tian himself didn't expect his power to be so immense. "I didn't expect the Supreme Soul Origin Palm to be this powerful. I only used 10% of my power, and it's already this mighty." He smirked smugly to himself. "Doesn't this mean I can take over this entire Supreme Secret Realm?" Outside the Secret Realm, the crowd was abuzz, speculating about the situation inside, that I wonder who will stand out this time. In my opinion, it will definitely be the first prince, Qin Haoyan. He is the strongest among those who entered the Secret Realm. That's not certain. After all, in this supreme secret realm, fate and opportunity are also very important. Strange tremors emanated from the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't understand why. Shi Su asked worriedly, "What's happening?" From a gate, Ning Tian walked out, his entire body radiating dense spiritual energy. Everyone was stunned by this sight. Who is that? The people outside waited for the next ones to appear. One by one, everyone was teleported out from the gate. They were shot out of the gate at an extremely high speed. As a result, upon landing, they crashed into each other and fell in a heap. Qin Haoyan shouted, "Get lost! Don't compete with this prince." More people flew out in succession, piling on top of each other like a human pyramid. They screamed in pain, "Oh my God!" Meanwhile, Yu Ling and Yu Qin calmly walked out of the secret realm and headed towards Ning Tian. Qin Feng looked displeased and said angrily, "What's wrong with you all? Why did you all run out together and injured at that. Qin Haoyan looked pathetic, struggling to his feet in pain. He pointed at Ning Tian and roared furiously. That brat tricked the remnant soul of the Supreme Ancestor and obtained the Supreme Soul Origin Palm. Hearing this, Qin Feng was also extremely shocked. The Supreme Soul Origin Palm? The people around also said angrily, "Third royal uncle." He also cleaned out all the treasures in the secret realm. That's right. We tried to stop him from killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, but instead, he beat us half to death. Qin Haoyan also shouted, "Royal uncle, hurry up and teach that rotten brat a lesson." Ning Tian picked his nose and looked at them provocatively. "I helped you clean up the trash in the Supreme Secret Realm and even gave you a free facial massage. Why are you so ungrateful?" Qin Haoyan and his subordinates roared, criticizing Ning Tian in unison. "You rotten brat, if you have the guts, stand still. I'll kill you now and take back the secret manual." "Right, get him. I want to beat him into a pig's head." Ning Tian continuously dodged their attacks, his mouth never ceasing its taunts. "Na na 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 boo boo. You think I'm as stupid as you?" Everyone flew up to chase after Ning Tian, causing a commotion throughout the entire Shadow Moon Pavilion. A subordinate respectfully asked Tan Fong, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Tan Fong frowned and said, "How can the item left by the Supreme Ancestor fall into the hands of an outsider?" "After him." Witnessing everything, Yukam said worriedly, "Senior sister, what do we do now? If that scoundrel gets caught, he's surely done for." Noyet Lin was also tense. "We've gotten to know him. After all, if fellow Taoist Nin Soai is captured, I will definitely do my best to protect him." Nin Tian dashed across the rooftops of the pavilions, causing quite a stir. The people below looked around curiously. "Who is that?" "There's a crowd chasing him. Could he be a philanderer? I think he must have done something that angers both gods and men." Dozens of people were still chasing Nin Tian from behind. He turned his head to look at the situation and said with annoyance, "Damn it. Are the people of the Supreme God Kingdom insane? Why are more and more people chasing me?" Someone threw an object towards him, shouting, "Nin Soai catch." Nin Tian caught it and asked, puzzled, "An apple?" Chu Vien Bao poked his head out of a room and cheered loudly, "Replenish some of your stamina." Nin Tian took a bite of the apple, not forgetting to thank him. "Many thanks." Seeing this, the pursuers became even more furious and increased their speed. To think he's in the mood to eat an apple. He truly has no regard for anything. After finishing, Nin Tian even threw the apple core behind him, which happened to hit a pursuer on the head, making him cry out in pain. Nin Tian even turned his head back to taunt them. "Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll give you a little treat." An hour later, they had cornered Nin Tian against a wall. He leaned against the wall, feigning fear. You guys really don't have to be so desperate." Then he asked the system, "System, how much time is left on the Heavenly Venerable Experience card?" The system displayed the answer, Heavenly Venerable Experience card, final half an hour remaining. Everyone was also getting tired, panting heavily. Tan Hao Tien said while panting, "Pant, go on, run. Keep running." The crowd also started cursing. Was this guy born in the year of the dog? How can he run so much? "What now? You ugly bastard, we've caught you. Still want to give us a little treat?" Suppressing their towering rage, they rushed towards Nin Tian. "You ugly bastard. Let's see if I don't give you a little treat today." Nin Tian shouted loudly, "Get lost." He unleashed his power, sending all who charged at him flying. One person's eyes immediately rolled back as he fainted. Tan Hao Tien said in horror, "Heavenly Venerable Realm." Nin Tian, enraged, began his counterattack. "Now it's my turn." He raised his hand and began to channel his energy, his palm art circulating and activated, wind and thunder god palm. A powerful force gathered in his palm and suddenly struck forward. The palm force shot straight towards Tan Hao Tien. He was so frightened that he continuously retreated. Suddenly, a figure rushed out, blocking Nin Tian's attack, and shouted, "You brat, how dare you!" Imperial Censor Lu frowned in anger. To dare to disregard the laws of Divine Continent City and commit murder in the middle of the street. Do you take our Supreme God Kingdom for a bunch of nobodies? With someone backing him up, Tan Hao Tien also became arrogant. Imperial Censor Lu, this villain came from who knows where and stole the ultimate treasure of our Supreme Secret Realm. You absolutely must not let him escape. He said fiercely, "I am responsible for overseeing the order of Divine Continent City. Anyone who disrupts the order Imperial Censor Lu shouted, then rushed towards Nin Tian. I will not show any mercy. Ning Tian only took a step back, easily dodging, and said nonchalantly, I've even fought a great emperor expert before. Why would I be afraid of a mere old man at the heavenly venerable realm? After speaking, Ning Tian began to channel his energy, preparing to counterattack. A powerful attack quickly rushed towards the old man. Lu Yushi turned pale with fright. This aura is the supreme qi. Qin Hao Yin also shouted in horror. How is this possible? You only obtained the supreme soul origin palm yesterday. How could you have cultivated it to this level? Ning Tian, wielding a powerful skill, charged forward. My apologies, but where I'm concerned, the impossible becomes possible. Two colossal powers collided, sending light scattering in all directions. Frenzied Battle Intent card. After use, combat power is doubled for 1 hour. The card becomes ineffective after use. He once again increased the power of his attack. Ning Tian's destructive power was immense, blasting through several layers of city walls. Suddenly, a person approached from behind him, praising, This young friend, your strength is truly admirable. Ning Tian thought warily, I've finally alerted a god emperor realm master. Qin Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, suggested with a grave expression, How about you come with me to the Imperial Palace's forbidden grounds? Make yourselves clear. Seeing that person being thrashed on the ground by Ning Tian, he pouted and cursed, You rotten brat. My third imperial uncle is a god emperor realm master. If you fall into his hands, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Before he could finish, Qin Feng shouted him down. Silence. This young friend is a guest in our supreme god kingdom. We should treat him with courtesy. An amber-colored power emanated from Ning Tian's entire body as he frowned disdainfully. Go back with you? I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep my life. Suddenly, a notification box appeared. Ding. The Heavenly Venerable Experience card has expired and is now invalid. Ning Tian's eyes widened, and his face paled in horror. This is not good. At that moment, Qin Feng used his overwhelming suction force, intending to take him away by force. Let's go, young friend. Ning Tian's feet were firmly planted on the ground as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Of all the times. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, shattering Qin Feng's phantom image. A demonic red light pierced through the ground, seemingly as a warning to Qin Feng, causing him to say angrily, I wonder which great emperor has taken action. Would you show yourself for a meeting? The others began to gather, staring wide-eyed in astonishment towards Ning Tian. A great emperor expert has personally arrived. Not only a god emperor realm expert, but now a great emperor expert as well. What is with today? It's so lively. From high above, the graceful Yao Qi holy master slowly descended to the ground. Seeing her, Qin Feng frowned slightly, a look of horror on his face. Yao Qi holy master. Ning Tian looked at her and asked, Why are you here? I thought you'd already gone back. Yao Qi smiled gracefully. Since you haven't left, naturally, neither have I. Qin Feng looked at the two of them, lost in deep thought. The Yao Qi Holy Master is a true great emperor expert. Her strength is no less than that of the God Kingdom's Lord. What on earth is this brat's background? To have such a figure backing him. Suddenly, he bowed and asked respectfully, Greetings, Yao Qi Holy Master. I wonder who this young friend is. In response, she only gave him a cold look. What business is it of yours? Qin Feng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly stammered to cover it up. No. I am only a 2-star quasi-emperor. I wouldn't dare interfere in the Holy Lord's affairs. I was just afraid of causing a misunderstanding. Yao Qi replied coldly, Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Then, she turned and looked gently at Ning Tian. You just need to know that I am helping your supreme divine kingdom. Qin Feng was stunned. She suddenly pulled Ning Tian closer. Stroking his head, Yao Qi said to Qin Feng, If you hurt him, not even the monarch of the divine kingdom could protect you. Meanwhile, Ning Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Hey, don't take this opportunity to take advantage of me. Suddenly, a powerful voice, accompanied by a plume of smoke, echoed through the air. Holy Lord Yao Qi, must you bully a junior? Both of them looked in surprise toward the source of the sound. Everyone present cheered loudly. It's the state monarch. The state monarch is here. One audacious person even dared to taunt Yao Qi. Our state monarch has arrived. Perhaps Holy Lord Yao Qi should restrain herself a little. Yao Qi looked at the majestic man hovering in midair and asked, State monarch of the divine kingdom, you've come as well. He replied bluntly, I have a general grasp of the situation. Queen Mother of the West, I recall your Yao Qi Holy Land has no male disciples. This matter shouldn't concern you, should it? Gales of wind swirled around Yao Qi as she said with a resolute voice, Though he is not a disciple of Yao Qi, I am now determined to protect him. Hearing this, everyone grew anxious, looking at one another and wondering to think he could have a great emperor protecting him. What on earth is this fellow's background? The young girl said cheerfully to her senior sister, Senior sister, this guy seems extraordinary. Fellow Taoist handsome Ning, who are you really? The state monarch asked sternly, Queen Mother of the West, by being so provocative, do you intend to declare war on my supreme divine kingdom? Yao Qi didn't answer, asking instead, Divine Lord, I recall your divine kingdom is currently at war with the Manji outside the divine continent, correct? Or perhaps you believe the current supreme divine kingdom can afford to offend two great emperors simultaneously. He narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, What do you mean? Yao Qi simply gave a sly smile and replied, He has an empress backing him, and she is extremely protective of her own. The state monarch began to understand, the one they call the empress. Could it be her? Then Yao Qi turned to Ning Tian and asked, Patriarch, you can take that off now, can't you? He sighed, lamenting, sigh. I had planned to come and go quietly. Ning Tian slowly reached up to remove the item on his face. Unfortunately, reality won't allow it. The men were all stunned, clicking their tongues in jealousy. This kid is actually that handsome. Meanwhile, the women were completely smitten. A man as flawless as jade, a peerless young master. Who is he? I must marry him. By now, Ning Tian had revealed his handsome features to everyone that I know. He is the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon sect. What? The two sisters blushed, asking each other in a mix of shyness and astonishment. He's the legendary patriarch, Ning Tian. As senior sister, it turns out the legendary patriarch is this handsome. Ning Tian broke out in a cold sweat from shock. I'm just a little bit handsome, that's all. Is there any need to be so dramatic? The state monarch looked at Ning Tian. He calculated inwardly. Previously, the one-sword sect was annihilated just for injuring Ning Tian. The heavenly demon cult is already difficult enough to deal with, and now Yao Qi has been added to the mix. The Supreme Divine Kingdom is currently facing internal turmoil and external threats. I absolutely cannot afford to cause any more trouble. Reluctantly, he had to concede, saying, Very well. Since the Patriarch has graced us with his presence, all the opportunities within this supreme secret realm shall be considered a greeting gift for you. His next words, however, made Ning Tian's face darken with anger. As for this matter, we will not pursue it further. Yao Qi turned to him and whispered, Patriarch, you've already gained plenty of advantages. Since you've learned the technique, you should return it to them. Ning Tian rubbed his chin, thinking, that's true. Looking at him, if I don't give it back, I'm afraid he'll go insane. So, he took out the small book and handed it back to the kingdom's lord. The kingdom's lord quickly accepted it. Many thanks, Patriarch. He hurriedly opened it to inspect the contents. Suddenly, the kingdom's lord's brows furrowed as he stared at the book in anger. He forcefully threw it down and roared, Ning Tian, what trick is this? Where is the content? Ning Tian could only look blankly at the blank heavenly book, completely failing to understand.